Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, race fans alike, and welcome to Sandown for round one of the Trophy Tour Victoria, the Wolfchester Sandown Challenge. We've had a great day on Friday, beautiful weather for practice. Qualifying and races began yesterday, and it was a massive day here at Sandown, wedged between Springvale and Dandenong, one of the sporting jewels in the crown of Melbourne. We have got a great day coming up for you on the Trophy Tour, racing all day, right through till 5:30 tonight. It is a fantastic day here at Sandown. I've got Emma Dean right alongside me. Em, we've had a couple of days already. What are you looking forward to on day three?
I can't wait to see what Deegan Preen and Karen Pridmore pull out in the saloons, and I cannot wait to see if Graham Gilliland gets his wing back on that RX after yesterday's little oil incident.
Your thoughts, I guess, on yesterday? We had racing yesterday afternoon. Lovely day.
Gorgeous day. Today's actually going to be even better, I think. Like, we've got clear skies. Think it's going to hit over 30 degrees today on track, so it is going to... tyre temps and tyres are going to be an issue today, but it's going to be a great day for racing.
Great that you raised tyres, because improved production, one of the biggest fields in Victoria over the last few seasons, are on a new tyre from Bridgestone. So that's going to be a big test after many, many years running on a very strong Yokohama. The move to Bridgestone is going to certainly test out those improved production guys. Absolutely.
Well, we had a chat to Luke about that yesterday, and it is a big change to get used to new tyres. But the other thing that I'm really looking forward to, Darren, is seeing if loads of people fill up Red Hill today, because you can fill a carload of people, bring it down for $10, get out, and the action's amazing because you see the entry into the straight and to the pit lane. Fantastic action.
Great spot down there at Red Hill, $10, exceptional value. Of course, with the sports sedans today, they're doing some awareness around prostate cancer with the Pedal for Prostate promotion. And we'll have Tony Morrissey in the commentary booth, who people from years ago will remember. Tony commentated here for many, many years. So looking forward to that. That'll be good. He knows sports sedans very well also. So we'll enjoy that. We've got a great team lined up in the commentary booth. Race control is set. They're making announcements now, getting race one ready to go out there. We'll see you at the end of the day, but please stay with us all day long or join us up on Red Hill. $10. Good value.
Today was my first time commentating on the sports sedans, and my God, did I love seeing the S15 out on track.
Thank you.
Can you tell me about your race?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I knew I was out there to race other floor-plan cars, which is Greg Lynch. We had a really good battle last year, and we started next to each other, and he got me really nicely around the outside of one. And then I just had to sit with him for the next few laps until eventually we were together for most of it, until I found an opening and made way around, and then had a home run from there. It was fun.
Now, the setup on this car, can you tell me what's so different from the setup on this car? Because we don't get to see a lot of JDMs in circuit racing in Victoria, so it's a real treat to see it. So how do you set it up? Because most cars like this, the S15 Silvias, would be drifting.
Yeah. They're as good as they are a drift car. They're a great circuit car, two-door, rear-wheel drive. They're not super heavy or anything. The one thing that's probably different with mine is it has the Commodore engine in it. So that's the cheap thing, I think, that keeps it going around and around and around. I think turbos are awesome and it would make more power, but this is very easy and less amounts of work to keep it finishing.
So is it less work to drive as well?
Yeah, it's not a handful to drive. I'd say compared to other cars I've driven, I find it quite easy to drive. Yeah, it's very linear, it's very balanced. It's not too oversteery, not too understeery. I've had the car many, many years, so I've slowly been, dialing it in to the biggest thing with these. I found it used to be very understeery, and I've slowly tried to dial in more turn over many years, and now it's in a happy spot, but it's still a very easy car to drive. It doesn't snap on you or anything.
Okay, well, the other thing that I love about this car too, Aidan, is the livery. The livery's gorgeous, the yellow headlights. Yeah. Love seeing it come down the track, especially when it's alongside a big HSV Commodore. Yeah. Can you tell us what the inspiration is behind your livery?
Well, it used to just be the metallic bluey black colour flat for the last couple of years, and then very kindly my neighbour Taz from Palace Automotive and Autohouse Vehicle Storage looked at it and said, I'm sick of seeing another black car on Glenline TV and it needs to stand out. So he's had the car over all Christmas and the New Year, over December, January, and he spent a couple of weeks, repainted every panel on the car, put some stickers on. It's PPF the front, so now the paint doesn't rip off it after every meeting. And it's looking $1 million, yeah.
Oh, it's a phenomenal livery. So what are your plans for tomorrow, race 2 and 3?
Finish. That's my only plans at the moment. I just want to finish. Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, Aidan, thank you so much for spending some time with us in pit lane, and good luck for tomorrow.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Great to see an interview with a guy that tries very, very hard to punch well above his weight, and really cool to see Autohouse and others getting on board to make sure the livery on that car is certainly up to Emma Dean's inspection and standards. Talking about Emma Dean, well done. Raced up from the introduction desk. Quick interview in the paddock there, and straight into commentary for the Saloon cars, Em.
I know. Well, I beat you though, Darren, up the stairs.
Yes, you did. That's all right. I've got some years on you, so that's all right. Terrific day's program. We didn't really run through the entire program for today's racing. Of course, Saloon cars are on track first. The Hyundai XLs are on next. They've got over 40 cars. And I did mention young Noah Ellsworthy, who debuted at Isle of Magic at the end of last year. He's on the track, and we're looking forward to seeing how he goes there as well. Pushed his way into the field as well. And Gavin Devine is also out there in the JKD XL. So looking forward to that. Here come the Saloon cars, and our winner from yesterday, Deegan Preen, absolutely lit it up coming down out of pit exit there. So he's getting right on with it. There's the program. MGN invited British cars at 10 o'clock, Sports Sedans at 10:30, Formula V's, and then Formula Fords following each other at 10:55 and 11:20 respectively. Historic touring cars were absolutely amazing yesterday. It is a field full of V8s with one six-pack Charger, so we're looking forward to seeing that. Improved production have brought the big guns here this weekend, and a strong field there. Porsche 944s entertain as always. Then after 1 o'clock, we do the whole program again, so really looking forward to seeing how day 3 of Trophy Tour Vic, the Wolfchester Sandown Challenge Sandown, plays out. It's been terrific to have everyone out here at the track, and as we mentioned, $10 up on Red Hill, so you get to look basically all the way up the back straight, down through Dandenong Road, and all the way through to the front straight as well. So well worth making your way trackside here to the Trophy Tour Victoria. There's our calendar. We go to Triple Eight Homelands, quarter revived on March 2021-22. Up at Winton on May 1, 2 and 3 will be a good time to get up there. Won't be so boiling hot in summer. It'll be just a little bit of crisp autumn air about August. We're at Sandown Raceway, and Em will be at Winton the week before that as well for the Winton Festival of Speed too. So also the grand final at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit 2, 3 and 4 of October. So there's the website, vsrs.com.au. Check it out. This is not what we wanted to see with a car not making it out of the marshalling area. Let's get our way through to the grid.
Yeah, Darren, we've got Deegan Preen starting in first today, and Kieran Pridmore. That was a massive battle yesterday, followed by Daniel Johnson, Scott Dornan in fourth, Kevin Stoopman in fifth, Adam Lowndes, Jacob Prestopino, Kane Baxter-Smith, he will be hunting today, Kane, David Lyons, Jason Cruz, Kerry Bright, Andrew McSwain in 12th, Justin Shembry, James Jeske, Alex Handley, William Harris in 16th, Cody Cartledge in 17th, Matthew Yeager in 18th, Mark Franzo, it's his second ever race, so good luck Mark, Christopher Handley, George Papagiorgio, Christopher Jackson, Jason Cartledge, and to round it out, Travis Lindorf at the back of the pack.
I've just made a couple of notes on those ones as well. Out of position number 5, Kevin Stoopman, a guy who we thought had retired last year, the year before, and the year before that, and the year before that, but Kev keeps coming back. Great to see he's made his way up to P5. Adam Lowndes was an absolute marvel yesterday. He came from rear of grid, drove his all the way up to position 6. Kane Baxter-Smith will certainly return into that, I'm going to say top 3 fairly quickly, as long as the stars align. Kerry Bright, the car in that new livery just looks every bit as his namesake, Bright. Mark Franzo, great to see him there. And George Papagiorgio, great to see him back in the field, a veteran of the category from some years ago. And really cool to see him making a comeback there. Super cool to see someone coming back. And the field is set. And And this is, I did say yesterday, this is the only place you can get genuine Ford versus Holden battles, but historic touring cars proved me wrong. But there's not a lot of Holdens out there. They're General's products and the Camaros and stuff. But, wow, we can hear just in the background that Graham Gilliland RX-7 just warming up there as well, as this field is all but set, waiting for that all-important green flag. Our grid marshals are off the track. We can see them stationed off the side. They've got yellow flags in their hand. If any cars stall or the drivers indicate that they've got a difficulty, those yellow flags will spring out. The board has gone out with 5 seconds to the start of this one. Kieran Pridmore of P2 gets it away nicely as the Commodores do. Powers down well. Midfield, there's a black car down towards the back. Is that Matty Jaeger that hasn't got going? He's just sitting positioned there, not going anywhere. Can't quite pick it up, but it is Pridmore. He absolutely monsters the straight, comes over to the driver's right, holds his line. Have a look at Damien Johnson, goes round the outside, and Dornan also in the mix there. Here comes the 24 as well. He's started out of 9th, David Lyons, so he's had a ripping start. Here's the mid-pack. There's always a little bit of a melee. There might be a mirror torn off at some point. And there we go, Shembry getting wild up over the ripple strip there with James Chesky. And right alongside him, there's the charge from the rear, Travis Lindorff. And he is charging. Where's Travis got himself up into about the top 15? Started out of 24th, so he's doing what Adam Lowndes had to do yesterday. Where is Adam Lowndes? He's gone backwards in the 19 off the start there, so it's Jason Cruz in front of him and Kerry Bright behind, so he's gone back a handful of spots. There goes Travis Lindorff in the Turn the Page bookshop in the main street of Cows at Phillip Island there. And Travis is certainly pushing very, very hard. So what Adam did yesterday has made his way through the field. This is exactly what Travis is doing, but Adam's just gone backwards. There he is there, dipping in the Pro Plum car. So we come around to complete lap number 1. There's the 19. Started out of the 3rd row in position number 6. Let's wait till they come to the line. There's position 6, which is Kane Baxter Smith and Lowndes. So he's at the end of the day around the lap gone back 1 spot, but he was a couple of spots further back than that.
I got to tell you, Darren, I don't know how you pick it with these guys because there's so many phenomenal drivers in this pack, and having them dotted throughout the field is just too exciting.
The Swift Solar Racing car there of Kane Baxter Smith, he's got a braking issue. He was at about the 200 metres out, all on his own, and had locked up some front tyres there, so a bit of a balance issue with the brakes here. There's Bright, Cruz, Lindorff. This is a very, very potent mid-pack here. And I'll tell you what, when I said, like his name says, the Bright car is every bit as his name suggests. Looking back down through, this is the midfield. It was Cody Cartledge that just zipped through there. Here's a Ford versus Holden battle. We've seen that for many, many years going up the straight at back of Sandown here. It's Pridmore leading the way. There's Bright, and Bright is driving through on Jason Cruz at the top of the hill.
Yeah, Darren, these guys, there were a couple of battles going on this morning. Today seems a little bit more sedate, a little bit calmer, but I'm just waiting for it to heat up a bit. Or a bit of a lock-up there just to say.
You commentate because I'm laughing at your jokes. So, Lindorff coming through there, that looks good. And just gathering it all back up again now. So this will be a good battle. Jason Cruz in the Drysdale Mowers entry. And he's got the Turn the Page bookshop, Commodore in behind him. And just looking back behind Lindorff, oh, that's Andy McSwain. There'll be some action around there. Here's the front of the field. And that is, it's not, yes, it is the front of the field. Pridmore and Preen in the Fox Roofing entry. Doing it all for Accurate Plumbing Group. Big lock up there with the 66 of Pridmore. That'll tear a few laminated layers off the Bridgestone heading into turn 4. And Dornan out over the ripple strip. And then we see Daniel Johnson out over the back of the ripple strip. Very rare to see Daniel get at all flustered or ragged, but he was following Dornan and basically took the same line and added a bit.
I feel like their showers this morning washed away the driver's briefing from yesterday, Darren, because this is not mucking around territory.
Deegan Preen, the 16-year-old out of South Australia. That it's a dead set giveaway where the heritage of the car comes from when you see Sedan Hotel written across the front of the screen there. The Jamo team out of South Australia. Here it is. This is on the replay. Out over the back of the ripple strip. It's like Jamo's on board, but he's 16 years of age. Into the back of Pridmore that time round. That's probably a little bit eager. And again, 2 in a row, so there's a bit of a pattern there. This is going to be certainly getting the eyes of race control on this battle for the front of this race, and it's going on behind as well with Baxter Smith. In behind Baxter Smith is Lowndes, so there's a couple of tried and true protagonists that have been doing this game for a long time, lots of experience, knowing how to do it. Pridmore just getting through cleanly there now. No intense pressure from Preen, and he just gives the wall a bit of a rub. This is some wild driving. He's testing the Bridgestones, the young Deegan Preen South Australian. We love seeing the South Australians come over with their saloon cars because there is always action. Have a look at Kane Baxter Smith, Swift Solar. He is doing everything he can to keep Adam Lowndes' charge behind him. And this is a couple of guys that have know each other very, very well. At this point in time, the car that's second on the road, Deegan Preen, no one knows about him. 16-year-old from South Australia, but he's absolutely driving with the heritage of a South Australian saloon car racer. We saw last year's championship go that way as well. And have a look at this. This is right at the front of the saloon cars for the Accurate Plumbing Group.
Too wide coming through there.
Yeah, this is good. I like this. This is until the inevitable happens. This is good, respectful, hard racing, and this is what we come to the track to see. Good, respectful, hard racing, and all the cars going on the trailer at the end of the day. I know some people come to the track for a different reason, but that's the hard racing is what I enjoy.
Yeah, you know why the front of the Fords are dipped down in that design, Darren?
So they can get under the back of the Commodore.
Exactly.
Yes, not the first one to observe that one, Em. That's a long-standing one with saloon cars. This is good stuff here. Kane Baxter Swift, Swift Solar. She say that fast a few times. Kane Baxter Smith, Swift Solar Racing.
Can steer though, Darren.
He can
steer.
Yeah. She sells seashells by the seashore. Here's a couple of good battles going on back down through the field. Chris Handley, and we've seen Chris new to the game, and they're fighting it out for 21 and 22 on the road. And it's George Papagiorgio in the mix there as well. So a new chum and a returning chum coming back into the Accurate Plumbing Group saloon cars here today. 6.5 minutes left in this journey as we see them dipping into turn one. The HBR 175 of Chris Handley, Victorian racer in the older Falcon. Just start to look back. That's the... that's a nice loop around in the Harris entry. That's Will Harris.
Got it back.
The black Falcon, nicely sporting the Wolfchester sticker. Back to live pictures at the mid-pack. Well, it's actually just outside the top five. Baxter, Smith and Lowndes fighting it out like the World Championship for sixth place. That's it. Lowndes looks to the inside here, just breaks that side draft with the Falcon. He's got himself positioned nicely under brakes. Baxter Smith won't give up, but the Commodore just tips in. This is where he'll be vulnerable because Baxter Smith will have carried just a little bit more speed to the apex there, being that he went wide, but the Pro Plum car of Lowndes has got it absolutely covered off. See his hands up there. One deliberate sweeping movement. Ooh, car slowing just off the camera there. Love that shot of the Wolfchester brake cleaner can just off the side of camera there. Gotta love the marketing people and getting opportunities like that. Grabs our eye, and that's what it's all about. Wolfchester being the naming rights sponsor here this weekend with all their automotive, industrial, trucking products. They've got their big trade stand down there in the trade alley. So if you've got any requirements for chemicals, additives, auto electrical consumables, power tools, hand tools, hose clamps, grab kits, sealants, storage systems, abrasives, nuts and bolts, you name it, PPE, all of that. Those guys have got it down there ready for us to all go to. They're actually selling here today as well, so you can get it at the track. They've got over 14 reps on the road, so give Wolfchester a call or contact them at www.wolfchestershop and check them out. Get them to send a rep out to see you. Preen has disappeared. Emma's just pointing out on the, in fact, going right back down. That must have been Preen who was parked up at the exit of turn
At least
4.
he got it out the way because that's a horrible place to stop.
It is, and that's probably one of the better places at a racetrack to stop because no one goes over there unless they're having a really big moment. Have a look at this now. This is Lindor, and Travis has found his way into 7th place. Baxter Smith is sort of further down the road. And at the moment, that's Jason Cruz right in the back there. And Lindorf started off out of 24, gone to 6th, and that is exactly what Adam Lowndes did yesterday. And Adam Lowndes has made his way to 5th. So through the entire race yesterday, he made 16 places. In this race, he's made 1. So, you know what they say? Plumbers say it all the time. They probably say it at Accurate Plumbing Group. Water finds its level. And when you get there, you've got to work a bit harder.
Absolutely, Darren. It seems like Preem is the car that's stuck on the exit of 4 there. He's pulled it out the way. With 3.5 minutes to go, hope he can get it underway.
Coming out of Dandenong Road, a couple of the guys in the midfield. Well, not tonight, it's just inside the 10, actually. So we've got Cruz, and that's David Lyons. Kerry Bright in the background there. You can be mistaken because the 24 of Lyons is also very brightly coloured, and on some of those long shots, it's interesting to tell the difference between Lyons and Bright, although it's green and blue with yellow stripes in behind. And having a bit of a lonely old run there is Andy McSwain in the AU Falcon, the drive events car.
Yeah, that's not a bad thing. He's got a bit of fresh air, not too much.
Still plenty of time, just over 2.5 minutes left in this time certain race, plus 1 lap. There goes Scotty Dornan, that's P2 on the road. Here comes the 12 of Kevy Stoopman, the 111 Automotive. As I said, I put a cross next to a couple of the names, and the first one I put a cross next to was this guy, Kevin Stoopman. One of the terrific blokes. Hadley just getting out of the way, that's good. You don't want to get tangled up with these front runners coming through when you're new into the category.
But also good job from Mark Franzo there, just nicely moving through, getting out the way. It's hard to navigate second race out, especially with these guys. Can you imagine your first race being with these guys?
I can see the attraction of getting into this category because it is absolutely fearsome racing. And you know, it is, I'm not going to say any racing's cheap because it's not. You're kidding yourself, but it is affordable.
Well, Michael looked at this yesterday and he went, maybe I should do that.
Oh, there you go, out of a GT3 into one of these things. Yeah. I can see you can paint it the same colour as the Audi, I guess.
Oh, your bank account can rest easy.
Well, that's true, yeah. Oh, look, and these guys all do it as hard as they possibly can on the budget that they've got. Adam Lowndes doing a tremendous job in 5th place at the moment. Looks to be, I'm going to say, resigned to the fact that the leaders are a good 17, 18 seconds up the road from him. Getting a 5th place and getting the points for 5th is 46 points. Well, that'll give him a total of 46 points. He's only 22 points behind Kieran Pridmore. Kieran didn't win yesterday's race, and unfortunately, we've seen Deegan Preen, I guess, move over to the side of the road, so he won't be scoring any points in this one with a DNF. Good look into the pack. That's Justin Shembry, Jason Jeske, the 97. That's Chris Jackson there as well. So that's a good start. Chris Jackson's done really well, in fact. In the 97, he started out of position number 22, and he's just off the top 10. Where is he? Yeah, he's in 13th, so that's really good. It's 9 spots in this race. Handley in the mix there. We've got to make sure we're not getting mixed up between Alex and Chris Handley. So Alex is in the 65.
Yep.
We've got, is that the drive events car? Pulled over into the officials point there.
Red and black kind of looks
it. Just seeing where the scoring is for Andy McSwain. So number 34, has disappeared off the timesheet. So he's parked it up pretty much just up the road from where Deegan Preen has parked up as well. Great that Race Control has assessed the situation with Deegan's car parked over there and said, yep, let's go, let's continue racing. It's well and truly out of harm's way. The sector marshal down on the corner would have been talking very closely with the clerk of course and the race directors as well to make sure it's a safe spot. They would have given it a good couple of minutes of assessment and said, yep, let's just leave that car there and we'll continue on. Here comes the 97 again. Good run here. And battling it out with Jeske. So Jackson and Jeske. Jeske started out of 14, so he's made up a couple of spots as well. Here comes Kieran Pridmore and takes the win. There it is. The checkered flag goes to Kieran Pridmore in the end. quite a dominant drive because Scotty Dornan nearly 4 seconds further behind in the white and red car, and that was tremendous run.
I got to tell you, Darren, I had to check the timing score a couple of times. A minute 23 for these cars going around, and it's pretty hot out there already. That's quick.
Well, Scotty Dornan's done well to get that out. Ultimately home in second. Here's this battle. This is still raging. These guys are they're really only going to swap positions for 12 and 13 at this point. They're not going to get any further up the field, but certainly this is a terrific battle, doing a ripping job, and getting on with it. Just cast your mind back. Big third place for Kevy Stoopman. He turns his hand to any category. He retires, he comes back, he gets another podium, and away he goes. So that is terrific. You want to hear Kev's story, make sure you check out the Grassroots Racing podcast on Speed Cafe. He was a great guest on the podcast. Oh, Kane Baxter-Smith has ground to a halt on the finish line. So Johnson home in fourth. Adam Lowndes started sixth, finished fifth. Travis Lindorff started 24th and finished 6th. That's a ripping drive. Yeah. He'll have torched the Bridgestones in that process. Then it's Jason Cruz, David Lyons, Kane Baxter-Smith got to 9th and stopped literally 50 metres up the road from the checkered flag. It's Bright, Shembry, Jason Jeske, Chris Jackson rounding out. There we go. Confirmation. Pridmore and Dornan and Stoopman make out the podium. Daniel Johnson just off there. At the end of the day on the line, it was a very narrow margin. Adam Lowndes and Travis Lindorff. I've got to say, these two are going to be on the third row of the grid and will be the ones to watch coming up to this afternoon's race. And the Saloon cars will be back on track at 1:10. So that's going to be very, very interesting indeed. Thanks, Em. We've got plenty of racing still to go for the rest of today. XL's on track next. MG and invited cars. There's young Deegan Preen, the South Australian, coming back over after a win yesterday and a DNF today. That's got to be hard work to take, and certainly sporting that AFL footballer hairdo is making him fast out there as well. We'll take a quick break here trackside, and we have got XL's on track next, and we have got Tom Reed and Matty Dunlop jumping on for the call.
Well, folks, here at the Wolfchester Sandown Challenge, we've made our way down to Trade Alley where we've got quite the Wolfchester activation. And to join us and talk to us more about Wolfchester is John. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. But more importantly, thank you for jumping on and supporting the Trophy Tour.
Mate, you're welcome. We're actually first one out for the season, and the boys aren't here, so they're actually up in Bathurst. So all this, we take credit, not them. No Trent, no Glenn. This is the guys. So, yeah, we're pretty wrapped. It's a great setup, and, we're happy, being one of the main sponsors for this weekend, and looking forward to having a really big day tomorrow.
So tell us about Wolfchester and the product ranges for vendors, for customers. Tell us about the Wolfchester story.
Okay, so we're an Australian-owned company. We manufacture in Australia, which is great, and we're really proud of that. We do automotive and industrial consumables, so across the board we do pretty much everything from your fasteners right through to toilet paper. So, we do everything right across the board. And like today, we brought a lot of our products that we do have on board are specific for race day, for the race cars. If you go across and you look at some of the products, you can see that we've got like your RTVs, we've got your, brake cleaner, which, look proud of that one. That's manufactured here in Dandenong, actually. So it's only around the corner. So, yeah. We've got a full range of products, and we don't only do, for the racing component, we do across the board and everything from transport, agriculture, mate, you name it, we do it.
So obviously aligning with Trophy Tour, you've got quite the captive community, a lot of participants here who would be purchasing your product. So you'll be seeing your fair share of the races, the mechanics, all those people coming throughout the weekend. Yeah.
Actually, first day. And most of the guys that we did sell to today are all off, from that race. They've come over, they've bought hand cleaners, they've bought, like a lot of them have bought gloves. We manufacture our own gloves as well. So, for the average, Joe Blow down the road to the top end mechanic, So, yeah, the guys have been good. They've been very supportive, which I'm pretty happy about that.
Look, thank you so much for jumping on board, supporting the Sandown Challenge, Wolfchester Sandown Challenge, the inaugural event for the Trophy Tour as we launch into 2026.
Go get them, Wolfies.
Go get them indeed. Wolfchester, it is fantastic to have them on board for the Wolfchester Sandown Challenge, the first round of the 2026 Trophy Tour Victoria. And we have got Hyundai XLs coming up for their first of 2 races today, ahead of a huge day of action, which we'll run through shortly. But my name is Matt Dunlop, and I've got Tom Reed alongside me because, speaking of huge day of action, we've got a huge category coming up. 43 cars on track yesterday for race 1 of the Hyundai XLs. I think we've got a couple of scratchings today potentially, but still a bumper field here at Sandown on what is another gorgeous day.
Yeah, absolutely, Matt Dunlop. Looking forward to this nice and early start for race 2 of the Link Cold and Storage Transport Hyundai XLs massive grid. Like you touched on, expect to see a couple of dropouts. That's usually what you get in a 43 car field. So if we're missing a couple, I'm still sure we're going to see heaps of action at the front. And it was Ryan Phillips and Will Twining who sort of went toe-to-toe all race yesterday. And those two battled hard for that race win ultimately. Jensen Teleskivy making a couple of mistakes there. And he came home in P3 on the road. David Musgrave and Aidan Carradagli right behind him, hot on his heels. But I'm sure they would have gone through the data last night, gone through the footage and worked out where they're going to make their time up on the front two, who seem to be pretty quick this weekend.
100%. And as we touched on a bit yesterday, there are so many rookie drivers in this Hyundai XL field. So for a lot of the field, it was very much a case of familiarisation. Not only was it potentially their first time at an XL, first time at Sandown, first time circuit racing, full stop. We've got a lot of drivers who are fresh out of go-karts into circuits for their first time. So, yeah, very much a familiarisation race. But today we've got a little bit more time under their belt, a 20-minute race on the schedule for this being race 2, the feature race. So this one is paying the most points as well. So yesterday was a 30-point race win for Ryan Phillips. If he can do it again today, that'll be an extra 40 points in the bank. But he does have William Twining hot on his heels. And we'll run through the grid in full shortly, but we just have a bit of a clean-up on track at the moment. Those who are just watching the previous Saloon car race would have seen Kane Baxter Smith's Ford Falcon, unfortunately, marooned on the main straight, just shy of pit exit. So the recovery crew are currently getting that one moving, as well as another car which was stuck somewhere else out on track. So massive shout-out to the officials here, as always, who do all volunteer a lot of time. In a lot of cases, they volunteer their time. They dedicate so much to helping us go racing, and we could not do it without you. So, to all the officials, thank you so much. We can see the flaggies in the bottom right corner of your shot there, particularly Victorian Flag Marshalling Team celebrating their 40th anniversary this year. So, massive congratulations and a big shout out to them. And look at them in that. It's a beautiful day. They've got the gazebo set up inside of turns 2, 3, and 4. Tom, that's got to be one of the best seats in the house.
Yeah, absolutely. A big action spot here at Sandown Raceway. The inside of Turn 4, also a good spot for photographers as you get the field coming through Turn 1. A little rise up the hill to 2. Having a look here at Will Twining on the dummy grid, just giving us a wave there. Crew chief involved. And there's Will inside the car. He lines off of position number 2. Ryan Phillips will be alongside him on the front row. And then car 34 just next to him there on the dummy grid will also be behind in David Musgrave. A look here at Ryan Phillips in
That's a gorgeous
Dell
car.
Jr. Yeah, beautiful tribute livery. He's got, looks like a KFC logo on the front of his helmet, not sponsored though.
Yeah, it looks like I'm trying to get a bit of a closer look at that, but bang signs on the bonnet there, Poolmaster Bayside on the front, Dunlop tyres wrapped around all wheels of every single one of these Hyundai XLs. So it's a great spec series. I love spec racing because it's such a good equalizer of talent. And Hyundai XLs, I feel like they're iconic in the Australian motoring landscape. And to see so many of them out on track giving it everything is fantastic. And so the number 34 there of David Musgrave, who was almost on for a podium yesterday, one of the front runners in the sort of the Masters field of the Hyundai XL. So it's great to see him mixing it up. There's Aidan Carradagli's number 530 next to Jensen Teleskivy. We can hear some engines firing up, some sirens are going. So that is giving us the indication there is 1 minute to go before this field of in excess of 40 Hyundai XLs takes to Sandown Raceway. For the first time here on Sunday, it was It was a pretty bit of a frenetic race yesterday. A bit of little bits of biff and barge here and there, bits of contact. We saw the number 11 car of Carpenter have a massive moment over the top of the hill there. If you follow Blendline TV on Facebook, Instagram, you would have seen the highlight. If you don't follow them, go and do that now. What are you doing? Why aren't you following Blendline? Go and check it out. Go and follow Trophy Tour Victoria as well, at Trophy Tour Vic, and stay up to date on everything Trophy Tour and Wolfchester Sandown Challenge, as we now have the field rolling out. That car that just went out of shot, the number 6 of that is Jake Burton driving that one. That is the reigning champion car. Emily Jones campaigned that one last year with Burton running it as an engineering perspective. He also engineers Brad Jones Racing as we had supercars, so he knows his stuff, and he's back behind the wheel this year, so it'd be great to see what he can do.
Yeah, absolutely. Car 6 there, like you touched on, the one of the reigning champion cars of Emily Jones there, going away from the dummy grid. We're still almost running out of grid slots here. The Marshall leading cars go out one by one there. The 225 on shot of Daniel Harvey. He rolls out onto the track 2 there. That is Leo Fielding, who made a number of spots in yesterday's race, started towards the rear of the grid. He will look to press forward as the weekend continues. Still one race to come this afternoon, but of course turn our attention now to race 2, the trophy race, if you call it, the big points playing race. 20 minutes on the board as the cars roll out onto the racetrack, and of course that timer has already started, so we have already elapsed a minute and 20 seconds, so 16 minutes 40 seconds remaining for these guys to get around. Michael formed up on the grid, and green flag and go.
Michael Jeffs is the last car to peel out of pit lane, the number 30 machine there, who unfortunately couldn't finish the race yesterday, but he's back out on track today. So let's have a very quick read through this huge grid of vehicles here, as we can see them rolling over the back of the hill. So pole position is Ryan Phillips next to William Twining, and then the second row we have Jensen Teleskivi next to David Musgrave. Behind them, Aidan Carradagli will line up next to Daniel Webster, and then William Sala next to Boyd Simpson out of 8th, and then we go Raya Roberts in the number 51 machine next to Jack Carpenter in 10th.
Rounding off from position number 11 will be Aaron Ellings from Tasmania. In position 12 will be Jake Burton in car 6. 13th will be Jaden Hamilton. 14th will be Antonio Veneer. 15th in car number 50 will be Isabel Rowe from Victoria. Then we go to Michael Barton, Campbell Fraser, Harrison Sala, the second of the Sala cars there in car 135. Then rounding out the 19th and 20th starters will be Craig Christie and Carly Fleming.
11th row has Ed Narkovitz next to Adam Clark, and then we have Jamie Eels and Lachlan Harvey out of the 12th row. Gavin Newman in the number 3 car. Fun fact about Gavin Newman, he's the official race starter for the Australian Grand Prix, but I tell you who won't be starting this race at this rate, the number 101 of Tyson Chaplin. That car is having issues once again. What a shame for Tyson. He was having gremlins all day yesterday's race, trying to get that thing up and running, but it looks like he was hoping to get it out on track today, but that thing has given up the ghost already on the formation lap, so we won't be seeing him. However, let's go back into the grid. So 25th, Gavin Newman with Fletcher Simpson next to him. 27th, Noah Ellsworthy and Lucas Ricard. Lucy Sidwell out of 29th and Daniel Harvey out of 30th. We've got a lot more cars to line up still. We will have a bit of a delayed start, but let's have Tom will run us through the last starters on the grid.
So from position 31 will be Leo Fielding, and then from 32 will be Jared Anvell. 33rd will be John O'Keefe, and we're still going here. Back to 34th, Brett Wilson, Lachlan Norton in 35th. Then we go to Lee Kennedy in car 159, Chad Smith, Cooper Firth, and then we move to Effie Karaglu, Richard Outram, Brendan Sale, Tyson Chaplin, like we just saw on shot there. His car pulled to a halt just before turn number 2, and Michael Jeffs takes to the rear of the field. So the car's been sitting for just over a minute now, the front row, Ryan Phillips and Will Twining, and we are possibly set for a start here. We have word that there is perhaps a delay with the 101 of Tyson Chaplin stuck there at turn number 2. We are getting a 5-second forward, so I think we are ready for a start here.
Revs are rising already. The marshals are ready with the flags, and we're underway here for race 2. It's a pretty even start from the front. Ryan Phillips will have the jump, but William Twine in the Tasmanian next to him in the number 72 has a lot of pace as well, and will be trying his best to get up alongside and maybe see if he can make a pass around the outside. I think Ryan Phillips will have that first position locked down as they all stream into Turn 1 for the first time. Yes, he does, but William Twining is really racy around the outside as they all filter through behind. We can see Aaron Ellings and Jack Carpenter there, and behind them is the number 6 of Jake Burton. So they all filter through Turn 1 and now into the 2, 3, 4 flip-flop complex for the first time here on a gorgeous sunny Sunday morning.
A huge field of Hyundai Excels here from race 2, the Link Cold Storage Transport series. They all funnel the way up the back straight, side by side, almost 3 wide action there in the middle of the pack, and they're still coming through on shot. Car 40 there, getting shuffled out wide of Noah Ellsworthy, we touched on a bit yesterday, and he'll press toward car 24, rounding out the field there, who's gone back a few positions. That is Lachlan Norton, started 35th and now is running towards the rear of the field. Back at the front though, Ryan Phillips has been able to hold the lead for the first time through turn number 6, Will Twining, and car 34 right behind of David Musgrave.
Musgrave's had a ripping start from 4th position. He's launched his way up, and speaking of launching up, that is Teleskivvy, who lost that 3rd position, has had to duck back in and has sent a couple of people wide there. That's Boyd Simpson, and that's one of the Sala cars, I want to say, next to him, who is jostling for position with on the exit of Dandenong Road. Raya Roberts has a big lock up there in the Tickford machine, trying to keep... that is the 36 of William Sala behind him, so great start from Raya Roberts as well, making his way up the field.
Yeah, absolutely great start from Raya Roberts there. He started out of position number 9, comes across the stripe for the first time there in 7th, so a gain of 2 spots, but it's still Ryan Phillips, your race leader from Will Twining, and he's actually opened up a couple of car links there down the front straight, side by side, almost 3 wide action in the back of the pack. Car 11 on shot there, who was a subject of almost massive drama in yesterday's race, had a huge moment through turn number 6, powered out with the front-wheel drive car and was able to save what could have been a monumental accident.
He's taken his suit to the dry cleaners, he's got it back on, and he's ready to go once again here as they rip past turn 4 with a can of Wolfchester brake parts cleaner on the side there. One of many, many things that Wolfchester can do for you. Go down and say good day to them on the walk down to the grandstand. They've got a great stand there, and they've got all sorts of goodies for you, so have a chat to the folks there, and it's really great having them on board as we look down the hill here once more. Ryan Phillips is still leading the way, William Twining and David Musgrave right behind, and those 3 are going to have an awesome battle as Raya Roberts goes side by side with William Sala across the top of the hill, has to back out of it and let Sala through.
So Sala the first of the boys there, the 3 of them racing this weekend, and he has passed Raya Roberts like he touched on.
Whoa, massive rear end chatter. Sorry to interrupt you there, but that thing was really bouncing through Dandenong Road, wasn't it, as he hit the curb there. So that's probably waking him up quite a little bit before 10 a.m. here at Sandown Raceway, but that's how you get going in the morning.
Yeah, absolutely. If he haven't had your caffeine fix, he would have just been woken up then. So onto the front straight we go, 10.5 minutes remaining on the clock, and last time by was the fastest lap set by Ryan Phillips, your position number 1 car, only marginally there over Will Twining, both doing 1 minute 34.1 second laps, the only 2 guys in the field setting that pace, but car 34 there of David Musgrave really has been able to stick on the battle for this top 2 positions.
Number 11 of that's Carpenter going up the inside of Burton there, trying to make a move into turn 1. We're also seeing the 912 car of Campbell Fraser making a move up the inside for the Link Cold Storage and Transport team. Round sponsors here for the Hyundai Excels. It's great to have them on board to help us go racing as he slots in front of the number 50 car of Isabel Rowe.
So the 912 there of Fraser, the Link Cold Storage, the backers of this opening round for the Hyundai Excels at the Winchester Sandown Challenge. Round 1 of the Victorian Trophy Tour, already seen plenty of action yesterday and throughout Friday practice. But our attention now turns to the race leader of Ryan Phillips and Will Twining. These guys still going toe-to-toe. Will Twining just doesn't really seem to have the pace at the moment to go past Ryan Phillips, or maybe he is perhaps biding his time here and not trying to risk the car too much earlier on in the season.
I think you might be right. I think he just spent this first couple of laps just tucked in behind, just trying to get a feel for the car, get a feel for the track in these morning conditions, and just start calculating where to make a move and when. And we just caught the back end of what looked to be a bit of locking and weaving, but that is the number 4 of Jaden Hamilton, who had a great start out of 13th position, but that car is not going anywhere. So he's parked up just off the exit of the hill there on the run into Dandenong Road, although he is going to rejoin, so he may have actually had a moment there and spun off, and if he has...
It would be a huge moment.
Well, there's a couple of dents I can see on the front, so I don't know if he's made contact or anything like that. we'll have to wait and see if anything did come of that. But we now go back to Cooper Frith racing with Richard Outram. So Outram was one of the rear of grid starters for this race, but he's already found his way up quite a few spots, so he's having a pretty good run. 37th last time by, but he's already gone up to 35th. So this is a battle for 30. That was a battle for 34th, and now we go back to this scrap here. This is Campbell Fraser trying to go around the outside of Barton and then tuck onto the inside into turn 3 and 4, but he's taken a little bit too much curb there and gone off-roading.
As Scape would say, Dukes of Hazzard style through turn 2 and 3, bouncing over the grass there, but able to get back on track in the front of the drive car. Those rear springs will be giving a big workout. Wow, that's big contact for the 4 of Hamilton. So to be off where he was, that would have had to have been a huge moment.
100%. So he looks to be okay because the car's back out on track and running, but we don't know if he's still out on track or if he's peeled into the pits. We'll keep an eye out. But there's no such thing as a small moment at that part of the track, that's for sure.
No, absolutely. Lucky to not punch the rear window out of that car. It hasn't registered that he's gone past the timing loop, so maybe perhaps he's stopped somewhere else on the road. Generally, that's a point where you pull left there, but car seems to be out of the way, and we press on with the racing here. The car 127, that is Michael Barton defending hard from the 912. This battle's been going on for a number of laps, and Isabel Rowe is just tucked in behind in the Fabcon entry car number 50. A 5-car battle here for the minor positions just outside of the top 10 battle. For about
15th position?
17, 15th.
So valuable points here, because it's worth noting that points are paid only down to 20th position. So for a lot of categories you have around that in Trophy Tour Vic, you have that number of cars roughly. As Fraser has another look, tries to duck up the inside, gets moved done for 15th, but with points only being paid down to 20th position, if you're on the cusp there, you've got to get as many points as you can, because as we touched on yesterday, the main thing is consistency and getting consistent point finishes, because DNFs can harm you quite a bit if you're a front runner. But in a category like Hyundai XLs where there are so many cars, you've got to be in it to win it, you've got to be racing, and you've got to be pushing the front always.
Yeah, just on shot there was the second of the Sala boys. That was car 135 of Harrison Sala. So William, his brother, doing a fantastic job inside the top 10. And further back in the field there be the last remaining Sala of Brendan Sala, who started from the rear of grid car 181. So a 3-car team there as the 135. That is Harrison Sala going up the inside when they get to the top of the back straight. And the 31 having a big look here on car 16 there. And that is a move done for that machine through the twisty bits. Hard braking zone, the rear left locking. Doesn't really matter if you lock a rear left in these cars, because they typically aren't. The rears aren't really the loaded tyre on a Hyundai XL. Of course, being a front-wheel drive car, you generally struggle to get the temperature in the rear tyres.
Half the time they're not even touching the ground. Look at the back of this one as it comes through. Oh, it's almost just about lifting that rear left off the ground there, and that's pretty frequent for any front-wheel drive car, especially around corners like this where you're putting the right-hand side or the opposite side of the car under a lot of load, and also with sections like that, chicanes where you're going left and right, and it's shifting the weight around quite rapidly, you're going to get the car's sort of balance disturbed. So it's a very challenging car to keep balanced, to keep in a straight line, and you can see how light and nimble they are as they bounce their way down this rough main straight. Just how important it is to be able to keep them on the straight and narrow and keep momentum moving. As we see Carly Fleming in a bit of a battle with Gavin Newman here. Carly goes all the way to the outside to try and sleep a quick line around. Gets the inside line, and these two are going to have a great scrap, but Gavin Newman just gets the job done and sneaks up in front in turn 4. Two veterans of motorsport in their own ways. Carly Fleming has probably got the most starts per capita of in terms of round visits, because she is doing double duty this weekend and XLs and also improved production. There's contact there between Boyd Simpson.
Oh, and it's still going on.
Oh no, that's Carpenter getting up into the action and a little bit of a lot more action than he'd be bargaining for once again, as they both take to the infield there for a bit of rally driving. They rejoin, but they're both going to be seeing red after that, I think.
Yeah, big right front lock up there from the 11 of the 11 there of Jack Carpenter, who went for a big moment yesterday, and this battle still going on with Carly Fleming in the thick of it. Car 27 just getting in front of her of Lucas Ricard, the Victorian, a pretty dominant Victorian field here. Only a few interstate drivers, and Will Twining is one of those guys at the very front of the field. Still running 2 tenths behind your race leader of Ryan Phillips. 3 minutes 40 seconds remaining with gone 6 times past the stripe, so expect another few laps here. At the moment, Ryan Phillips is on top in the round points with 70 points. Will Twining on 64, and David Musgrave currently running in position number 3 on 58. So a 6-point margin to Ryan Phillips and a 2-tenth margin on track for race number 2, the Link Cold and Storage Hyundai XLs.
I think that's actually the Carly Fleming car in the number 42 has lost quite a bit of pace. That's F.A. Karaoglu in the number 16 who's just gone up the inside. So Fleming was battling with Gavin Newman a bit further up and has dropped off quite a bit. So I'd hazard a guess and say she's made an error somewhere. You can see her soaring at the wheel through turns 3 and 4, just trying to extract as much out of that XL as she can. We've also seen her quite a bit in Formula Fords as well, so she races so much in this category. We go back a bit further. This is the number 24 car going very, very wide. That's Lachlan Norton, one of the main figureheads of the Le Mans Driver Academy, who have produced a lot of the drivers who are running in the XLs here, a lot of the new ones coming up through go-karts down at in Port Melbourne. So great to see so many drivers coming through from that facility there, as F.A. Karaoglu in that silver XL is streaming ahead here, but there's a big lock-up on the run into Dandenong Road with Carly Fleming right behind.
Yeah, rear left lock up there, like you said, just dancing above the ground, so not a whole lot of drama there, but this battle is starting to shape up here with Will Twining. You can see just behind the car number 8 there of Ryan Phillips, so no need to look at the timing screen to see the gap. You can see it visibly on screen. Half a car length at most there as they head up the back straight. Car 530 there, that is Aidan Haradagley. He's just fallen off the battle for the final podium spot here, and these front 2 guys have sort of dropped David Musgrave a couple of car lengths and about a second off the race lead. And if these 2 guys at the front start fighting, it could see the 34 close that gap. But Will Twining is right up the rear of Ryan Phillips, down through the top, using a heck of a lot of curb through the left-hander. Same with the right as they flow the car down into Dandy Road, turn number 9. Turn it left, get on the throttle, try and minimise the bunny hopping and drive it out to the final couple of the corners.
It's such a tricky art here at Sandown. You want to minimise the bunny hopping, but you've got to use those curbs to your advantage to carry as wide of an arc through these corners as possible for momentum. But they're very harsh curbs here. You can see how much the cars pick up and down. That there, it's a little bit steep, but that's one of the more mild curbs here at Sandown. You get so much airtime if you hit them in the wrong direction here. So that's really part of the challenge, especially in these XLs. But those two are neck and neck. We caught them midway through turn 1 as we just cut to that camera shot of a big puff of dust being kicked up. So one of those 2 cars was pushed quite wide into the marbles there. So David Musgrave will be seeing that and licking his chops, thinking, oh, I might be a shot here. If I can just sit behind them and keep my nose clean, let's see what I can do. As we see William Twining there, particularly going all the way to the outside. And that thing's got some battle scars on the front. I'd say there's been a bit of Morse code between these 2 drivers while we haven't been looking.
That front bumper looks a little bit worse for wear, so does the left-hand side of Ryan Phillips. If we get a shot of the passenger side door there, he's had a couple of donut tyre marks in the side of his car. You were talking about those curves, and one of those curves there, turn 4 on the exit, is quite a large berm, and if you hit that wrong and start bunny hopping an XL, it generally doesn't end very well for you, and you halt all that momentum going up the hill. But here comes Will Twining. The clock is about to run out, so expect to see a last lap board this time by, and now it really is go time for Will Twining in car 72. He's got to make a move here as Ryan Phillips makes a mistake, and like I talked about, Will Twining goes to the race lead.
Wow, great move there from William Twining. Had to take advantage and did so very, very well. He was trying. He was all over the back of that number 8 and was just waiting for the opportunity. And as soon as it presented itself, he has capitalised brilliantly, has William Twining. He's got the rear left lifted off the ground through the final corner as they come onto the main straight to greet the last lap board. So this is the last time around. Twining takes the lead with 1 lap to go here at Sandown. Ryan Phillips runs behind in second with about a half a second gap now, so he's lost a bit of time. Can he make it up?
That's probably the first mistake we've seen from car number 8 all race weekend, and we are, of course, in the second race of the Hyundai XL's Link Cold and Storage Transport. Action is aplenty here with both drivers dipping 2 or 4 wheels out the exit curb of turn number 1, filing it through turn 2, 3, and setting a run up turn number 4 and onto the back straight for the final time.
Miss the curb there. You don't want to get airtime. You want to carry as much momentum, like you said, up the back straight. It is crucial, but there is battling all the way up and down. We can see some back markers here having a ding-dong clash of their own. while bearing down on them are the leaders of the race. William Twining with Ryan Phillips right behind. Twining is parked on the left-hand side of the track, not giving Ryan Phillips a chance at all to make a run up the inside. Very, very good defensive driving as they dance down the hill now on the anchors into Dandenong Road. You've got to be so careful not to lock up, get that line perfect. Ryan Phillips learned that last time around.
Great exit from Ryan Phillips there in car number 8. He was able to use a little bit more of the inside curb as Will Twining covered his way into Dandy Road. Does he fake to the inside here? He looks for half a move, probably to unsettle the 72 of Twining, but he seems to get the exit out of the final corner pretty well. Ryan Phillips all the way up to the rear bar, but I think it'll be all Will Twining who will take race number 2 of the Link Cold and Storage Transport Hyundai XLs at Sandown International Motor Raceway.
Awesome race there from William Twining and Ryan Phillips coming across the line in second. A great recovery from David Musgrave as well for third position there. He's looking so quick, and I can't wait to see what he can do in race 3 later today. We're looking at the 138 car there of John O'Keefe, just having a bit of an off-track excursion on the exit of turn 1, and that's going to allow the 24 of Gerard Annevelt to slip past him. Another big lock-up in the background there. It's all happening everywhere you look. Now we've got one of the Sala cars, the 135 of Harrison Sala, keeping the 29 behind him. That's Ed Narkovitz, and the 52 of Fletcher Simpson. So these cars will be battling for 17th position as they cross the stripe. It's very, very close there, but it will be Harrison Sala, I believe, who does indeed clinch 17th there. So that was a battle for the last few points being handed out as they all streak across the line. And you can see there's still battles happening all the way up and down. Everyone's fanning out, trying to grab real estate where they can. Everywhere you look, there's action here in Hyundai XLs and in Victoria Trophy Tour.
Yeah, absolutely. Action aplenty in the XLs here. Leo Fielding coming across the line in car number 2 in position 30. So a fantastic race for the Hyundai XLs. Confirmation of results on your screen. Of course, these results being provisional with any dramas may be sent to the stewards, but it is Will Twining in car 72 who picks up the race win. Ryan Phillips second. David Musgrave coming home in P3.
Aidan Carra-Dagley, the first of the non-podium finishes in 4th, ahead of Jensen Teleskivi and William Sala in 5th and 6th. And then we go Daniel Webster, Raya Roberts, Jake Burton and Aaron Ellings rounding out the top 10 for the feature race here in the Link Cold and Storage Transport Hyundai XL feature race. We will see Hyundai XLs back out on track later today. You'll see them just after lunch at 1:40 p.m. But don't wait until then. Keep your eyes on this broadcast all the way through today because we've got so much brilliant action coming up with MGs and invited British sports cars coming up next as well. Darren Smith is going to be taking over the microphone in the comms box. And look at that beautiful, beautiful machine that Phil Chester has behind in front of him. That thing is a sight to behold and a sound to behold as well.
A blessing to the ears.
Oh, 100% it is. So if you're trackside, get your ears flicked on, watch this thing, listen to it go past. And if you're watching on Blendline TV, don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss this.
Fantastic to see the MG and invited British cars getting themselves lined up. An open lid with an umbrella to keep the beautiful Trophy Tour sunshine. We're claiming that for Trophy Tour sunshine this weekend. The Wolfchester Sandown Challenge. And it has got to be the crew at the MG Car Club that first brought Wolfchester to the racetrack and started to help the company promote. And let's face it, that's what we're all trying to do. We're trying to grow the sport, keep people coming, and understand the enjoyment that we're having and trying to share that with as many people as possible. A guy that I met many years ago in pit lane at the Adelaide Grand Prix, probably the first 1985 Adelaide Grand Prix when both of us were junior compared to what we are now. Michael Herlihy, welcome to commentary. Of course, you've been involved with the MG Car Club. Your wife's been the president of the MG Car Club. They're the promoters here this weekend. But One of the things, I guess, in the fullness of time and life, things change. And you've had some changes recently, that being involved with the VHRR.
Well, that's right, Darren. Thanks very much indeed. And yes, I'm now the Vice President. I've taken on the role as Vice President of the VHRR and as Event Director for the Phillip Island Classic, or as we're calling it this year, the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic. A great honour and a real sense of achievement that I feel that somebody has felt that they can give me the job to do that. Certainly it's a busy job, but it's going to be an outstanding, absolutely outstanding event. We've got 370 historic cars racing down at Phillip Island on the weekend of the 14th and 15th of March, and the event is looking like it's going to be one of the best we've had for a long time. A real good mix. We've actually got a separate group for Formula 5000s, and if anybody remembers the Formula 5000 grids and the vibration that they put through the ground when they start their rolling start, it is something you can't experience unless you're actually standing on the front straight and looking at the cars as they go past. We've got a huge grid of sports cars. We've got 55 sports cars, so that's the sports cars of the 60s and the 70s that were iconic in their day. And one of the biggest grids, in fact so big we had to split it into two, were what we call the historic touring cars, the cars that used to race at Bathurst, that we all remember getting up early in the morning to watch them race. Well, we're going to have two grids of Group N cars, so it's going to be a great weekend.
Well, I guess that particular field, it had a history at Phillip Island as well with the Armstrong 500. So, we all celebrate the Bathurst 1000. Let's not forget what became for that. That was the Phillip Island long distance race as well. So it was the Armstrong and the Gallagher 500. So that celebration with the historic touring cars, Appendix J, Group N, A, B, C, as the whole process goes on is massive. Really looking forward to it. I'm going to be on air for that event. There's one bit, Michael, that I'm going to take off, and that's going to stand on the pit wall for the rolling start of the 5000s. I'll jump straight back up into the booth, but that's one thing I remember sitting here down in Peter Jansen's Cinzano or Cherry Ripe buses watching the 5000s come down the straight here. So certainly a massive weekend. I'm really keen to come. I'm going to be working there, but I'm colloquially saying I really want to come. How do I get a ticket? Where do I go?
Okay, so very easy to get a ticket. Log on to the VHRR website. That's the letters vhrr.com.au. Log on there. Right on the front page, there's a button there that says buy tickets. That'll take you to the online ticket sales. And just remember, this is an event where you can bring your kids along. You can wander around in the paddock. You can go and talk to the drivers. You can go and have a look at some of these cars. We've got Hunt's Hesketh that is being driven by James Hagan from Ireland. That was his Formula 1 car. You can go and actually talk to James and go and stand next to that historic, that incredibly historic car. We've got Guido with his Formula 1 Ferraris that are, again, you can go and wander around the paddock and go and actually look at those cars close up.
It's going to be fantastic. So, what's the date again?
It's the 14th and 15th of March.
Oh, you passed. That was your test, Michael. I'm very much looking forward to it, and I fondly remember the Castrol Classics and the Wakefield Classics in the early days, and Victorian Historic Racing Register started those historic events at Phillip Island, and I must say it's a distant memory, and probably sadly for me it was quite a hungover memory as well, but I was a lot younger man then as well. But Michael, thank you so much. We know it is the jewel in the crown of the Southern Hemisphere of historic racing. In fact, I think this year, including a broadcast live stream, I think we're going to rival the Goodwood type festival. Maybe not this year, but in very nearby years to come.
Well, we're actually bucking the trend in historic motorsport around the world, where grids are reducing. This is a bigger grid than we've had for very many years. So very, very proud of the fact that we're able to buck the trend, and it is one of the biggest historic motorsport events in the world. And we should be very proud in Australia, and the best way to experience it is standing on the front straight and watching and feeling those cars going past you.
I will challenge you get down to turn 1 right on the fence, and they go past your feet down there as they turn into turn 1. All the fields, not just the big bangers, but everyone, and get out there and enjoy it. Get into the paddock, and it's very much like the Trophy Tour. The place is open. Come and enjoy. Michael, thank you so much. We've got MGs out on track. I know you probably should be racing in this, and there should be an extra car on track. You got your hands full at the moment, and I'm going to hit eject. You can get out, and Chris Gidney can jump in, and we'll go MG racing.
Fantastic, Darren. Thanks very much for the opportunity.
Easy done. Everybody get down to Phillip Island for the Penrite 100 Classic at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. You will not be disappointed with what that weekend will turn on for you. A very big welcome to Chris Gidney, who has been politely waiting in the background whilst Michael and I reminisce and try and sell tickets for the Phillip Island Classic.
Morning, Darren. Thank you. Yeah, that'll be a great event, won't it?
Yeah.
And some of our competitors cross-enter in Group S or other events like that. So if you want to see some of these cars race against different cars of the era, get on down and have a look. And
Phil Chester on pole with Simon Elliott right alongside Keith Ondarchi in the Stag to Michael Trathen in the Midget there. Alana Ondarchi, another triumph. Gary Bulmer, who did a great job yesterday, and he's got work to do. St John Cox back to John Makem in the Bennett Science car. This happens to be the Bennett Science MG, an invited British race. Shirley St John Cox, Murray Stevenson in there. James Dodd, Matty Chester in the F, Jason Edwards, Hanks Waterbean and Trevor Dunford rounding out the 21 starters. Just the last car. That looks like Matty just coming into, or Trevor Dunford just coming into position at the back of the field. The big bangers on the front, Chris. This will be awesome heading down into turn 1.
let's see the Triumphs, whether they can do the same sort of start as yesterday, or if Simon can get the jump and try and hold out Phil off into the run.
Keith Ondarchi gets away nicely there in the 40. A big grab for second gear. The whole car lurched forward on that, but it will be the RV8 with its lights ablaze, but Phil Chester just manages to get up through the gearbox, gets his nose ahead into turn 1. There's Keith Ondarchi as well. He'll be Michael Trathen through. Michael doesn't really breathe on the brake on a start line like that. Just dips it in go-kart style and drives it out off the throttle. In fact, that's how he approaches the entire racetrack. Alana's gone through there nicely, starting out at P5. And I've got to say that Gary Bulmer car, that is just a magnificent racing car, regardless of what field it is. Every time that car comes to the racetrack, much like Michael Herlihy's car, which is currently unemployed, the blue MG, it comes to the track and always looks magnificent.
It sure does. Gary was a bit worried about trying to get his foot down and get in front of the Stag off the start, and it looks like his worst fear has come to life as Alana goes around the outside over the top of Dane on the hill.
St John Cox just in the back of shot there as well as they come around the long run down, the wiggle down that strip of bitumen down into Dandenong Road. So much action over the years occurred down into and exiting that corner. And there is St John Cox just in the back of shot there. And then we look to the 48, that's Tony Volbrecht in the back of that car as well. So definitely an era change, a couple of brand changes, and I guess that's a segue into the fact that MG Racing Australia is changing a little bit as well. Oh, gone off there. That's Rod Wells.
Yeah,
I think he was going for the endurance track.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Rod had to change a steering rack after qualifying. That's why he was starting at the back yesterday. So interesting to see if we get a replay what's actually happened at the top there.
Certainly would be, but let's get on with this. What's on screen here? Big challenge down the inside there, and just opened up the door enough for Tony Volbrecht to go through on Jeff there. So good pressure over the opening lap just to let him know he's there. And here comes John Makem as well, the guy that they get out a big shoehorn and just slide him into the car. And I say that jokingly. John knows I'm joking when I say that about him. But up the back straight they go. Bunyan in behind him, and then it was Murray Stevenson in the battle there. And that's just outside the top 10. Gary Bulmer now just looking at the back of the 44 of Alana Ondarchi. And here at Sandown, sort of exposed if you haven't got cubic capacity, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right. Especially off the start with that huge run into turn one. It's very depressing sometimes. Sit there and watch everyone stream on past. And here's Matty Chester having a look at Jim Dodd into Dandenong Road. Just a little bit gap too big at the moment. So we'll see whether Matty can jump onto the back of the ZR of Jim Dodd. And
we touched on it a little bit yesterday, Chris, with the generations of racers and people involved in motorsport. At the moment, this race has got a big bracket around it, and at the front is a Chester, and then down near the back is a Chester as well. So Phil bringing both of his daughters into the MG Racing Australia scene over the last couple of seasons as well. And I've got to say, congratulations to Phil. What better way to go racing than bring the whole family with you?
Yeah, it's very cool, isn't it? It's something as a club and a series we pride ourselves on, to have that real family aspect, and that's a very nice move into turn one from Matty Chester there. And
it flows on, doesn't it? I mean, we look in this field as well. There's the Ondachis. You're a second generation racer as well. And, rumour has it, and we'll just put a rumour that you're actually going to be racing at the 888 Home Loans Quarter Revived for round 2 of the Trophy Tour.
Yeah, that's definitely the plan. That all the work is heading towards that return. It's been about 18 months out of the seat, so it'll be good fun to get back in. And personally, I love Calder, so it'll be good to get back in there.
Certainly is, for those that have been there over the years, that very, very long straight and the challenge under brakes with the bumps. Here come our race leaders in the back of shot, and they will absolutely monster the 66 and the 73 at the top of the hill. So James Dodd and Maddie better get out of the way, and Maddie will have Dad coming breathing down her neck here, and Simon Elliott won't take any prisoners either. Phil just holding fire, and he'll get off Dandenong Road, turn 9, and just get out of the way now for James Dodd. He sits in the middle of the track and is well aware the blue flags are being waved. Phil's got the window out saying a good morning to his daughter on the way through, or thanks for getting out of my way.
Yeah, Simon's used that to his advantage, hasn't he?
Yeah. And Phil positioned himself nicely as well. He made sure he was in the middle of the track, and if Simon wanted to try and push through, and Simon was well within his right to do so, and he just jumped in behind. Colleen is the next one coming up.
Yeah, Simon's got a bit of a lighter car, a bit quicker through the corners. Phil's got a bit more horsepower, so here is obviously more suited to the GT V8 of Phil Chester, but right now with this traffic, it's allowed Simon to be right there, and as we've got a slowing car of Shirley St. John Cox coming up here,
a bit of traffic there. St. John Cox car slowing as our two leaders make very short work. Yeah, definitely getting out of harm's way there, so well done. Good manners to not park it up somewhere silly on an apex somewhere and force a safety car on race control. The interesting thing, Chris, which I think is last year Phil very much had the bit between his teeth to put the number one back on the car. I think Simon Elliott's got that ascendancy now. He's trying to be that number one. And it's hard to be Phil to make sure you keep that sticker on. He doesn't want to have to buy new stickers at the end of this year and put another number back on his car.
No, as much as we say it, I totally agree. Simon will never admit it, but you can just tell, you get that sense when you're walking past his car and you see himself and Colin doing a great job on the prep in between the races. So I think Simon, he's put so much work into this car. He's really wanting to one day peel off that 5 and peel on the number one.
Yeah. I know Phil was highly motivated, actually, over the last 2 seasons to get that back. And, it is interesting because the most unlikely guy had it, Michael Trafford, with the midget, but he just finished races. He went round corners faster than anyone else.
Oh, here we go. Sorry.
The 44.
Just a bit wide. Is it a problem or a misgear? Yeah, it looks like
Hands
a problem.
up.
That's a real shame. She was having a great run.
Well, she was running up in 5th place, so that'll be Bulmer that takes over that spot. Wow, that's 2 triumphs we've seen parked off the side. Keith Ondaatje still continues in car number 40 in position number 3. Phil Chester has done a 1:17.56. That's a rapid lap in that type of car. As we're just watching Dodd and Maddie cresting the hill in I think that's the Sebring livery.
Yeah, of Rod Wells there
Yeah.
from the Bug-Eye Barn. So he's obviously got back on track after the mishap we saw on the opening lap. And
Yeah, just right on that part of track. Just there, just saw in the back of shot there, the 40 of Keith Ndachi. He'll be coming up on these two as well. Yellow flag being waved. I just saw off the double yellows. Oh, that's probably for Alana parked.
just
parked off the
climbing
track.
over the
Yeah,
fence there.
It's double yellows. I thought that meant the track was partially blocked. But anyway, enthusiastic flag marshals making sure the drivers are well aware, and they could have raised the urgency to that level because cars weren't acknowledging that safety margin, which is what the yellow flags mean. And certainly if drivers aren't acknowledging that and buttoning off and allowing for that safety margin for officials or fellow competitors getting safe over the fence, then the flaggers will up it to a double wave yellow and certainly significant more urgency. I remember when I was racing, Chris, that you could see certain flaggies and they'd wave the flag faster for something that was more, and it's not an official thing, but you'd just see the flags being waved faster than if it was just a slow car going or something.
Sometimes you can see the eyes.
Yeah, that's
bigger
right.
as well.
Yeah, they try and communicate straight through laser beam eyes into your helmet. Terrific. Great to see our volunteer officials that get so into it. It really is one of those, particularly here at the Trophy Tour Victoria, is everyone's here because they absolutely want to be. And the enthusiasm and passion that is shown from the day the moment the gate opens to the moment the gate closes. And I guess the level of enthusiasm and passion is still in the weeks between because the next event to go to, and of course we've got our next event at Calder for the 888 Home Loans Calder Revived event. So it does, the passion burns and enthusiasm burns strong within the sport, that's for sure.
It sure does. And not only that, you see so many families coming to watch this series and walking around the pits and sitting in the grandstand, down at the ice cream truck, having a great time and being welcomed into all categories to come and have a look at the cars, as we see Murray Stevenson here trying to chase Gordon Bunyan in the little Triumph Spitfire.
Tell us a bit about the ZS 180 that Murray's in here. Looks to be more of a touring car, which is certainly something that the MG Racing crew are trying to tap into, isn't it?
Yeah, so this is the sedan version of that early 2000s release of MG. But yeah, you're right. We've increased the invited British side of things to the year 2000 application, and more touring cars allowed as well. So if you want to come and have a play, send your application through. You can find the application on the website or email the committee at mgracing.com.au. And
just getting a message, the last lap next time by. So our race leader Phil Chester's already embarked on that. Simon Elliott has too. Keith Ndachi's just lost a little bit of touch with those guys at this point in time. It's just over half a second between Chester and Elliott. But quite a substantial gap. Here they come at the top of the hill, and in fact it looks like those guys have put a lap, 2 laps on some of the field there as well. I've got to say the Yarra Valley Towing multi-power car does look nice with a 1 on the side, doesn't it?
It does. I'm not sure Simon would agree with that.
Now, Simon's working feverishly to change that.
I think there's about 24 other people as well that would disagree with that.
Yeah, correct. But, well, it's all about, until you win a championship, you don't know the level of commitment. Wow, they're coming around on Keith Ndachi.
Yeah, so that's the whole field.
We were told the checkered flag was coming out next time round, but no, they go around on another lap, so they continue on. So Keith manages to hold on to P3, so they've lapped the entire field up to third place, these two. So that is some amazing pace. 1:17 on lap number 2, Phil Chester. They've sort of just held on to the 19s ever since then. Today is going to definitely heat up, so they are going to absolutely torch these racing slicks on all of the cars throughout today, or in all of the fields. But this morning it's still just a nice temperature, but certainly the sun beating down on the blacktop will definitely heat up the racetrack. I was speaking to Andrew McCarthy from Traction Tyres yesterday, and he was quite astounded at the surface temperature change from in the shade to in the sun. Oh, there's some smoke coming out of that right-hand rear wheel of Simon Elliott. Filled the whole hub of smoke. Look at that.
Yeah, it's still going. It's not.
Is that it's not the tyre's not rubbing on the guard? It looks like there might be a bit of. I think that's got drive shafts, so it won't be.
That's coming out.
Oh no, it's coming out both sides. Ooh, it could be tyres.
Yeah.
Couldn't it? Maybe a shock absorber's given up and he's rubbing the guards. But there is the checkered flag, and Phil Chester takes 2 from 2, and Simon Elliott, big question mark, Chris, over what's going on in the tail end of that car.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting to see what's caused that. I know Colin would have seen that from the top of the pit, so he'll be having that car back up on jacks in no time to try and sort it out for race 3. But let's see what we can get sorted. And,
A quick message to remind everyone. Michael Hurley wanted me to remind everyone. Penrite 100 Classic, Phillip Island. Get down there. Get your tickets, www.vhrr.com.au. Sorry, just had to get that one in.
Of course. So, yeah, good race, though. Great little battle between Matty Chester and Jim Dodd. Jim Dodd trying all the tricks of the trade from his experience to put a bit of pressure on Matty, but there was just a slight horsepower advantage and a driving advantage in this race to Matty. So well done. Also great to see Naim Aleph out there in that car. That car has not run since 2009. It's a new acquisition for Naim, and himself and Rod Wells at the Bug-Eye Barn, they've been putting in a big effort over the last few weeks to get this car to land on track, and it's running greatly. So well done to Bug-Eye Barn.
Yeah, terrific. They do present a number of the cars in this field. There's the provisional results for Phil Chester taking the win. 1 second further back, Simon Elliott. Keith Ondarchi a lap down. Then we go to Michael Trathen in car number 7. Still hard to say that number 7 when you say Michael Trathen. Used to saying number 1. Gary Bulmer, great run there, staying pretty much out of trouble. Into position number 5. Tony Vollebrecht into 6. Jeff St. John Cox in the 95. Triumph gets through there as well. Gordon Bunyan, Murray Stevenson in that the 4-door the sedan that we were talking about gets through into 9th, and then Rod Wells home into 10th place. Johnny Makem, he gets through the naming rights sponsor here this weekend for Bennett Signs, just up the road in Dandenong. In fact, if you stand up on top of the pit wall, you can probably see his factory.
Yeah, you probably can see the green sign up there. And yeah, massive thank you to John and Bennett Signs. They've been a massive supporter of MG Racing and Victorian Motorsport for a very long time.
They certainly have. Wells, Ondarchi, which is Alana, and obviously not getting it through to the end there, but certainly a good race there for MGs. We come up this afternoon for the MG and Invited British cars, and they are on at 2:05. Chris, as always, thank you for your time. We're going to have to get a whole new commentator from the MG Racing grid when you go racing again next.
Yeah, we'll
next
find
round.
someone for you, and that's for sure. And maybe we can do some in-car commentary.
Yeah. Well, we get Sean Hurley up here. He's got all the great tech stuff as well. He can tell you what bearings he used in the hubs, and he would have probably analysed that Derby Works or the Elliott car as it was going around.
Yeah, that's for sure. Sean's got a great mind for that kind of stuff. So.
Hasn't he ever? Yeah. Cars Fit, it's still coming back into the pit and paddock area. We have got Sports Sedans on track next. We'll take a very short break. Sports Sedans, the big bangers of Australian motorsport, down to Matty Dunlop.
Thanks so much, Darren. I'm down here in the pit lane with Tony Morrissey from the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia. And Tony, you've been around racetracks for quite a while on a microphone yourself, but today you're here for a very different reason.
I certainly am. We're here for push bikes for prostate. And it's just a wonderful cause. But having been diagnosed myself with prostate cancer 3 years ago, it's quite a passion for me to actually be out here and join Sandown family again, because it's just something that blokes give up on. They don't even talk about it. So our job is to make them talk about it, think about it, get a test. It's very simple.
So just how many blokes are we talking about? Because prostate cancer is one of those things where it affects a lot more people than we realise, isn't it?
70 plus men a day, 500 men a month. 2,000 men a month will go out and be diagnosed with prostate cancer. And a lot of them, we see stupid things where blokes stick their head in the sand even after that diagnosis. I've talked to blokes that haven't even talked to their wives about it or their families. So it's something we need to talk about, and to see some of the women we've talked to here today, they're fully engaged with what it's about. So all you have to do is not go to your doctor and ask for a test. You need to go to your doctor and tell him you want the test. And blokes don't do that. And if you're a bloke and your mother's had cervical cancer or breast cancer, you're 3 to 5 times more likely to end up with prostate cancer. If your father's got prostate cancer, you're probably twice the risk of getting prostate cancer. So you need to, at 40, start getting a test to get a baseline so that you can actually do something about it. Because the quicker they find it and the quicker you get a baseline, the better off you are. I got diagnosed with stage 4, straight up. And that was terrible.
I can imagine. And part of the beauty of having the Prostate Cancer Foundation here with this table set up is so that we can get that conversation going. Is that right?
Absolutely. And the other thing with donations that we're looking for today is to pay for cancer nurses, to also pay for research, and to help these guys with the ride around Victoria that they're doing at the end of the month. Because the guys with the push bikes have raised over $260,000, which is a tremendous amount of money, and it's a wonderful way to help us with research and with getting nurses.
It's absolutely fantastic to hear. That's such good support for the Prostate Cancer Foundation. So if you're trackside, come on down to the table here. We're just out the front of the timing tower here. Have a chat to the folks here, get some info, read up, and take care of yourself as well. And if you're not trackside, look up the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia. They'll be able to help you out, get a lot of info. They're doing some great work here.
Welcome back trackside here at Sandown. We've got a ripping program coming your way here at the Trophy Tour Victoria Wolfchester Challenge Sandown. Booming into your lounge room via the Blendline TV networks on YouTube, Facebook aspects, and we are just about to boom with the Sports Sedans, the Advanced Car Carriers Sports Sedan Championship. Is alive and well. Dean Cam returned to the game yesterday, and he did a terrific job. Put it on pole, took the race win, fastest lap of a 1:12.773 to be totally accurate. He beat home, Dean's definitely a legend in the sports sedan world. Ray Hislop, another legend, burgeoning legend of sports sedans, but definitely the winningest of the improved production era in that category. Ray got home in second place yesterday with a 1:13.6. Alan Nash, big welcome to the podium in the Jack Daniels Commodore. He got through there with a 1:15.37 fastest lap. Jeremy Davison in the Bandit Security Mazda RX-7 with all of its aero aids and everything coming on there. Certainly doing a ripping job there. So Jeremy Davison in the Bandit Security Mazda RX-7, a 1:15.58. That's a very big improvement. And to Jeremy's surprise, he beat home none other than Darren Hossack. Although Darren is in an RX-7, it's only a 12A turbo with a tiny little turbo, which helps him off the corners. But here at Sandown, the little turbo spools up in about the first 50 metres of the accelerating out of the corner, and that is it. Runs out of puff, so these bigger capacity cars. So when you look at it, Darren's capacity is only 2.4 litres plus the turbocharger. The cars in front of him, 6 litre and 5 litre, those cars. But certainly he's got his work cut out for him. Darren Hossack got home in 5th position. Aidan Munger had a good run. Great to see Aidan back with a new outfit there as well, a newer livery. Emma Dean has jumped right alongside me for this one. Em, you had a really good close look at his car. You're very impressed with that JDM look, aren't you?
Oh, I love the Sylvias, love the S15s, but I just want to come back, Darren. I'm so glad we're having a conversation about 12As. And I've only ever driven a 13B. Don't know about the 12A, but my God, I just love that we can come to a racetrack on the weekend and talk 12A, 13B roaders.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Super cool.
There's a guy there that's going to absolutely unleash on a 12A. He is going to give it all of his years of experience. National champion in the Kerrick Sports Sedan era, driving for John Gourlay. Raced for many, many years against Tony Ricciardello in the Sports Sedan National Series, and Dazza has come back to the racetrack. Here's the car yesterday, which we noticed sans its rear wing. That is the Graham Gilliland car, the P&L mechanical. We just saw the front of that car. It was all bent up.
Absolutely twisted metal. Absolutely twisted metal. Some engineering overnight and this morning, and they've got it back on. God, look at that RX, would you? The Bandit Security RX. What a Batmobile. Do you remember when these came out, Darren?
I do. I'm just looking at the fluted guards on the top there. That's interesting in itself. There's the fluted engine bay there as well for that. This is Graham Haddo. That Commodore is for sale in the hands of Michael Robinson with the Victorian Championship winning car. This is going to be interesting. Now, sadly, the rear wing on the back of Graham's car was because he hit the rear wing of this car when it was crossed the track, and there's a
bit of oil.
Not sure
involved.
Really what happened, but we came together with Greg Lynch ultimately, and there, as he was avoiding it, their rear wings hit them. We might just have a quick look. We've got an interview with that talking about the wing, if we've got that to go to.
And I'm here with Graham Gilliland. Now, Graham, I just commentated my first Sports Sedans race and loving watching your Mazda go around, but something happened where it looked like, coming out of the last lap, you looked like you just had a load from Bunnings strapped to the roof of your car. What happened?
Well, we went through turn one, and I could actually see the yellow flags. I seen Brett down there, and he was parked up against the car, and I went, I couldn't work out whose car it was. And it's Greg. But Greg, I'd passed Greg the lap before, so I'm sort of wondering what the hell went on. And I turned into the corner, and I thought I'd knocked off enough speed, and when I got to the corner, things slid sideways. Unbeknownst to me that the track was covered in oil, and I slid across, and Brett Dickey's wing and my wing clashed and ripped mine off, and I haven't seen his yet.
No, like for anyone that wasn't watching at home, we had a twisted metal pylon for this wing, and it actually looked like... Wow, check that out. So did you hear that happen in car? Did you feel it? What was the feedback in the car?
I certainly did feel it.
You
yes.
felt it,
yeah. It didn't actually have an impact on the car. I wondered what the bang was, and I was expecting to come back here and find a corner knocked on the car. Right. But there's no damage, bodywork damage to the car. So
okay. And so overnight, can we get this fixed? Have you got a replacement?
No replacement.
So you'll go out bare tomorrow?
No. We'll fix it tonight.
Okay,
oh, yeah.
No worries.
Okay.
All right, well, best of luck with that, Graham, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, that was an interesting one there. Great to have Graham's description of that, because it was quite sad, because it busted the rear wing off Brett Dickey's car. We had Brett on the counter last night having a chat about that as well. So Brett is down the back of the field. Let's have a look at this grid. Dean Cam, multiple champion, will start out of position number 1 in car number 66. Ray Hislop is going to do everything he possibly can to shut Dean Cam down at turn 1. He'll start out of position number 2. Alan Nash out of 3. Then Jeremy Davison in that black RX-7. Darren Hossack in the red FD RX-7 car number 5. Aidan Munger in the 75. Really looking forward to see how the Sylvia S15 goes this weekend. As the temperatures go up, the turbo cars may become a little bit vulnerable, but let's wait and see. Graham Gilliland out of 7. So he finished the race with a one end of the wing up in the air and the other one just missing the ground. So it was very interesting. It was like a Essendon or a Richmond Football Club stripe across the back of the car. So Graham is back out there, and testament to his crew and his magnificent wife Anne that just keeps cheering on from the sidelines. They do a terrific job. Ben Kelly is next with Warren Clellan. He gets through as well in the Mark car. David Shaw to Richard Gay. Brett Dickey out of 14. Tegan Collins, ace to see Tegan in that Toyota V8 powered RX-7. So there's one for you too, Em. Go and check that one out. That's JDM, but all mixed up in all over the place. Dan Blizzard, Greg Lynch. I don't think Greg's made it back to the track, so no, he's not there on the grid. Neither is Darden Brown, and neither is Nathan Baines. Shame that Nathan hasn't got back out here. He had a diff, all that new grunt he had on board, and the Sports Sedans will continue on around. They've got their race rolling start, and away we go, charging down into turn one. There's Brett Dickey. They're not allowed to pass until they get to that line. Look at the white and yellow Honda. It goes right over to the driver's left. There has been no answer. In fact, Ray Hislop wasn't even on the track. I called him out there, wasn't watching what was going on, but at the moment Dean Camp's got it his way. Darren Hossack has certainly got the RX-7 race at his fingertips at the moment, because Jeremy Davidson in the black Bandit security car is in behind, and there's Graham Gilliland. He's had a ripping start. Graham Haddo goes through. There goes Warren, Brett. They're all streaming on through, and there's Ray Hislop. So Ray is definitely in the race, but right down the rear of the field. We'll watch that Falcon throughout this race to see how far that guy can push on. Here is Brett Dickey. He is pushing on all the way to the top of the hill, and one warm-up lap for these Sports Sedans, or really a rolling start, can sometimes not be quite enough. So they'll be just feeling the cars out still on sort of semi-cool tyres for the first lap or so.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up, Darren. We're at a UV of 5 already, so it's climbing, which will make a difference with those tyres. But on that rolling start, it seemed like there could have been some space, a little bit more bunched up to get a good competitive start, but it seemed to be lacking that a little bit.
Certainly, Dean was as the course car pulls off. Dean commands the pace of the field. That's what you get as the pole sitter. You get the luxury to do that. Brett Dickey goes through on Haddo in that 3-2-1. The message on that car is it's for sale. Previous owners have won championships in that car, and I reckon you get it for the right price there as well. Brett Dickey doing a nice job in the advanced car carriers at Sports Sedans race number 2. Coming from rear of the field in lap number 1, got himself up to position number 7, and it'll be Aidan Munger that he ranges up on next. So 4-cylinder turbocharged Honda at the top of the hill, and team car just in front. These two clashed, of all things, rear wings yesterday. Like, you could pick anything in the real estate around the track and you hit end plate to end plate with another car. That is just unheard of bad luck for those guys, but they've got back into it. John Reese works, the Illicit Aero guy. He works very, very hard on many, many race cars. And in fact, if you're looking to get through the air faster, John Reese is one of the good blokes to have a chat to. So Illicit Aero, it's on the back of that rear wing, which had been away and repaired overnight. It's getting its way through the air very efficiently. Hossack slows the red car. Car number 5, Darren Hossack slows. He had the gearbox apart last night, had to replace a dog ring in it, and as always, he was the last person to leave the track and pull the garage door down last night. So Darren and his dad, Ron, were still working on the car. In fact, Ron was here this morning applying a very nice coat of polish to the car so he could get through the air a lot slicker. Just watching now Ray Hislop's progress. He's up to position number 9.
And Warren Cleland in that Mark Carl's Mazda, cutting a fine figure out there too.
Off the corner now. The Honda's gone through on the RX-7, so there wouldn't have been too much of a fight there. Those two travel together. In fact, Graham travelled over to Pikes Peak when Brett was competing there last year and lived the life of a Pikes Peak competitor along with his great mate Brett Dickey, the Bollards direct car, and doing a tremendous job as a team just to make sure those two cars continue to get to the track. Brett alluded last night in our post-race chat down on the desk in pit lane that he's off to Asia to do some touring car racing in the second quarter this year. Warren having a bit of a wobble around there. He's got an issue. Feeling the car out there, had 3 jabs at going right there, but gathering it all up in the marked car. There's Ray Hislop turning into turn 1. His progress is absolutely immense. None more than Dean Cam out in front now. He's got 4.5 seconds lead over Alan Nash. And then Jeremy Davidson in the RX-7 is in P3. Better watch out. The gap is just under 5 seconds back to Brett Dickey, so he will very much be chasing down Davidson, and Brett really wants to get himself consolidated on the podium in this one.
Just watching this little bit of pressure from Ben Kelly on Warren. It's kind of working.
Yes, yeah. Ben new to the category, but certainly coming along absolutely gangbusters in the HPS Black Commodore. Looks like a monster with the black fluted bonnet on that car as well, and under brakes. Car number 69 all over the back of the 33 for Advanced Car Carriers Sports Sedans. And of course, National Blind Supplies, Francois Habib and his business as well, supporting the Sports Sedans. Under brakes now. Warren straightens it up nicely, gives it the proper racing line through there this time, and getting off the corner nicely. Just have a listen to that car going down the straight. Sounded okay. And it looks like they're closing in on the 321 of Haddo as well. So that gap just coming back. Dickey now 3.6 seconds off the back of Jeremy Davison. So he's got 1.2 seconds off him in that last lap. And Brett now down into the 115s. It's a fair way off the 113.29 fastest lap of this race from Dean Cam. But certainly pushing on very, very hard. Graham Gilliland now into 6th place. Ray Hislop has just ticked off that box, so Ray has come through. Sort of expected that would happen, that Ray didn't take his spot on the front row of the grid. Here comes our race leader, and it won't be long before Tegan Collins and Dave Shaw in that Barra turbocharged AU. An interesting car, certainly a unique version. Everyone would think it's a supercar style there. Yeah, it might run a rear wing off a supercar, but they've had some great development of that turbo 6-cylinder.
Dean Cam's just pulled a 112 in that Chevy.
Wow, he has too.
That's blistering pace.
Ray Hislop actually,
it was Hislop.
a 112 there, 5. So Ray's actually gone faster than race leader Dean Cam now. So there's your message. 2.8 seconds off the back of Brett Dickey. He's 2.5 off the back of Davison. So with 7.5 minutes left to go, there's still plenty of race to see how Dickey and Hislop range up onto the back of Davison.
Well, with a 8-second lead and a 113 every lap, I think Dean's pretty safe. Yeah, he's pretty safe. Got some nice clean air there.
Dean, he doesn't waste time coming to the racetrack. He doesn't want to be an also-ran. He loves coming to the track. It's his passion. It relaxes him from the hustle and bustle of property development in his 5-star fencing business as he now ranges up on the back of Tegan and David. And the blue flag's being waved, so they're being given plenty of warning. Dean tips it into turn 1. Plenty of room there. There's Tegan. She's in the 87. Hislop now, another fastest lap, 112.56. So he's going faster and faster each and every lap here. I wouldn't spend... Oh, here we go. This is what we've been waiting for. Dickey and Hislop now ranging up onto the back of Jeremy Davison, the Bandit security car. Through some support behind Cadell Ambrose in his career, did Jeremy, but great to see him actually out racing himself. Of course, it was 12 months ago we celebrated Cadell Ambrose's career when he drove John Gourlay's new Audi. The minor teething problems of a top-flight sports sedan continue for that car as Brett Dickey goes through on Jeremy. Hislop looks up the inside. Jeremy gives them plenty of room. He understands what's going on around him, and that is great spatial awareness by Jeremy to just allow these two cars to continue on here. Brett's going to have a handful because Ray Hislop, hugely experienced, and, well, I'm proud to say both these guys have been guests on the Grassroots Racing podcast, so you can hear their story. You can hear their story. You'll hear it right throughout the weekend, Emma. So Brett and Ray Hislop, great races. Again, they're races. They don't come to the racetrack to fill out the numbers. They come here to go fast. And Alan Nash now will see these two cars working in tandem. The white and bright yellow, almost like Jenson Button's World Championship winning colours in the Brawn all those years ago. A Honda, of course.
This is not the duo you want seeing in your rear vision,
no, it's
to
not,
be honest.
No, and they've got their own battle here too. David Shaw opens it up for the Falcon up the inside there. Not a lot, but Jeremy Davison goes through there as well. Tegan Collins sees the fairly similar black RX-7 with all of its power unleashed. But what have we got for it? Nearly just under 5 minutes. This is going to be on. They will get Nash because Nash is doing 15s. Ray's doing 13s, and Brett's now doing 14s. So this will be great. This is going to be a sports sedan battle for the ages between this Honda and this Falcon. And look at that, Ray Hislop applying the pressure. We won't see any coming together here. These two have been doing it for a long time and exceptionally talented racers. They know the strengths and weaknesses of their car, and Ray Hislop does exactly that. Uses the grunt out of Dandenong Road, monsters the side of Brett Dickey. Have a look at the different lines onto the straight between these two. And the cubic capacity, 2 litre versus 5 litre, but turbocharged. Unleash the beast, Brett Dickey. Advanced Car Carriers, Sports Sedans. This is what it's all about. Each of these cars have a different attribute, and they'll do this for the next couple of laps.
I just love how aggressive Brett Dickey is on that straight, coming all the way into the middle and taking up a narrow turn in.
The advantage of Ray Hislop here at Sandown, being an ex-supercar type of outfit, he can bounce the curves. He can get
absolutely
up on them. Brett can't do that.
I was going to say that Brett would be beached on them, whereas Ray can absolutely eat them alive.
Have a look at this coming up on Nash. This is the car second in the race. Dean Cam's another 14 seconds away. Brett Dickey pops the nose out. Good on you, Brett. Get out after Ray. Ray sees it and goes, yeah, whatever, mate. We've got to get this car in front now. Oh, Nash feeling the pressure and loops it down into Dandenong Road. Ray Hislop just monstered him down there. There was a good car length or so. And I'm going to say that Al probably looked at the mirror for a nanosecond too long and messed it up. So what that gives us is 2 and 3 on the road. Ray Hislop came from rear of grid. He came from pit lane at the start of this race, and he has driven past every one of these competitors. The turbo car pops its nose out, gets some fresh air, get that turbo nice, the coolest possible air it can. Jeremy Davison has actually turned up the wick a bit. He's just gone faster than what he did in the previous 2 laps on that last lap around, so he's got the bit between the teeth. The Bollards Direct Honda in the Advanced Car Carriers Sports Sedans doing a brilliant job. Oh, Kelly getting all over the place in the HPS Commodore. A little bit of frustration probably sneaking in there.
I'd say so. It looks like it's just enough pressure, not direct pressure. It's not nose to tail, but it's just enough to have you constantly checking your mirrors and maybe slipping a little bit on that wheel or maybe not taking the right turn. But it makes for great racing.
And Warren will be very, very aware. Here's this manoeuvre down into Dandenong Road. There's a good couple of car lengths between him. The number 11 just getting caught up in the moment there as well. So, it could have been a Sandown 500 from 18 years ago.
I think that just gave Hislop a little bit of advantage and Brett Dickey a bit of a pause, and there's a little bit more of a gap there now.
Yep. Brett certainly will struggle. Cubic capacity is what it's all about in this at this circuit. And here comes cubic capacity and great thought and consideration with Dean Cam at the wheel of the number 66. The 5-star fencing man has been at it for so many years. I remember when he bought a very snotty-nosed club car, black RX-7, Series 1 RX-7 to what it was called back in the day in club cars, and he's just progressed through the years, got himself the awesome Bruce Coombe Commodore. Oh, Warren goes off in the 33, Warren Cleland, sorry. Keep getting his name wrong. Sorry, Warren. And he goes off there as well. So a little bit of a rush of blood, probably seeing Dean Cam come charging on through there as well. But the 66 goes through. That's a shame. And, I guess now the chase is on. And he's now got Tegan in the Lexus V8 powered RX-7 ranging alongside there as well. So Warren needs to just gather his thoughts and continue on with this one. This guy doesn't need to gather anything. He's got all the pace you need. He's got the poise, and there's absolutely no doubt about his skill. In fact, he's just driving around now. He didn't even get over near the ripple strip. Ben Kelly, 2 wheels up there. Tegan keeping up the ripple strip, as does Warren. And Dean Cam is now chasing down very, very hard to catch the next car on the road.
Yeah, Darren, I think the tyre temps are definitely a factor now. I think the track's a little bit hot.
And certainly it'll be these top end sports sedans with the 700-800 horsepower that will feel that as they struggle to delay the wheel spin. And Dean knows how to do it. He's got the trophy cabinet that I'm going to say almost second to none in Victorian sports sedan racing. Maybe Michael Robinson's got as many, but certainly heading off down the main straight. Look how low the back of that Corvette is slung to the ground.
I know, but look no further for someone that knows how to treat tyres as well. Dean Cam's a master at that. Gets a lot of mileage out of those tyres on any car he drives.
JB Welding on the front of that car. He's had those sponsors for many, many years. As we're just being told, the last lap board has been displayed. And this blue, white and black Corvette. Interesting livery. It was a factory Corvette going back many, many years ago. As we see a couple of Commodores going side by side, that's no race. In fact, that is because, Alan went round, so that is a race between Haddo and Kelly. Our race leader, absolutely vernier perfect. Grabs a bit of ripple strip there because he can. You won't see the Corvette get too much ripple strip because it's so lowly slung. Brett Dickey has cemented his spot into P4, and Ray Hislop really hasn't been able to impress on Dean Cam's lead as he comes through the last complex, points the car up the long straight here at Sandown, which he has done many, many times, and greets the checkered flag and takes 2 from 2. So that's Phil Chester and Dean Cam now in different categories that have taken 2 race wins from 2 race wins. David Shaw in the Barra Turbo just crossing the line. That's not for position. We're starting to see Kelly, Nathan Baines crossing the line there as well.
Darren, given the mixed pedigrees in this field, what would be your pick? What would you go out there and drive? I got him.
I'm in my head I'm saying Tony Ricciardello's Alpha. Just because that car is not being raced at the moment and love it. Probably John's older Audi as well would be...
so nothing that we're currently seeing on the track.
Well, these are all national cars too, and ones that that we've seen win championships. Here comes Graham Gilliland, and Graham will take 5th in this one. So Ray Hislop P2. I just disappeared into
what do I want?
Thoughtland, didn't I? Dreamland. Brett Dickey home in P3. I loved Brett Dickey's Honda as well, but I couldn't do it justice. Brett really does do it absolute justice. Something the Sports Sedan Association have been doing over the last little while is prostate awareness. So the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia have got a display at the back of the race control tower here, and certainly we saw Matty Dunlop's interview just before with Tony Morrissey, who used to be a lead commentator here at Sandown. Great to see Tony. In fact, we're going to have Tony up here for the Sports Sedan race later on to call that race, the race this afternoon, which will be on at 2:35. So, yeah, there's I guess it's the unspoken thing. More and more awareness is coming around prostate cancer for men. So definitely get down there, and I encourage all men of anyone down there wants to get any information around that. Certainly encourage you to get down there. You don't want it to sneak up on you. You want to be well aware of what's going on. We'll throw down to pit lane now, and up next on track will be the Formula V's.
They've just gotten the 1 minute siren here. We are raring to go. We had a ripping finish in yesterday's race with Ashley Whittington taking the win narrowly over Andre Curran and Brock Hamilton. A second between them as they cross the line. Will they be able to keep it as action-packed today? I can almost bet the house on it. But we've got 20 cars in this Formula V field here today.
all looking to do battle here at Sandown. It's a gorgeous day. The sun is shining. The track is going to be very, very hot underneath these cars. You will not want to miss a moment of it, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a ripper. The drivers are all taking off now. That's Ash Whittington, the number 12 car, who will be starting the race on pole position, with Andre Curran and Brock Hamilton right behind him in second and third. As the rest of the field filters out here, these drivers have been sitting in this dummy grid for quite some time and they're ready to go. So we'll be back in just a moment for some Formula V action in Trophy Tour Victoria.
Thanks, Matty D, down there in the marshalling area, watching the last few Formula V cars exit onto the racetrack, or actually entering the racetrack. There's a couple of the 1200s down there. Max Bonney, the 86, and the number 22 there belonging to Matthew Ganji, heading out onto the circuit. They're going to be on the back row of the grid. Here is your Australian VW Performance Centre Formula V Race 2 starting grid. So yesterday's Race 1 winner, Ash Whittington, will start on the first place spot, the 2024 champion, right there alongside the 2025 champion Andre Curran. So good pedigree on the starting row there. Brock Hamilton finished third yesterday. Alongside him is going to be Ash Clifford, Grant Kelly and Malachi Windsor. Mick Fisher, who was the big story yesterday, a big 7-spot gain for him, starting 14th, coming all the way through to 7th. You know, probably the drive of the weekend so far for him. Just ahead of Darren Power there in the number 44, starting in 8th place. Rob Vile had a good battle with Jason Kay yesterday. They're going to start 9th and 10th, ahead of Blake Purvis in the number 6 Joust Raceway entry. Then Josh Munro alongside him in 12th place. Then Declan Collinson, the first of the factory Sabre Racing team cars, starting out of P13 with Cameron Bell next to him. Corey Horder and Ivan Vitti starting 15th and 16th. And then the last few cars are David Temmie out of Acura Motorsport. Nathan Jones, who we saw had a bit of a rough introduction to Formula V yesterday. Ayrton Filippi, who did not finish. And then Max Bonney and Matthew Ganji, the two 1200 class cars. I'm Steve DeVries. Right next door to me is Tom Reed.
Thanks, Steve. Looking forward to this one, Race 2 of the Australian VW Performance Centre Formula Vs here at the Wolfchester Sandown Challenge for round 1 of the Trophy Tour. It's a bit of a mouthful to get at, but we'll get used to that as the season goes on.
We're getting used to it, isn't it? It's a big departure from what we've been used to for so many years with how it was labelled. It, of course, is the Trophy Tour Victoria, and great to have all the sponsors and corporate partners, not just for the series, but also for all the individual categories as well on board. Great to have them backing not just the categories, but also getting their brand out there as well. A lot of drivers and teams in the field have been down to Australian VW Performance Centre. They have a lot of engines that have been refreshed, and teams quite regularly go and see them, as well as all the bits and components that they need as well. So they are a major supplier of a lot of things, Formula V and in VW land in general here in Victoria. So if you need to get anything from them, they are your go-to in Victoria for all things Formula V and Volkswagen. As we are underway here for race number 2 of Formula V. Slightly longer affair compared to yesterday. We have got a car that's just missed the start at the back of the grid there as it comes through the shot. It looks like that is the Declan Collison, number 31 out of the factory Sabre Racing team area. So he was starting in 13th place. So he's now at the back of the field. A little bit of a bad start for him. Everybody else has been able to get away fairly cleanly. And we saw now into the opening couple of corners. So turn 1, not a problem. Turn 2, 3, chicane. Looks pretty all neat and tidy so far. And now into turn 4 and up the back straight for the first time.
Yeah, so this is where the battling starts to happen here for the Formula Vs up the back straight with a slipstream, a handy tailwind. We are pushing these cars along. Car 31 going through on shot there. The car that was quite slow to get away from the starting grid, but it's a challenge for the race lead, and it's Andre Curran who takes over. Malachi Windsor going for a move here on Grant Kelly in the car 93 there.
Yep, certainly is. So the number 88 of Malachi Windsor, have a bit of a look down the inside at turn number 6, and he couldn't quite get that move done. So now we focus back in on the man who's at the back of this little queue for the first couple of spots. So that's the 4th place man there in Ash Clifford. It looked like there might have been a little bit of something coming out of the rear end of that Sabre 02. It seems to have settled down a little bit now, but we will keep an eye on that. And he's now got the 93 of Grant Kelly for company. They did have a little scrap in the first part of yesterday's race, and we could just see there was a little bit of something coming out of the back of that car there as he ran down the start-finish chute. So something maybe not quite right there, maybe just a little bit of oil or something leaking down there onto an exhaust pipe. That might be what's happening there. But for the moment, he's tucked in on the back of this leading group of 3 cars, which is a little bit closer together than what it was yesterday afternoon. The leading 2 broke away yesterday, and then Brock Hamilton, when he eventually found his way back to third, he managed to sort of bridge that gap and catch up to Quiddington and Curran, and then it made it a 3-way fight for the win. That left Clifford to fend off Kelly.
They slide of the rear end there from one of the cars going through on shot. Yeah, Brock Hamilton able to move into position number 2, something he wasn't able to do yesterday, but he's already under siege here from car number 1 of Andre Curran. I spoke to him at just before he went out, as he claims the race lead. Clifford gets Quiddington gets shuffled back to position number 3. So yeah, spoke to Andre before the start of this race, and for lack of better words, he said he needed to pull his finger out and just be a little smoother and a little cleaner and pick his moments.
Yep, that's exactly what he tried to do there, but unfortunately didn't quite pull it off that way. He torched that left front just a little bit going down into the braking zone at Dandenong Road, so he missed the apex very slightly, but it didn't cause him any grief whatsoever, apart from maybe it might rotate back to that part in a heavy braking zone a bit later on in the race. But this is a good group of 6 cars. I was interested to see how Malachi Windsor would progress in this one, because he was in a little bit of a lonely 6th place yesterday. He really couldn't quite bridge the gap up to Grant Kelly until quite late in the piece. He came up a little bit short of what would have been 5th place, but he's in this fight now, and so too is Rookie of the Year last year, Grant Kelly, in the 93. So early days here, only lap 3 in this race, but a very nicely, closely tight-knit bunch here of 6 cars, which is what we were used to seeing in the last couple of years. We had, of course, Rocco Spinley was in that group last year. Malachi was in the group. And I think it was about 5 cars in total that was sort of, you could always put them on that sort of first bracket and say, if the winner's going to come from somewhere, it's going to come from this group of 5 cars. And most of the time, it did last year. Rocco notching a few wins, and then Andre and Ash Quiddington also notching some wins as well. Brock Hamilton came very, very close last year to grabbing a win. He came up, I think, 2nd once or twice last year. He now decides he wants a turn at the front of this field because he's desperate to notch that first W.
It was quite a big move there, 3 wide across the top, and Hamilton just squeezed car number 1 there of Andre Curran just enough where he had to back out of it. It's a long season, of course, so DNFs are pretty critical to avoid. But this top 6 group making their intentions pretty clear, and it's a lot more energy going through this battle than it was yesterday.
They're trying to make a break for it as well. Whoops, that looks like it's down at Dandenong Road, and that's one of the 6 debutantes that's come into the category this weekend. That's David Temmie in the number 75. Looks like he's just slipped on maybe on the outside curb there, a la what Nathan Jones did yesterday afternoon, and just rotated the number 75 down there at turn number 9. He's gotten going again. Actually, incidentally, the number 30 of Nathan Jones has actually made some pretty good progress. He's up to 13th place. He's actually gone past Declan Collison, who's the other Sabre Racing Team entry there, who had that tardy start. So Jones has kept his nose clean and moved forward. Likewise, 1 or 2 other drivers that started off the rear as well. I think Ayrton Filippi, who's now moved his way up to 10th. He actually had a bit of an incident where he just ran a little bit wide at turn number 9 yesterday, and there's a nasty pothole on the end of the curb, and the right-hand corner sunk into that car. It broke a trailing arm, or bent a trailing arm, I should say, and that was the cause of his non-finish yesterday afternoon. But he's made some really good progress from the rear of the grid, up inside the top 10 now.
Yeah, absolutely. On the charge here, had a look at Darren Power there in car 44, running in a pretty lonely 7th in the green car, just at the back of the shot there. Yep, there's quite a way to position 8, 9, 10, who seem to be in their battle of their own. So it's a 6-car breakaway at the front. Darren Power in, you could call it no man's land in P7, then back to Cameron Bell and Kay in 9th. Ed and Filippi in position number 10, rounding out the top 10 there, but a 6-car breakaway still at the front of Malachi Windsor, looking to go around the stinger of Grant Kelly in 93.
Filippi's picked up another couple of spots here. He's now up to 8th place. You can see him just at the head of this next battle group. You've got the leading group of 6. You've got Darren Power on his own. And then you've got Felipe in the number 46, who's rounded up his stablemate Jason Kay from Acura, and not only Blake Purvis, he rounded up a lap ago, but he also rounded up Cameron Bell on that previous tour too. He's really pushing the limits here. You can see quite aggressive going into turn number 1. Really used all the exit curve there as well, trying to get maximum drive traction and maximum straightaway speed out of the thing here. And he roars onto the back straight. Purvis is in touch here as well. He's picked up a spot since the beginning of the race, so he's moved up from 12th to 11th yesterday, 11th to 10th so far. He's tracking along quite nicely, considering what that number 6 had to go through after qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely. That was in the back of the paddock with some fairly significant right front damage. The right front wheel off that car.
Oh, here we go. 3 wide affair. Speaking of Blake Purvis, he's getting very interested, and he might get a 2-for-1 special down here. Very, very bold move with a double slipstream up the back straight and soars through to 8th. Oh, Felipe pinches a brake. Very nearly makes a little bit of contact there with the 81 of Jason Kay, but he's now been shuffled back into P10. So maybe Felipe just overdriving it a little bit here, I think. He's just had a couple of little moments on this lap that we've seen that's opened the door for the ones he's just passed.
Well, given he started out of position 19, almost the rear of grid, he's made his intentions clear, and he's wanting to charge through and finish inside the top 10, but car number 6 there of Blake Purvis had other ideas, and that was sort of the conga line. He was Felipe was the parachute out in front, and these guys looked like they had an extra 50 horsepower behind him.
Yeah, he certainly did. Excellent situational awareness for Purvis, though, as well. Just realising that the toe was there, and he pulled out at the perfect opportunity, and he had the inside line, and he took that away from both Jason Kay and Ed Felipe. Kay now moves the 81 up into 8th place ahead of Purvis at the braking zone of turn number 1. And they all run up into the back straight. So here we go. We're sort of approaching the half distance mark here. This is lap 6. We ran through 10 or 11 laps yesterday. We are about halfway through the race. We're probably expecting to add maybe another 1 or 2 laps onto that journey compared to yesterday, because the time that has been afforded has been to give it a bit better. Oops, and another victim. That's down at turn number 1, I believe. That looks like it's the 84 of Ivan Vitti. He's just looking over his right shoulder there just to see where everybody is before he comes back onto the circuit. So, longer race, a little bit cooler conditions this morning. There is a bit more of a breeze blowing up the front straight as well, so a couple of different challenges for these drivers to get used to. Not only that, they're going to have the heat of the day this afternoon with a rather long race as well. It's currently 23 degrees where we are at the moment, which is a little bit cooler than yesterday. Oh, very wild. That was a moment. That was a very, very nice save for Jason Kay. He got very much out of shape on the back side of the curb at turn number 13 on the exit. Coming onto the main straight, had to catch that very quickly and save it. That's actually what brought Nathan Jones undone yesterday. We saw happen to him twice. Once down at turn number 9, where he just sort of sat the car up on the curb and it bottomed out, and then that turned him around at turn number 9. And then he did a similar thing down here on the exit of turn number 3, and that's what buried the nose cone into the dirt under the fence on the inside of the Armco, just off to the driver's left there. We thought that the nose cone had actually completely disintegrated when we were looking at it from here. It turns out it actually went underneath the fence. They had to dig it out with a shovel.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that until this morning as well. That's a bit of a fun fact for you.
Missed that in the coverage yesterday, but this battle is now a 4-car breakaway at the front. We have dropped Malachi Windsor. There was a car out of shot there, so just looking at the time.
Kelly and Windsor are the next two that are back there, but they've lost a lot of ground now. So
there's no Malachi Windsor.
That is correct. You're absolutely spot on there. No Malachi Windsor. What has happened to the 88? Something has gone quite wrong there for the black machine out of the Acura Motorsports stable. But for the moment, it's a Silver Fox number 11 that leads the way with 4.5 minutes to go, and it's 7 laps of the journey completed. We are keeping an eye out for where Malachi Windsor happens to be. He was 5th. He was right there with Grant Kelly, who's dropped out of the back of this group now.
Well, that's Powell that's just gone through on shots. So
that is.
Malachi is not even in that other breakaway group for the back of the top 10.
No, we're waiting to see where he is. He's actually fallen outside the top 10 now, so I'm wondering, there must be a little mechanical drama that must have happened for that Jace-up. It might be up toward the back somewhere. We might get a bit of a look here as the leading group of 4 cars come around onto the back straight for the 8th time. Oops, and Kelly with a moment as well in the braking zone. Has he sat the number 93 up on the curb on the exit of turn number 3 as well? He might have, because he's done a fair bit of damage to the right-hand front corner of that car. He signals he's okay. The local yellows here and everyone will have to pay a bit of attention. There's Malachi Windsor, back of shot. I just saw him up about halfway up the back straight, driver's left-hand side. I could just see the fluorescent wheel that was sticking out there, so that's where he is. He's got some sort of mechanical problem and has had to come to a stop as well.
So at the moment it is car 12 of Quiddington who takes the race lead, and with a number of cars parked on the side of the road, we may see a safety car or some double wave yellows up at turn 4, especially for Grant Kelly's car, who seems to be... that's a huge moment for car 6.
That's Blake Purvis. He's had a moment. I'm wondering if he's got that, just clouted that really nasty curb at turn number 8.
He's going to have to stop that.
Yeah, that's got smoke coming out of it. He's had a wild ride through there. He probably should pull it over to the nearest spot. He'll probably try and limp it home to the pits, I think. That might be a mistake coming down the hill.
That was shades of Mark Webber at Valencia all those years ago.
And Jason Kay hanging the rear end out of the number 81 there as well for the second time. We've seen him do that, really pushing the limits of that sting up. So a few mistakes happening here. Here's what's happened to Purvis. So he's third in the queue here behind Filippi and Vile, and went for the last minute. Oh, yeah, and he double whammy. He not only got that really nasty curb that's caught one or two drivers out in the past at turn 8, he then also got the left rear of Rob Vile's number 7. So there's those yellow flags that we've been talking about. They're out for the Grant Kelly number 93 here at turn number 4. So the officials have said yesterday in the driver's briefing they were quite happy if people were moving in the car and they could get out of the car safely and get over the fence, they'd be happy to put out the yellows and keep the race running. They didn't want to stop the races if they had an option there to keep it running safely. If they had no choice because a driver couldn't get out of the car or was in too dangerous a position, they would then put the safety car out. So that will at least just take away a possible passing opportunity at turns 2, 3 and 4, which is not really a mooted passing zone anyway. It's mostly turn 1, which means turn 1 is still under green flag conditions, so it allows these drivers to push hard, get the pass done, but then settle down for a couple of corners and then go for it again.
Absolutely right. We're here to race, not be under safety car, as we are catching up to a little bit of lap traffic here. That is Ivan Vitti, I believe, in car 84. It just pulls to driver's left, and that I think it's allowed Quiddington just to hold on to the race lead there for a little bit longer as we go through the yellow flag sector. So no overtaking through turns 2, 3 and 4, but of course it does run the green flag just as we get to the right-hand kink up here, and he can definitely get a move done at the top of the hill.
Certainly can. Clifford has now lost a bit of touch with this battle group, so he's in 4th place. We've got the 1,200 class cars that are just running around up the front here, so it looks like the 22 of Matthew Ganji has gotten in front of the 86 there of Max Bonney. Oh, and Rob Viles. It's all going on now. Rob Viles, the latest victim to come unstuck on the circuit. That's at turn number 1. And he was in that group there with Jason Kay and Ant and Filippi. So that lets the two Acura cars off the hook. And they can continue on now in what would be 6th place and 7th place respectively. That will promote... I think it was Purvis is still continuing on from what we saw, so it would promote him up to 8th and Cameron Bell up to 9th. But that number 6 Joust Raceway entry was looking pretty sore and sorry for itself when it came off of turn 9.
So how's Eton Filippi's run at the moment? He's up to P6, started position 19 in car 46. So
yeah,
by
he was the last of the 12 of the 1600s.
By far the biggest mover and shaker. We saw the meatball flag being shown there for car number 6 of Blake Purvis, who must still be circulating to grab some points here. Yeah,
I think he's trying to circulate to finish the race here. Now, I'm just looking at the race leaders here as we go into turn number 1. I didn't see the last lap board out that time around, so I believe we got across the line just with enough time to start another lap. So this is the penultimate lap. It'll be 12 laps to journey. We're currently working lap 11 for Australian VW Performance Centre as the leaders come out of turn number 4. They've got a little bit of lap traffic to deal with. They'll just navigate past Max Bonney, puts his hand out the window. That's the best thing you can do in Formula V. You see your fellow competitors that are faster than you coming through. You give them a wide berth. You let them know which direction you want them to go. They're going to catch up to the number 22 here of Matthew Ganji as they get down to Dandenong Road. It'll be a bit of an awkward situation here. And Kieran tries to go for the inside on the 11 of Hamilton, who has to cut the back of the course. He's had a moment. He's lost it on the exit of turn number 7 and 8 as he comes down the hill, and that's because he had to take that evasive action. Somehow manages to turn it in such a way that he can still get back onto the track just ahead of Ash Clifford.
And still remains on the podium. Super lucky to avoid the wall there. And this lap car is going to hurt the run of Quiddington onto the straight, so it gives Kieran perhaps just a little bit of a break, but I spoke to him earlier on, and it's
checkered flag. Wow. I didn't see the last lap board being held out. We assumed there was only 2 laps to go, so that's a bit of a surprise. Both you and I didn't see it being held out, so that's a bit of an interesting one there. So the 2025 champion returns serve against Ash Quiddington, and they're now one win apiece. Oh, there's a few moments going on here. There's a lot going on here. The Acura teammates are all into each other, and 2 of them are in the pit lane, and one of them's in the wall. What on earth happened there?
So I think Vee has... Someone's gone in the fence in a red car.
That's Felipe. Felipe's gone into the fence, I think. All 3 of those cars, Power, Felipe and Kay, were all very close together. Going into the last couple of corners, someone got a little bit loose and somebody got into the back of another, and one ended up in the fence. There's Felipe. Is he going to try and tour this thing to the line? I think he is. And he'll be, after such a great drive, he's going to fall outside the top 10. So there he is. He's pulled over to the side of the road pretty quickly. So I'm a bit surprised why Power and Kay just didn't come across the line and take the flag. Right, here we go. Let's have a look at this.
There's a bit to unpick here.
There's a lot to unpick, so let's watch it. Power's the first one. Kay gets into him, gives him a love tap. Felipe arrives on the scene.
Whoa.
There's a lot going on there. My initial summary is that Kay sort of got a little bit too hot into the last couple of corners there, gave Darren Power a little bit of contact, then tried to back off and then tried to put the accelerator down. And at the same time he was accelerating forward, Felipe's arrived on the scene and had nowhere to go with too much speed and had nowhere to go.
I'm going to leave this to the stewards to figure out because there's a fair bit that's gone on in the last minute here. It's a pretty frantic Formula V race. We're not really used to seeing
frantic.
This. I think Ayrton's a little bit upset there.
No, I can agree with you. I think he's very upset with what's going on, but let's let everybody settle down. There is your results for Australian VW Performance Centre. So Andre Curran and Ash Quiddington are now 1 win apiece for the round, but this, of course, is the feature race, so slightly more points. Brock Hamilton somehow survived the spin coming down the hill. He managed to hold on to third and onto the podium, so 2 third places for him so far this weekend ahead of Ash Clifford. Rob Vile up to 5th place, despite that spin we saw at turn number 1. Cameron Bell up to 6th, which would probably be his best result, I can imagine, from his 2 or 3 years so far in Formula V. Nathan Jones and Declan Collison, they kept themselves out of trouble. They've found themselves in 7th and 8th, so that's a very good start for them, considering one of them stalled on the grid and the other one had some trouble yesterday and had to recover from the back of the field. Josh Munro into 9th. And after all of that arguing at the last couple of corners, Felipe was the only one of those 3 Acura cars that managed to finich 10th.
It's all going on.
It's all going on.
There's a lot of people that we didn't really see throughout the race, and they've just chipped their way throughout the field. Like you mentioned, one of the cars, Cameron Bell, started out of position 14, and he's made his way up to, I think he finished in 6th place there. So a fantastic job from him. A couple of cars limping home to the line. We saw the car 6 there at the back of the shot while all the mess was going on and Felipe was pulling over. He pulled into the pits to serve his meatball flag. So unfortunate for him. He will be classified way down in the order.
He will. And on top of that, there's 2 cars that have to be picked up. So there's Grant Kelly, who's down at turn number 4. There's Malachi Windsor, who's part way up the back straight. So there'll be a little bit of a delay here, I would think, before we get underway again with Formula Ford. So Tom, you're going to stay on for Formula Ford. That's going to be coming up, hopefully was scheduled to come up at 20 past 11, so probably won't be too far away. He's going to be joined by Darren Smith, it looks like, for this one. And then after that, historic touring cars for their second race, improved production and Porsche 944 Challenge, and then we'll do it all again. So all the categories will then get their third race from just after lunch, and we'll repeat the cycle again to round out round number 1 of Trophy Tour Victoria. And a big thank you, of course, to Wolfchester, sponsoring the Wolfchester Sandown Challenge. So, short break here, and then we're on with Formula Ford.
Well, folks, here at the Wolfchester Sandown Challenge, we've made our way down to Trade Alley where we've got quite the Wolfchester activation. And to join us and talk to us more about Wolfchester is John. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. But more importantly, thank you for jumping on and supporting the Trophy Tour.
Mate, you're welcome. We're actually first one out for the season. And the boys aren't here, so they're actually up in Bathurst. So all this, we take credit, not them. No Trent, no Glenn. This is the guys. So, yeah, we're pretty wrapped. It's a great setup. And, yeah, we're happy being one of the main sponsors for this weekend, and looking forward to having a really big day tomorrow.
So tell us about Wolfchester and the product ranges for vendors, for customers. Tell us about the Wolfchester story.
Okay, so we're an Australian-owned company. We manufacture in Australia, which is great, and we're really proud of that. We do automotive and industrial consumables, so across the board we do pretty much everything from your fasteners right through to toilet paper. So, we do everything right across the board. And like today, we brought a lot of our products that we do have on board are specific for race day, for the race cars. If you go across and you look at some of the products, you can see that we've got like your RTVs, we've got your, brake cleaner, which, look, proud of that one. That's manufactured here in Dandenong, actually. So it's only around the corner. So, yeah, we've got a full range of products, and we don't only do, for the racing component, we do across the board in everything from transport, agriculture, mate, you name it, we do it.
So obviously aligning with Trophy Tour, you've got quite the captive community, a lot of participants here who would be purchasing your product. So you'll be seeing your fair share of the races, the mechanics, all those people coming throughout the weekend. Yeah,
actually, first day, and most of the guys that we did sell to today are all off, from that race. They've come over, they've bought hand cleaners, they've bought, like a lot of them have bought gloves. We manufacture our own gloves as well. So, for the average, Joe Blow down the road to the top end mechanic, So, yeah, the guys have been good. They've been very supportive, which I'm pretty happy about that. Yeah.
Now, look, thank you so much for jumping on board, supporting the Sandown Challenge, Wolfchester Sandown Challenge, the inaugural event for the Trophy Tour as we launch into 2026.
Go get them, Wolfies.
Welcome back to round one of the Victorian Trophy Tour presented by Wolfchester. We are here at Sandown International Motor Raceway. And up next we have Formula Ford, something close to your heart, Paul Ziddy, and mine. We've spent a bit of time around this category. You have spent a lot of time with Mike Borland involved in Spectrum racing cars, and we have a few of them here this weekend. We've got 4 Spectrums to take to the grid in the Duratec field. And one Miguel there, run by Brett Francis Racing. So bit of an interesting race yesterday. Giuseppe Imbrogno, the only returning driver from I guess you could say, the class of 2025, and he won by a comfortable margin, over 7 seconds there, and it was sort of a pretty smooth race for the rest of the guys. William Hickey in car 14 made contact on the exit of turn 4 and buried the front nose cone into the wall there, but it seems like they should have that car out for today's racing. Paul Ziddy, what are your thoughts on this feature race coming up and the final this afternoon?
Yeah, look, absolutely. It was great racing, as you say. Formula Ford, love it. Been around it way too long because I'm very old. But a bunch of young chargers coming through. And Giuseppe, as you say, returning from last year and showing the strength from that year of experience that he had, put it all to great use and managed to gap the field. 4 very talented, very quick young guys behind him, and they'll be out to learn as quickly as they can, put some pressure on him. But we see the cars taking to the track for their formation lap now, led out by your winner, Giuseppe Imbrogno. We run a progressive grid, so they qualified for the race yesterday. Where you finish the race is where you start the next one. So Giuseppe off pole again, followed by Sam March in his first ever race meeting in Formula Ford. Same is true for all of them. Jet Lester, the McGale pilot with Brett Francis racing out of Queensland. Xavier Henderson all the way across from WA, and William Hickey rounding out the Duratec field.
It's a big commitment from Xavier Henderson there to do the Victorian Championship if he's going to compete in every round. Away from WA, the Victorian Championship, funnily enough, doesn't venture out of Victoria, so on a flight for him, no doubt, to make every round. And I'll run you through the king grid here. We have Richard Davison, who held off a pretty quick Andrew Torty yesterday. He made a couple of mistakes. We saw him torch that left front down into turn 1 and Dandy Road a couple of times in his Spectrum. Then we have Peter Fitzgerald and Gavin Dumas in row number 2 for the Kent field. Adrian Wilkinson in his Spectrum. John Greig in his Ray GR07 will be running there in 5th in class. And we go to Chris O'Connor, one of the historic eligible cars. Phil Marinon in the other historic eligible car. That is a Galloway that won the Australian Championship back in the day. I'm going to say 1984, around that year. And Mark Zellner, who we saw have that off at turn 4, pretty uncharacteristic from him. Like you said, turtled it. And once you get those cars high-sided, a 40mm rider, it makes it pretty hard to get going again.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about the curbs here at some of the circuits like Phillip Island, because they run the bikes there. Very, very smooth track, very low curbs that the bikes can get all over. So when we go there in a Formula Ford, that's just part of the race surface for us. You're all over the curbs. Here at Sandown, most of the curbs are actually really aggressive and you want to stay off them. There's a couple you'll see the guys ride over the right-hander as they come over the top of the hill. You can get right up and across that, but unfortunately for Mark, just on the exit from turn 4 down there, if you get up on that one, you'll pirouette every time. And here they are, forming up on the grid. We'll see the last of the Kents coming into view very soon. It looks like Mark Zellner is MIA.
No, not Mark Zellner. It's Chris O'Connor in the yellow Royale RP31. So he's gone missing. So unfortunately won't take to the start for race 2 of the Formula Fords. Green flag at the back. We are set for a start. 5 Duratec cars at the front, and we are underway. And again, a lot of wheel spin from the front running guys, but it seems to me that the car on driver's right has got a slightly better start there, and that would be car 15 of Samuel March, who will drag his way all the way down into turn 1 with Giuseppe Imbrogno swinging across and taking the race lead. Look at the WA driver, car 8, sending it up the inside, and as well as the Brett Francis Racing 77 McGall there. That is Jet Lester, who moves his way into the podium positions in the opening sequence of corners.
Yeah, not sure whether or not young Sam March maybe missed the gear. He looked to make a good leap off the line, but then just got absolutely swamped and shuffled back to 4th position. Good start by Giuseppe.
Davison's got problems there. He's slowing on the exit of turn 4. Sorry to cut you off there.
No.
But it's given a massive lead here to Andrew Torty, and Davo had his hands up, and that car looks to be a little off the place there, which is very uncharacteristic for him. Luke Ellery does a fantastic job, as well as Alex Piccolo, preparing that car, and hopefully he can continue on and get these vital points in the Vic Championship.
That is just devastating news for Richard, and as you say, superbly prepared car. So unfortunately something appears to have gone wrong there, but that very much good news for Andrew Torty. We've got the yellow and red flag, which is your deteriorating surface flag, also known as the oil flag. So clearly from the previous race, there's some debris on the circuit, which is just warning the drivers that there could be compromised grip through that last part.
Yeah, absolutely. Andrew Torty, you can see visually on shot here, has a pretty handy lead over his fellow Kent cars. About a 5-second margin to be exact. Richard Davison still circulating, so I'm not sure what's going on with that car. It may have dropped a cylinder or have slight suspension damage.
Yeah,
bit hard to tell.
Absolutely. A nice move by Adrian Wilkinson up into second place in that beautifully turned out VHT Spectre. He's left it in the same livery that he bought it from Brendan Jones. So one of the most,
it's going to hit the fence.
That's going to be fence for
Gavin Dumas there.
Yeah, Gavin Dumas. Still got 4 pointing forward.
It looks like he's still got 4 burning and turning there on the McGowl there, but he drops behind his fellow stablemate there of Mark Zellner. So, there's Chris O'Connor in the background. So he has actually made it out for the start of this race, perhaps starting from pit lane there in the second eligible car there. Adrian Wilkinson running second in class. Nice to see that Peter Fitzgerald engine cover is held on by some red tape there that Byron Thomas has fixed down for this race, so he's got that all sorted. There won't be a parachute hanging out of the back of the car for this race. Johnny Greig in car 41 in the Ray GR07 there, running fourth in class as they make their way onto the front straight, still clearing all that cement dust, you could say, the stuff to get rid of the oil there. So we're going to see a replay of Gavin Dumas. Is he going to get too high on the curb? Oh, wow. That is as close as you want to get it. And now Walcam there on the live pictures showed us that shot beautifully.
We'll get to the end of this race. Gavin will quickly change his underwear, and then I think it's off to the local lotto agency to buy a ticket. So he's...
You're not lucky not to rip a right rear corner off that car.
Yeah, no, done very well there. So, and looks like Peter Fitzgerald appears to have gone. Nope, we're back in line at the front of the field. Sorry, my bad there. Quickly thought that I was picking up Adrian Wilkinson. Rookie mistake on my behalf. So
we've got a replay coming up here.
Car
Car 15 sending it down the inside. Oh, there's a little bit of right rear to left front contact, but seems to be minor enough where these guys can continue on. Here's Peter Fitzgerald.
He's taking the lead over the top from Adrian Wilkinson. So he's in that battle of 3 for second. It's great to see this dice. It's actually one of the best dices in the field. Is this these 3 guys putting on a great show for us, and just classic Formula Ford racing. Slipstream down the front straight here, slipstream at the back straight. They're dealing with the concrete dust, which seems to have cleared now coming onto the straight. A bit wide there for John Greig, but that's okay. That's one of the curbs here you can use. Yeah. That exit curb coming onto the straight, you'll need to be on that. But Andrew Torty, commanding lead there and driving really, really well. It can actually be challenging to drive that far in front. For leading a race and leading well is something the drivers need to learn how to do.
You've got to keep your confidence up. Your concentration.
Exactly. Yeah. And in the heat of battle, it can be easier to be focused than out in front. So even going way back to Monaco, we all remember, well, some of us are way too young, but we remember watching the late great Ayrton Senna with almost an entire lap lead on the field. About 5 corners after the team told him, you've got this in the bag, just back it off, made a mistake and hit the wall.
Yeah.
And while he was left to his own devices, he was setting lap records and just gapping the field. So great. All credit to Andrew, driving very well. Same for young Giuseppe Imbrogno, driving beautifully out front. But here we've got this magnificent 4-car battle now. Second place in the Kent seems to be the World Championship of Formula Ford right now.
And now here's the World Championship for the Duratec field, and this is the battle for second place. Richard Davison getting out of the way nicely, and car 8 there of that is Xavier Henderson, sort of being shown the ropes earlier on, and a couple of the newer drivers in the field just maybe not realising how wide their Formula Fords actually are, and this almost the same mistake from car 14 there as he made yesterday. Is he going to appear in shot here? And yes, he is there.
So he hasn't made it through as well.
Hasn't made too much contact with the fence, obviously.
And Richard showing that experience. He's just circulating. It's this is the feature race for Formula Ford. It's a double points race. Yep, he's going to finish last in class, but he's going to finish and he's going to bank those points, and they'll be critical as he tries to chase down another Victorian Formula Ford 1600 championship.
So he has won the Victorian 1600 championship 4 years in a row. So won last year, 2024, 25, 23, and 2022. And it's something that he's incredibly proud of. That car, of course, with a lot of history. Of course, the 96 championship winning car there of Garth Tander, his boys, Alex and Will driving that car as well back in the day. James Davison actually getting a start in that, and we know where he's ended up. He's ended up at IndyCar leading, and
this will be big.
This going to end up in the fence hard. Oh my!
And he's gone over.
Peter Fitzgerald has gone over in a big way with contact from Adrian Wilkinson. So this is 100% going to be a safety car. That is a massive shame to see. That's going to be huge damage to the rear of that car. Unfortunately, that gearbox will be punched through the back of the bell housing, and we've gone red flag.
They've gone red flag. We'll see. Now, Peter did look. We did fortunately see. Yep, he's out of the car. So we're really pleased to see that. A lot of safety equipment in a Formula Ford. So even the height of the roll hoop is designed, and it is mandated that if they put a straight edge from the top of that roll hoop to there's another roll hoop at the steering wheel, that's got to be at least a 2-inch clearance to the helmet. So a lot of safety there, and that all comes into play. And as you saw, rollover looks spectacular, looks nasty.
It is not.
Peter's got out of that unharmed. He'll be shaken. He'll obviously be his hip pocket will be a bit sore for that, but he is A-OK. And we can fix cars. We always want to see the drivers happy and healthy.
Well, we saw his arms flailing in the air as the car went over, and I was a little bit worried he might have a sore arm there. You can see him talking to the fantastic Victoria Fire and Rescue crew there that are just making sure this car is okay. So he's up the inside of Adrian Wilkinson here, and he's just sort of closed over his left front there, and it's unfortunate the way it's gone heavy into the back of the into the gearbox there. So that's huge damage to that car.
And no doubt the officials in the meeting will take a look at that, but it kind of looks like it's just one of those things. It kind of narrows there. I don't think there was malice on either side. No one's done anything particularly silly there. It's just a very, very unfortunate racing incident, I think. But we'll leave that into the hands of the officials.
Absolutely.
And we see our wonderful flag marshals there waving red flags, which they don't want to do. They're incredible human beings, our flag marshals. We cannot go racing without them. The rain, the hail, the shine, we've got reasonably nice conditions, a bit warm out there for them, but at least we've turned on some okay conditions. And they just love motorsport. They get into flag marshalling. Most of them would probably love to go racing if they had the money, but this is a way they can be best seat in the house. You never get closer to the action than doing that. So if that's something that appeals to you and you're watching this telecast, reach out to the Victorian Flag Marshalling Association. They'd love to welcome you along, show you the ropes, and maybe you can be standing there as well. Like I say, you'll never get closer to the action than being a flaggy.
So unofficial results at the moment. I doubt we are going to get this race back underway with 8 minutes to go. The clock has frozen, so I dare say that would be it for Formula Ford. Giuseppe Imbrogno taking the race win, and he was out to quite a comfortable margin there at that point. The results have just gone off our screen, so we know that Andrew Torty was the leader of the Kent field at the time, and we are just getting word that the race has been declared. So Giuseppe Imbrogno wins the Class A, you could say, in the Duratec field, and Andrew Torty comes home in position number 1. Crucially, Richard Davison was able to circulate and grab those points, provided we have ticked off enough racing laps to satisfy the officials and class this one as a race.
Yep. So as we say, unfortunate way for that finish. Congrats to the winners, and congrats to our officials doing a wonderful job there to get us racing and look after Pete in his after he had that nasty rollover. They'll get that cleaned up. We'll be back racing, and hopefully, not sure if we'll see him this afternoon, but we'll see Peter back at the next round. Great to call with you once again, Tom. I look forward to seeing you this afternoon for our final race of the weekend for Formula Ford.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Paul, for joining me for race 2 of Formula Ford. That was a pretty frantic end to that race. Hopefully Peter's okay, and he looks to be all good there. So up next we will have historic touring cars for their 20-minute race. These cars turn on fantastic racing, and it's a pleasure to the eyes and the ears to listen to these cars go around. So I believe Matt Dunlop will be in the commentary box for this one. So don't go anywhere here for round 1 of the Victorian Trophy Tour presented by Wolfchester.
Well, folks, here at the Wolfchester Sandown Challenge, we've made our way down to Trade Alley where we've got quite the Wolfchester activation. And to join us and talk to us more about Wolfchester is John. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. But more importantly, thank you for jumping on and supporting the Trophy Tour.
Mate, you're welcome. We're actually first one out for the season, and the boys aren't here, so they're actually up in Bathurst. So all this, we take credit, not them. No Trent, no Glenn. This is the guys. So, yeah, we're pretty wrapped. It's a great setup, and, we're happy, being one of the main sponsors for this weekend, and looking forward to having a really big day tomorrow.
So tell us about Wolfchester and the product ranges for vendors, for customers. Tell us about the Wolfchester story.
Okay, so we're an Australian-owned company. We manufacture in Australia, which is great, and we're really proud of that. We do automotive and industrial consumables, so across the board we do pretty much everything from your fasteners right through to toilet paper. So, we do everything right across the board. And like today, we brought a lot of our products that we do have on board are specific for race day. For the race cars. If you go across and you look at some of the products, you can see that we've got like your RTVs, we've got your brake cleaner, which look proud of that one. That's manufactured here in Dandenong actually, so it's only around the corner. So yeah, we've got a full range of products, and we don't only do for the racing component, we do across the board in everything from transport, agriculture, mate, you name it, we do it.
So obviously aligning with Trophy Tour, you've got quite the captive community, a lot of participants here who would be purchasing your product. So you'll be seeing your fair share of the races, the mechanics, all those people coming throughout the weekend. Yeah.
Actually, they're first day, and most of the guys that we did sell to today are all off, from that race. They've come over, they've bought hand cleaners, they've bought, like a lot of them have bought gloves. We manufacture our own gloves as well. So, for the average, Joe Blow down the road to the top end mechanic, So, yeah, the guys have been good. They've been very supportive, which I'm pretty happy about that. Yeah.
Look, thank you so much for jumping on board, supporting the Sandown Challenge, Wolfchester Sandown Challenge, the inaugural event for the Trophy Tour as we launch into 2026.
Go get them, Wolfies.
Never a dull moment in the Trophy Tour Victoria here for Wolfchester Sandown. Turboed sports sedan. Great opening shot there, a big yellow industrial fan. Keep those under bonnet temperatures down. Crews working feverishly. They've got until 2:30 this afternoon to get these sports sedan field back out on track here. So we're seeing the crews just working away here, but really nice pick up there by Callum, our cameraman, to see that big industrial fan just trying to keep the under bonnet temperatures down there. Let's have a bit of a wander out into pit lane. We're just watching some of the historic touring cars come out into the paddock as well. The crew here on Jeremy Davison's sports sedan, the RX-7, filling up with that great Race Fuels product out of the paddock down there. The Bandit Security RX-7 has come into its own here this weekend, and Jeremy is driving brilliantly. Really, really cool to see him doing that. We talk a lot about families involved in motorsport, and we come down to this garage here with this car spends more time pulled apart with all of its bodywork off than on, and I refer to none other than the Hossacks. Ron, Darren's dad, and Darren here. Dad, thanks for taking a moment out. We're watching the chip oil coming out there, very, very hot gear oil out of your diff, and this is pulled apart again.
Yeah, it sort of jammed in neutral, which I was pretty quick to blame the gearbox, especially because I had it apart last night. I'm like, oh, what have I done? But on further inspection, it looks like the actual rod from the gear shifter back to the gearbox is jammed, because I was able to free the selector fork up, if you like, or the finger in the back, and so we don't exactly know why it's jammed, but it's a much easier job to fix it. So just a challenge, like I feel like my sports sedan career, whether it's been in John Goulet's cars or my own, or even my RX-2, it's always been about gearboxes. So the challenge is to make it so you can just race the car. But the thing is, these cars, particularly this car, these cars were built in the 90s, so they're not new cars. The gearbox has done plenty of miles, and if one had an endless budget, one would just be replacing stuff all the time. But but one doesn't. So we deal with it.
The 12.8 turbo is hardly ideal for the long straights here at Sandown, is it?
No, it's giving away quite a bit of top end. This car's got a small turbo on it, so it gets off the corner and everything, and the car's nice and light and all of that stuff, but it just hasn't got the legs at the end of the straight. So we're probably giving away, look, compared to when I was running John's Audi here, we're probably giving away a good 40, 45 kilometres an hour to that. So, but it goes good round the corners. So, yeah, we'll do what we can.
Mate, we know you'll always give it a red-hot go. Your wife, Mel, here, your dad, Ron, over here. Plenty to go. We'll get back up into commentary for the historic touring cars.
Thank you very much, Daz. It's great to get a look behind the curtain in the sheds here at Trophy Tour Victoria to see just how much work goes into getting these cars prepared to go racing week in, week out. And we've got some historic touring car action coming up for you now. The Cool Drive Auto Parts and Racer Industries Historic Touring Cars Race 2 here at Sandown. The cars have just taken to the track. We had a little tiny bit of clean-up after we had one of the Formula Fords roll over, but we are ready to get set again. And let's have a quick look through the grid. Andrew Baird will be starting from pole position with Scott Pearce alongside Camaro versus Mustang. And then we've got Ben Wilkinson and Darren Collins behind them on the second row. Then there's Jeff Monday and Peter Muleman, the four-time champion in his black Mustang, a beautiful-looking machine that. Darren Jones, Glenn Miles out of 7th and 8th position, and then behind them on the grid we'll have Rodney Hodgkin, Chris Stern, Michael Michelli and Nathan Gordon. My name is Matt Dunlop, and joining me alongside in the box is Darren Smith, who's rapidly made his way back up here after chatting to Darren Hossack, and now he's ready to go for Historics Race 2.
Well, this is terrific, isn't it? Good to get down there and get amongst those sports sedans. It's hot in the garages down there. Just run into a couple of friends out here, Russell Lawson and his daughter Millie, which are friends of my daughter from gymnastics. So great to see them coming out here and enjoying the racetrack. Millie's first time at the racetrack, and she was enjoying the Duratec Formula Ford race there as well. So big welcome to everyone trackside. There's certainly some good people started getting up on Red Hill. $10 as you went down there yesterday, Matt, and promoted that with Emma. So still open all day. Like, we're going to be racing you till 25 minutes past 5 tonight or something like that. So, you know, it's only just gone 11:30 or whatever it is, or 11:50. So there's still 6 hours of racing to come. These things always entertain. It is just great to have them here, particularly at Sandown, and as Michael Hurley touched on, at a historic Phillip Island. These are two places that the Australian Touring Car Championship morphed from, with the Armstrong 500 and, of course, all the variations of the 500k pre-Bathurst race here at Sandown. But have a look at this field. Chevys and Fords, as far as the eye can see. Just looking for the Valiant, which is back there. Glenn Miles on position number 8, the only non-V8 in this race. It is very, very interesting to see this. We've had the RX2s burgeoning of recent times. There's been some great celebration races for minis and things in recent times, but these are the absolute big bangers of Touring Car Day races of old. And we've got a big jump start from Darren Jones. He has absolutely gone out in front. Down there, Nathan Gordon in that blue HQ GTS looks magnificent, but it'll be the thumping Camaro that gets down into turn number 1 of Andrew Baird.
Yeah, great start there from Andrew Baird, but a big lock-up from Wilkinson. He had a lot of issue with locking up wheels and tyres yesterday. Almost a little bit of rubber I just saw flying off the car as it was really jumping on the anchors and throwing a massive puff of smoke. So that thing's going to feel like a 50-cent piece at the start of this feature race, so he'll need to keep his tabs on that as they work their way through the turn 2, 3, 4 complex for the first time. Staying off the curbs of turn 4, getting as much exit as you can to make as much momentum as possible on the big run as they thunder up the hill for the first time.
Look at this magnificent front-on view of this entire field. Scott Pearce, he'll pull out, goes high and wide, but the Camaro's just got enough ponies to see him off. But I tell you what, big back off there, the big orange flames shooting out the both sides of the SS Camaro has come into Dandenong Road there. A couple of Mustangs just in the middle of the field there. It'll be Pete Muleman and Darren Jones, who it's going to be interesting to see what we get with Jones. He was absolutely, he either got a better start by about a second than everyone else, or he jumped the start. The HQ looking up the inside there on Glenn Miles in the number 16 Charger as they come onto the straight now, being led by Baird to Pearce, Wilkinson, has gone back one spot to Darren Collins in the orange and black Mustang, just giving away a little bit of cubic capacity with that car. And here comes the big red Camaro down the inside of Peter Muellerman in the black Mustang.
Great driving here from all of these competitors as Muellerman slips up the inside of the number 5 car of Darren Jones, who has been given a penalty that time by, so that was indeed a massive jump start. So he's more than happy to get out of the way of these battles here. Doesn't want to get involved. This is not really his race to run up with these front runners now. So tucks out as the number 68 car, that beautiful Camaro of Jeff Monday, tears around the turn 4 there. We get some... We need to listen to that audio the next time that camera shot comes up, because it's just a glorious thing, isn't it? Now, this is a little bit closer, isn't it? Number 21 of Pierce just trying to look up the outside there, but Andrew Baird is not letting him have a look there. So here's Peter Muellerman, though, the 4-time champion, one of the true stalwarts of historic touring car racing, slams the door on Jeff Monday.
Monday in the 68. He's showing certainly showing the front of the Camaro to Pete Muellerman in the menacing black number 43. These guys were just making their way out of pit lane as I was down there checking out some of the sports sedans during that little break we had. And on idle, there is nothing more menacing than one of these Chevys and Fords idling past you. They just move the air as they come by you idling. Just a great feeling when you're up close to them. And certainly while you're here at the racetrack, get down to the pit and paddock area and have a bit of a look at all of these race cars. As we see Nathan Gordon just making a move there on Darren Jones, the HQ number 45, getting through there very, very nicely. I remember when Kent Youlden bought the first of these coupe HQs into Group N, A, and B and C type racing, and the guys at Centerline Suspension had that car absolutely fettled to the edge, and he blitzed the first championship in the HQ coupe, and this is Nathan Gordon's version in the lovely sky blue.
It's a gorgeous Falcon XY GTHO at the back of the field there. The Hodgkin machine got a little bit unstuck yesterday at turn 4, ran wide and just kissed the fence, but great to see that car back out on track and giving it everything as they stream across to the top of the hill here. Absolutely thunderous, I think is a good word to describe these cars around Sandown, isn't it?
It is, and there's been many promoters here at Sandown in the past that have promoted as bringing the Thunder back, or the home of the Thunder, or whatever it might be.
The Thunder never left.
No, that's right. I was going to say, bringing it back. Hang on a minute. It's been stored up in the grandstand just between race meetings. That's it. You just open the door and let it allow to leak out down the grandstand and all the way around the track. This is a great duel here. The 289 5 litre versus the straight 6, the Hemi in the Charger, as they have a genuine battle for 7th, 8th and 9th. This is back at the front of the race with Andrew Baird, the SS Camaro. They're coming out of Dandenong Road, out of turn 4 now, and Darren Collins, who's been a champion in this class in a Camaro in the past, now in a Mustang. He's done the Craig Lowndes, jumped from the General's product into a Ford. I wonder if he jumps back into a General's product again in the not too distant future, but certainly Collins wringing the neck of that little pony Mustang.
Tell you what, he might be fairly close to jumping into second pretty soon. He's one of the fastest cars on track right now, but we'll keep an eye on that lead battle as we go back further through for the battle for 6th position now. This is Jeff Monday. 5th position. Monday has made his way ahead of Peter Muellerman, and they've both got Gordon behind them. That is Nathan Gordon, who started at the rear of the grid and has already made his way up to 7th position. So great run so far in that HQ, but he's got some very, very tough competition to get past now.
Great to see these cars all lining up. There's a Chevy, a Ford and a Holden. Quite often we'll have a Mini and an RX-2. We'll have a Hillman. We might even have a Peugeot from time to time when Michael Stupka brings his collection out as well. But here this weekend, it is absolutely no surprise to us, is it, Matt, that the V8 fraternity have come in droves in the historic touring cars. It just suits the style of car.
This place is perfect for them with these massive drag strips, front and back, and Nathan Gordon is taking full advantage of that, or at least trying to. A little bit skittish under brakes, but gets the move done. Well placed there was Nathan Gordon as he filters through now, and he doesn't want to let Jeff Monday get too far ahead of him in that Camaro. That HQ Monaro GTS is going to have to get its legs working big time up the back here. Let's have a listen. Geez, that 6-cylinder contrasts so nicely. Brake parts cleaner there from Wolfchester, our friends who are making it really possible for us to go racing here. Can't thank them enough. But, geez, those cars sound good roaring past that camera.
Don't they ever? Yeah, the Wolfchester Sandown Challenge has been a great couple of days. We've still got an entire afternoon of racing. The Trophy Tour Victoria, round one here at Sandown Raceway, the Sandown Challenge. And big thanks to Wolfchester. They've been great partners. And, of course, our next round will be at Calder Park, or Calder, and it will be the 888 Home Loans, a sponsor we've enjoyed for many years now. Cam McKinnon and the crew at 888, 888 Home Loans, we can't thank them enough. He throws his support behind this grassroots racing all the time. So if you're looking for a home loan and in these uncertain times of interest rates, get Cam to check you out a new loan, as the 888 Home Loans crew will do the very best for the... you mentioned you saw them at the Trophy Tour. Certainly gives you a friend in the business, as we like to say.
Certainly does. There's a lot of friends around here, but there's not a whole lot of friendliness happening on track right now. This battle's starting to heat up. Collins has fallen off just a little bit from that lead battle here, but he's still in the mix. But look at Scott Pearce in that beautiful green Ford Mustang all over the back of the Camaro. He's really not wanting to let Andrew Baird go. And Andrew Baird was able to pull a little bit of a gap in yesterday's race one, but he's not being able to shake that number 21 Mustang as fast as he would like. It's a really, really close battle, and I almost wonder if Scott Pearce is just biding his time a little bit. There's some really good overtaking opportunities here at Sandown, and it's all about timing. You've got to make the move at the right time, because otherwise you're just going to get leapfrogged back again.
Talking about timing, Matt, something that jumps out is over the last couple of laps, Andrew Baird has actually been the slowest of these three contenders at the front. A 22.7 is the best he's done, and the guys around him 22.4 and 22.38 for Darren Collins. So he's leading the race, but the cars are coming at him now. Yep, it's 0.3 of a second as they cross the line, just back on the straight there. But really, you can't measure it at this point. He's poised to attack, so that's what's about to occur here. Scott Pearce is getting ready to do it. I'm getting the feeling that maybe the Camaro's just got 2 or 3 or 4 kilometres an hour straight line speed better than the Mustangs behind him. So that's where he's able to just get a metre or two at the end of each of these long straights. But
you say that, but he's moving all the way over to the left-hand side. We saw it on the main straight there, and he's just blocking, going right on the defensive there every single time. He's feeling like a genuine threat is coming from Scott Pearce behind him in this Mustang. And Scott Pearce, he's just sitting behind this Camaro that's been made as wide as it possibly can by Andrew Baird, and they're hitting all their marks perfectly here at this stage. Darren Collins, all you've got to do at this stage is just sit tight, keep your nose clean, keep putting in fast lap after fast lap. And look at that, he's already right on the back of Scott Pearce, and we've got a 3-car battle for the lead once again, Daz.
Still plenty of time left in this race, over 5 minutes left here. So, yeah, I think you're right, Matty Dunlop. I think the waiting game, the patience is probably what's going to pay off here. But, you know, this is an out-and-out sprint race. You've got to make every corner and every opportunity. If an opportunity presents, as it is right now, Baird has got the corner. Pearce just looking to the outside there, and I would suggest he's going to get some better drive off the corner, and that's what happens. He's got the straight line speed, but the corner is covered off beautifully by the 86. Andrew Baird just went out over the back of the ripple strips. He held on. It was just lucky that he had the inside running for that one. Collins now, he is being very aggressive. And have a look at Ben Wilkinson. In fact, he's now following Collins up onto the back of this pack. Still out over 4 minutes left, so at least 4 laps left to go for this race. But have a look at this now. Andrew Baird is... well, I'm going to say to him, eyes forward, mate. Don't worry about what's going on behind you. They'll have a crack, and it's not going to be too far away. Baird's got the good spatial awareness now. He's holding the car as late as he possibly can to run wide and take the faster line. So what that's giving him is he's covering just an extra metre or two each time in the braking area. The other guys are straight lining it, whereas he's sort of moving over, covering, defending. He's certainly not on the offensive now. This is about defence for the car 86.
Yeah, absolutely. I think last time through turn 1, I heard the tyres on that car screaming. He understeered a lot more than he was hoping to, and that's where he lost that position. So he was able to really cleverly gather it back up and keep that number 21 Mustang in his rearview mirror. Let's see how he approaches it this time as they run into turn 1 here. Jumps on the anchors, nice and stable, nails the apex. That's the line he's looking for. That's the quickest way through that corner, and he's going to be feeling a lot more confident behind the wheel of that Camaro. Camaro now.
And that's where he's losing his time too. The Mustang, by the time they get down to the flip-flop at 2 and 3, he's right up on the back of him again there. So thank goodness for what sits in front of him in the bent 8. It's giving him great service today in a straight line and being able to hold off.
It's looking to be a little bit more of a stiffer suspended Mustang there. The Camaro's floating around a little bit more from what I can tell, but that's not the worst thing here at this Sandown track. It's very, very bumpy, so you want to make sure you've got as much tyre as possible on the racing surface.
He's looking for a bit more racetrack, Darren Collins, out the side there. Just had a really good question from a viewer come through. What is the straight line speed difference between these historic touring cars and a modern supercar? Well, a modern supercar is down into the 106s, 107s around here. These cars are doing a 122. I don't know the actual number, whether it's 260 kilometres an hour versus 235 or something like that, but there's a fair whack of difference in the lap time, that's for sure. So, in the fullness of time, if you put a modern supercar out there, which is a space frame car with composite fibres and new technologies over these things, these guys are doing brilliantly. They're really pedaling hard.
100%. And it's not just a question of how much power you can put down, it's a question of how big your brakes are as well. You've got to really jump on the anchors at the end of these big straights here at Sandown, and you need a lot more space to do it in these historic touring cars than you would in a modern-day supercar with their massive disc rotors compared to the cars here. So these guys, they have to really nail their braking distance, but they've got to give themselves a bit more space to get the car pulled up at the right time. Now, this is a rip snorter of a battle. Nathan Gordon in the number 45 car has made his way up into 5th position once again, but Jeff Monday is basically walking past. I think that number 45 HQ is having problems.
Yeah, that's a shame. Pretty sure that's a Chevy under it. I don't think it's a 5-litre Holden power plant on that car, which would be pretty vulnerable these days. As far as this sort of competition is concerned, these cars do have, I guess they have the luxury, as opposed to in the 1960s, they've got gasket technology, they've got fuel technology, they've got machining technology, modern materials technology, and of course dyno tuning, which is some of these cars spend more time on a dyno than they actually do on a racetrack for 1 or 2 horsepower potentially, and that's the technology differences. If we compare the modern supercar to these cars, probably unfair, but we compare these cars to the cars of the era, they're advanced, but we don't have a lap time to compare because the Sandown layout has changed. So
100%.
We can just sort of, I guess, chat about it.
This section did not exist when the track was originally built. It was just a straight turn 1, was a 90 degree, and it led directly up to what is now turn 4. So it was basically a rectangle. This flip-flop section was added later on, and it's added a lot of really nice character to that part of the track.
And coming up to turn 1 as well. Turn 1 used to go about 80 metres further down, almost to the train line, which runs off the back of the track there, and turn hard left. I don't know how we would do that these days because we see so many cars go straight on. Muehlman puts the one down there, so he gets through on Monday, and we have got the last lap board being displayed, so he waited, and that will put Pete up to position number 5. I would suggest Jeff has not forgotten yet. He's still got 3/4 of a lap to do it. Have a listen to that little Mustang screaming at the top of the revs there. And here comes the 6-pack 2 of Glenn Miles. He really does drive that thing very hard. Here comes our race. And there is the tyre going away, and he goes out over the ripple strip. No checkered flag. Absolutely no checkered flag, so we've got another lap to go. Another lap on this journey for historic touring cars. The Camaro gets all out of shape, and the Mustang muscles his way through. We've got a little bit of a coming together, and our 2 race leaders go off the track. Have a look at Darren Collins. He absolutely capitalising on it, but the Camaro gets back on the track, so the 86 continues to lead. Collins now, it's like a shark in the water. There's blood. They've burleyed up the water, and Darren Collins is out after it now. Baird and Pierce both went off. Pierce was like, I'm going to have one crack at this, and he's been lining it up all along there. Baird stayed true, held on to his track position. Have a look at Collins. He's going to go high and wide now. Baird just moving over. Amazing racecraft being shown by the driver of 86 there. He's allowed to do that. He's leading the race. You've got to find your way past the 97 of Collins. A little bit of a rear lockup coming into Dandenong Road. Ever so exciting closing couple of laps in this historic touring car race. The Cool Drive Auto Parts Racer Industries historic touring car race number 2 here at Wolfchester Sandown Challenge. But Baird fronts it up. There is the checkered flag being displayed now. We thought he might have thrown it all away down at turn 1 last time round. Darren Collins gets into 2, and Scott Pearce, you've got to hand it to Scott. He absolutely threw something at it. He didn't just sit back there and let it happen. He threw it at it. It didn't work out. They both went off the back of the ripple strip down at turn 1, and ultimately it was Andrew Baird that led every lap of the race and took the victory in that silver Camaro. Watching now, coming out of Dandenong Road, underneath the Penrite 100 years celebration bridge into the complex, back onto the main straight now. This will be Monday and Glenn Miles. Sadly, Pete Muellerman's gone back, position 7. Not sure what happened there, but the checkered flag has been shown. Andrew Baird, your winner. Darren Collins fought very, very hard out of position 4. He spent most of the race just trying to catch the leaders into the checkered flag. It was down at turn 1 in the last lap that he managed to just sneak by Pearce as he was recovering from an off-track excursion. But Pearce home in 3rd, and got to congratulate him for giving it a go. He really did try and make something of it. So Pearce eventually home in 3rd. Ben Wilkinson is next. Jeff Munday in P5. Glenn Miles in 6th, and that's a great result for the six-pack, the Charger in car number 16. Pete Muellerman got home in 7th place. Rod Hodgkin in the GTHO. Nathan Gordon 9th in the HQ Coupe, and Darren Jones home in 5th place. So there you have it. Fastest lap went to Scott Pearce in the Mustang. Terrific run there. We shall take a quick break from Central Commentary. We'll go down to Matt Dunlop in the lane.
Welcome back trackside here to the Victorian Trophy Tour opening round of season 2026, the Wolfchester Sandown Challenge. We saw the historic touring cars just exiting the course there. Here come the improved production field. I'm Steve DeVries. Next door to me is one of the improved production competitors who's not out there this weekend, but he's volunteered himself to come up and have a little bit of a chat about all things improved production, and that's Scott McLean. So welcome, Scott, to your commentary debut here.
Thank you very much, Steve. Wrapped to be here. Very excited. Beautiful day here at Sandown to observe some great racing. So thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So when it comes to things improved production, talk about your story and how you actually got here, because you were a little bit of an interesting case when you came into the category a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that's right. So with my view of racing, I've always wanted to do it always in my life, no matter what. Love go-karting. And as such, I planned to do it, and then I had a nasty accident about 15 years ago, which nearly ended any chance of doing anything in sport. Fortunately, I was able to have a strong recovery, and since then, maybe more motivated than ever to make sure I have a go, don't make excuses. So I found out how to do it, bought a car from the old Fast Track V8 race experiences, and that started the journey. I'm wrapped to be here.
Absolutely, yeah. Glad to have you on board. You've had a couple of years now in the category. You haven't raced, of course, since the Nationals last year at Phillip Island, so it'd be good to see you out there a little bit later on this year. What's the plan so far?
Can't wait. So I'm just waiting for my engine refresh to come back. It should be next month. Just don't know when at the start or at the end of the month. And when it does, we'll be getting on the track as quickly as we can, making sure we adapt. We've got some new suspension going on, so I've got to get used to what that means as well, and new tyres. So bit of a journey, but yes, I'm expecting to be quicker.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of the journey, let's have a look at how the grid is going to line up for what we expect to be about 12 or so laps worth of racing coming to you in the next few minutes or so. So the good friends on the front row of the grid here, Luke Gretschcumbo and Ian McLennan, who drove very, very nicely, very cleanly through the traffic yesterday. Andrew Butcher and Danny Timewell next row. Royce Lyon and Jamie Augustine, and Rohit Saini and Callum Jensen rounding out the top 8. 9th and 10th is Bruce Henley and Grant Ogle in the XR5. Brad White and Chris Bodale on the next row. Then Scott Appledore is the second of the under 2 litre cars there in position 13. Wayne Decker in 14th. Lee Seelenmeyer and Travis Mitchie in the XLs there in 15th and 16th. Carly Fleming and Michael Hopp, and Peter Fleming will be the last runner there because Brad Ross, we saw that car off to the side of the circuit yesterday with what appeared to be a mechanical issue. Dave Cox called it perfectly in commentary. It was a tail shaft failure as a result of going down one too many gears, so he's out for the rest of the weekend. Great view from the starters rostrum here as we see the grid of improved production cars, thanks to Kerrison Design and Mechanical Services, roar into life and head towards turn number 1. And the whole shot this time goes to the defending 2025 champion, but he's got a fight on his hands here, Scott. He's got to fend off Luke down the inside at turn 1.
Oh, Danny will be definitely thinking about having a little sneak inside, but what I'm impressed with Jamie Augustine there, he was a bit worried about how to get that turbo really down to the ground, but he did a great start there and he's right amongst it early, which is fantastic.
Both of them have jumped Andrew Butcher as well, who finished in 3rd place yesterday. Butcher was a little bit worried that Danny might come after him yesterday afternoon, and he was saying if I could hold 4th he'd be happy. He finished 3rd, which is great for him, but now he's been gazumped by both Augustine and by Danny Timewell. And Royce Lyon, you just pointed out there, saw him going very, very slowly in the back of the shot there. He's almost at the tail of the field.
I wonder what's happened there. He was really looking forward to getting right up amongst the group today, so I hope it's something fixable.
So looks like there's a jump start penalty potentially coming the direction of Chris Bodale, getting a little bit too eager off the throttle in the start there. We're being told by race control he has got a small penalty coming. There he is on screen, just ahead of the RX-8 of Bruce Henley. And then we come down here to see Wayne Decker and Scott Appledore exiting turn number 9. Under the Penrite Bridge for the first time of asking. The Audi being chased there by the Hyundai Lantra. First of the XLs coming through the shot here, Travis Mitchie, the 717 machine. The 3P or 4GP plumbing machine coming through the last couple of corners here. This has been a great addition to the category. I've been remarking about this since the XL started joining us last year. They've really bolstered this under 1600 class, which for a long time had the likes of Nissan Pulsars and some of those cars in it. They've really added a great element. As Brad Wyatt pulls over there with some sort of gremlin down there at turn number 1. They've really bolstered that under 2 litre field, haven't they?
It makes such a difference. They actually have to race. They have to race hard to win. It's not just point and shoot. So they're having some great racing, door-to-door racing we saw yesterday as well, and seeing the Suzuki Swift right amongst it as well. It's fantastic seeing different manufacturers having a go.
They've all got a bit of a challenge to catch this little Peugeot that's out here of Callum Jensen. He's running away with it in under 2 litre. Maybe you can see the big difference there. He's almost at turn number 6. Scott Appledore, who's the next best, has only just exited turn 5.
That's true, but I tell you what, the race he's having with Wayne Decker at the moment, they'll be punching on right to the end for sure.
Well, there's Royce Lyon, who's just come into pit lane. His father there, I think, in the wide brim hat, just asking him if he's all okay and if there's anything wrong with that number 30. Bit of a shame to see, the number 5, I should say. Bit of a shame to see him down there in pit lane. Hopefully they'll be able to get him back out and at least complete a few laps.
I hope so. He certainly looked very quick and consistent yesterday, so they've certainly got the car set up pretty well at the moment, so hopefully they get back out and have a bit more of a crack.
Yeah, so just crunching the numbers, you talked about being consistent yesterday. We talked about what the tyre performance is going to be like. These two were streets above yesterday. They were actually pretty consistent, and this man was actually fairly consistent as well. Oh dear, something has come off. That looks like a fitting or a ball joint or something there, looking in there. Oh, that's the steering wheel's off. So I'd say that's something going on with the steering column.
Oh, goodness me. You don't want that happening, certainly at the home of horsepower, that's for sure.
No. You need to be able to... Well, going in a straight line is not such a big issue, but there are some turns that you need to worry about. Just a couple. So, yeah, as I was saying, we were crunching the numbers not only on these two gentlemen, but also on Royce Lyon, just getting some ideas about where we've come from 12 months ago with the old Yokohama tyre that we've had for 25 years to the new Bridgestone. And, in fact, the numbers were actually quite encouraging. There was actually some quite consistent performers out there, more consistent on average lap time compared to yesterday, compared to 12 months ago, which was absolutely staggering.
No, absolutely. And with the extra heat we've got going on the track today, it's the curiosity is whether the big cars can actually keep that pace to the end. I mean, you see the front guys are still neck and neck. They're close. They don't seem to be losing too much to anyone behind them as well, so they seem consistent. There's battles everywhere here at the moment, so it seems to be consistently good.
Yeah, so looking at the times that they're doing out in front at the moment, they're in the low 18s there. Scott Appledore's finally found a way past Wayne Decker at turn number 9, so he gets another spot there. But the drivers out in front, they're doing 18.2s last time around. They've dipped into the 17s as well for a fastest lap, which was on their first proper flying lap, which is good to see. And that's around the times that we were looking at yesterday, so sort of 18.1, 18.1 for both Gretsch Cumbo and McLennan on the average lap time. So they're within striking distance of the averages. So this is actually boding quite well for this new tyre, that it's actually holding up under a longer sustained run, because that was the big unknown. A lot of testing had been done in 2 or 3 different states, but we hadn't had a chance to do a lot of testing here in Victoria. We actually did want to get down to Phillip Island and do a run there, because that is the most highly loaded circuit we go to. From a longitudinal point of view, there's a lot of long loaded corners there. And we ultimately didn't get a chance to do so. But just punching in the raw numbers, I think a lot of drivers are genuinely surprised how better off they are. Like Ian McLennan, he was half a second quicker on average lap compared to last year, which is astonishing when you think about it.
That is astonishing. I mean, sure, you improve with your learning as a driver and you get your car set up right, but yeah, that's quite significant. Oh, here he goes. He's had a crack at his good mate Luke, and I like to see when these two are punching on too.
Luke's had to just torch the front right tyre there a little bit as well. I think McLennan maybe had a bit of a move around the outside at turn 1 and just overcooked it a little bit. They've got to be careful too, because this time well spent racing machine is not too far away. I'm actually wondering whether the lap traffic played a little bit in play there. Peter Fleming maybe might have been rounded up at the same time by the race leaders, who are now coming up very, very, very quickly on the Suzuki Michael Hopp and the other Hyundai XL there at Carly Fleming. They're just going to have to tuck back in here. It's a patience game now. Just got to wait and wait some more until you get to the exit here, and then you can put the foot down and you'll round them up.
I like how Luke's getting excited, gets up behind his good mate Macca and starts flashing coming up to turn 6 and doing around 250 Ks.
Bit of a wiggle. So it was a half-hearted lunge there for McLennan. So he wanted to get the pass done, but the rear end just got a little bit squeamish as he put the brakes down. And there's the torching of the front right tyre for Gretsch Cumbo. Oh, well, here we go. We've now negotiated the lap traffic, and Danny Timewell's caught up here, so the traffic's actually been a little bit kinder to him compared to the 2 front runners, so he's now right there.
Looks like the problem that Danny's worked on seems to be working out really well. He's put the heads back on it, apparently, from yesterday, and look, he's right amongst it. He'll be getting very eager here to see these two maybe knock and bump each other and see if there's a spot through, maybe.
Danny's dipped into the 18s a bit earlier in this race too, which is a lot quicker than the lap time he did yesterday. His best was a 19.3. He's now done an 18.3. So that's lopped that off quite substantially, and his average laps are looking a lot better too. His last lap time around was a 19.5. So at the same time that the leaders were negotiating the traffic, they did 21.5. So that's allowed a huge chunk of that margin. They had the better part of 2 seconds in hand. That's gone.
Fantastic, and that's 5 laps in as well. So that's a good sign. It's still a warm day, so they're getting quicker. This is good.
Yeah, so we're now sort of around the lunchtime mark, and the temperature is starting to go up. So it's a little bit hotter than it was yesterday afternoon. We're sort of around about the 24, 25 degrees yesterday afternoon. It's getting up there now. I think it's scheduled to be about 28 or so today. So they will be sort of in the upper end of the temperature scale, track and air temperature, and it will be a little bit hotter again this afternoon, as the temperature probably won't die off until a bit, but there is a headwind up at the front straight as well, so some challenging conditions for these drivers to negotiate.
Right now, look at that.
Yeah, this is like the parting of the Red Seas, isn't it? Where's Moses?
Well, after going go-karting last week with the nice little lock up there with young Luke trying to look for that angle.
Oh, and he's a little bit out of shape too, as he had to get over the curb at turn 2 and 3. That's going to be where he torched that tyre last time. It's returned to that spot.
Absolutely right. Looks like Wayne Decker's sort of just going through, finding his pace, but Scott Appledor's trying to really make a statement here.
Yeah, he's trying to move away from the four-wheel drive Audi there and just consolidate second place in the unders at the moment. Here's Michael Hopp.
Well, back to the battle from yesterday.
Well, I think this is the reverse of fortunes yesterday, actually. So Michael Hopp, you can see there's a little bit of a Band-Aid on the front right-hand corner of that car. There was a little bit of a love tap going down into Dandenong Road. I think we called it with Lee Seelemeyer, who's the blue and white XL. It's a little bit further up the road, so they're not as close for comfort as they were yesterday.
No, but look how tight they're racing. And this is one of the great things about improved production. You can wheel out an XL or a Suzuki Swift and be bumper to bumper, and still it could go either way. We don't know.
Well, that was one of the things when I looked at the improved production nationals last year. When Darren Smith and Gary O'Brien had me on the Grassroots the Grassroots Motorsport podcast, thanks to Race Fuels. They challenged me to work out which people were going to be the favourites. And when we got to this category with the under 1600s, I couldn't split it.
Yeah.
I looked at it and I thought, Michael Hopp's got half a chance. The XLs are all doing very well, just purely based on the lap times. It was deemed to be a line ball call. And when you look at how close they're racing, as you just pointed out, it is a line ball call.
Even in the last round, we had at Phillip Island with improved production in this category. I think the finalists or the championship was decided on the last lap. So it actually came right down to the wire. One missed gear change or one outbraking yourself, and that can change the whole thing. It's fantastic. You can come right down to the wire.
Michael Hopp here having another thread down here at turn number 1 on Carly Fleming. The number 42 machine gives a nice little bit of real estate there to the Suzuki Swift driver. And through he goes.
It's good driving.
Job done. Yep, very nicely done. And they'll be in a bit of company in a short while, because I saw Rohit Saini in the HSV GTS starting to sneak up on them.
Whoa,
back to positions 4 and 5 here, I think. So this is Andrew Butcher challenging Jamie Augustine in the number 5. So this is for, as I said, 4th and 5th on the road. Ooh. Nice little bit of traction out of turn number 9 and 10 there for Butcher, and that seals the deal for Augustine. He's now demoted to 5th. Same place as the car number on the side of the door.
Yeah, that was an interesting one, a test of bravery there. Who's going to break later, or who's going to give the position, have another go? Looks like Jamie let him have that one there, and now he'll try and catch him up afterwards.
Good to see Royce Lyons been able to get back out there as well. So that's just, to get out there and turn some laps and make sure whatever the fix is that his father's been able to come up with is going to hold, and that they'll have to have a bit more of a look at that before the last race of their campaign today at around about 4:30, I think is what's scheduled to be. So we're mentioning this man yesterday. He's had a little bit of a challenge just to try and work out how to attack driving with this tyre. And as we said, the tyres are a new learning thing for everybody. Jamie had said to me on the old setup that he could be a little bit more forgiving with the tyre with the Yokohama, because when he put the boost on and to try and get the car moving out of some of the slow speed traction corners, it wouldn't give him so much grief. He's had to sort of manage that a little bit more in this, but that's also part of the learning experience. It's also part of the changes that potentially you might need to make to accommodate the tyre. You can't just bolt your original setups on and go for it.
I tell you what, Danny's got Luke Gretsch here right in the braking corner.
Yeah, he's going for it down the inside of turn number 1.
That's tight.
Plenty of room given there. Luke has to exit stage right over the back of the curb. He tries to stay with it though, but the VF is through into position number 2. Now, has he got anything in store for Macca in the yellow Monaro with just under 3 minutes left on the clock?
Yeah, he was going hard to get a good exit out of there. Yeah, a little bit of slippage, but we'll see if he gets on in at corner 6. Wait for the flashing of lights. It'll be coming.
So Bruce Henley's the next man that's going to be lapped by our race leader in the number 115, the Pro-Cut Tree Services Monaro. And this man not too far behind him now. Oh, he's very wide there. He had to cut the back of the chicane there. And the number 25, Gretsch Cumbo, did the same, just not as severely. So that's a mistake from Danny, pushing a little bit too hard, but that's why that runoff area exists now at turn number 6. So you're not as heavily punished, but at the same token, I sort of look at it and say, well, you're almost incentivised to have a go there, aren't you now?
Look, you are, and if you get it wrong, which even with your left tyre, if that's too far over and gets to the top of the ripple, when you try to come back, it can steer you right into the wall. So if you get it wrong, the pain is pretty pretty unforgiving.
It certainly is. Now some lap traffic in play here. So Travis Mitchie, the XL being lapped for the second time here as we've completed 10 laps. Still plenty of time left on the clock. Next car you can see up the queue is the little black Peugeot, the 242 machine of Callum Jensen. So he's currently sitting in P7. So such as the pace of this leading group, you can just see how quickly they're getting through this field. They've already lapped everybody up to and including Bruce Henley in 8th place, and the 7th place man is not too far away from being lapped. There's 6th place just exiting the bottom of the shot there, Rohit Saini in the number 23, the HSV GTS.
And it's not like they're slow either. So Callum Jensen there in 7th, he's like 1 minute 24s.
He's doing quite well.
He's a good time.
He's actually said to me his personal best he did around here on Friday with this new tyre was about a 122, and he was really wringing the neck of it. So he's sort of dived into a good race pace. 124 for him is actually quite a respectable race pace.
Very solid race pace, and if you're coming up to be lapped at that speed, then the guys are really motoring. So that's fantastic.
They certainly are. So we're probably going to get at least another 2 laps here, I would say. There's plenty of time still on the clock. Danny Timewell tried to throw everything he possibly could at Ian McLennan as they came up the back part of the circuit. So he's within touching distance. 3/4 of a second's the margin. It's still very much Macca's to lose. And then coming up to, as I said, Rohit Saini. So he's no slouch in a straight line either. So passing the lap traffic is not going to be easy for these two on screen.
And Danny's definitely closer. So he's certainly got the teeth in the bit at the moment. Will Macca's got to hold it together. And also coming up with Rohit, he's not easy to come past either. It's one of the widest GTSs you'll ever find on track.
Pretty wide car in general, isn't it, the GTS? He's just pulling over to the left side there to see if I think Macca will go through here now. Will Danny be able to get this done before turn number 6, or is this going to be a bit of a bottleneck? Nope.
He pulled out. That's good.
Nicely done. Stays well to the left side of the course. Now, this is where I think the rear tyres might start to hurt Ian a little bit. He did say to me he was struggling a little bit toward the end of the race yesterday, just in general, because he was doing so much effort to try and keep up with Luke overall, that maybe he might have just he felt like it was squirming around at the back a little bit. So let's just keep an eye out to see if he's able to hold it together off of some of these turns. It looks pretty good off that turn right there, as the number 11 was a little bit shallower. The last lap board is indeed being held out.
This is the other thing about racing. Macca is now a champion. And this is about driving like a champion right now. What have you learned to get to become a champion? And right now he was under pressure. He was right on him. And now he's already pushed back against Danny Timer. Pushed that margin out a little bit. Now he's keeping together. He's not locking it up. He's finding his spots, being consistent. And that's what's, I think, really great to see. You've got to learn every time you're on the track, learn every time, and you can see the way Macca's driving now. He's driving like someone who knows how to get the job done.
Yeah, he's not driving defensively, you're right. He's just driving it like it's normal. He's using all the road where he needs to use all the road. And in actual fact, it looks like Danny's actually using a little bit less of the road. So it could be the shoe simply being on the other foot. You know, Ian's driving the way he needs to drive. Maybe Danny making a small little, line correction here or there. Potentially is maybe dropped him back here.
This could be interesting.
That was a little bit awkward as a lap Peter Fleming, and that I think will be that, because as McLennan rounded him up around the outside, Fleming was pretty much right on the apex of the corner for Danny Timewell. So that seals the deal, and your 2025 champion is going to notch his first win of the season. So this is the feature race, so a little bit more points on offer for the Pro Cut Tree Services Monaro, who draws a win for his board for 2026. Danny Timewell there in second. Luke Gretsch-Cumbo sort of just didn't quite have the pace in those last couple of laps and just solidified third, so he's definitely in a good spot for this afternoon. And then Andrew Butcher's the next one we're going to wait to see across the line in terms of the runners who are on the lead lap there. He is back of shot. So 4th place for Butcher, Jamie Augustine in 5th. So they're the drivers that all finished on the lead lap. And in your unders, it's Callum Jensen, who finished up there in position number 7 in Little Peugeot. And then behind him, it was Scott Appledore, who finished inside the 10. He actually was 10th. And then the next best was Lee Seelenmeyer in 12th in the XL.
That's a great result for Scott Appledore, getting into the top 10. That's fantastic.
Yep, so he's managed to get that. We didn't see much of that Hyundai Elantra last year, so good to see him out there with that. So there's your finishing results there. McLennan from Timewell. He got it out to, as you said, 1.2 seconds in the end. So as you said, drove like a champion. realised when he needed to lift his intensity, he lifted it, and he put that margin out a little bit at the end of the day. And then Luke Retchcumbo, a little bit of a distant third there, but quite safe from Andrew Butcher and Jamie Augustine behind. Saini, Jensen, Henley, Bodal, and Appledore the 10.
That's probably a PB for Rowett too, coming 6, so he'll be pretty happy about that. And that'll be interesting in the next race because Rowett is probably one of the best starters in the field. So there's a few a bit nervous with the tyres and how they start. Rowett will be pretty excited to see if he can sneak a position very quickly. That could make it very interesting to watch.
Certainly could. Thank you, Scott. We'll see you a little bit later on this afternoon. We are one more category away from finishing our first round of races here on Sunday morning, and that's the category in question that is about to take to the track. It is the Porsche 944s for their second race of the weekend, and once they are done, we will do it all again from the top of the order. There it is right there. So the Saloon cars will be out after that for race 3. Hyundai XLs, MG and invited British sports cars, sports sedans, Formula V, Formula Ford, historic touring cars, IP, and then Porsche 944s will round us off for round number 1 of the Victorian Trophy Tour, with thanks to Wolfchester Trade Shop.
Thanks, Steve.
The engines are firing, the 1 minute siren has sounded, and it is time to go racing in the Porsche 944 Challenge for their feature race, race 2 of their round here at Wolfchester Sandown Challenge as part of Trophy Tour Victoria. We're on track for the first time again in 2026. It's the second day of action for the season, and if race bomb is anything to go by, this is going to be a rip snorter as well. My name is Matt Dunlop. Joey Kellick is alongside me. Joey, we're looking at the number 7 Carter Fox machine, which unfortunately couldn't make the finish yesterday, but it was because he was down quite a bit on straight line speed. He was telling me car was having some issues, but he's raring to go today, as all of the rest of the drivers in this field.
Raring to go today. I'm raring to go as well, as we see the cars starting to leave the dummy grid. Carter Fox came together, no contact, but very close to Lyndon Watson yesterday to turn 11 and 12. He hit the ripple strip trying to avoid Lyndon, saw a low oil pressure light come on, so he thought he'd better be safe than sorry, killed the engine. Everything is fine. They're good to go, so we've got him back on track today.
Let's have a look at the grid for race 2 of the Porsche 944 Challenge by LK Diesel Services. The feature race, Adam Brewer has been having a great weekend so far. Pole position, winning race 1, and he'll be on pole position for race 2 as a result. But next to him, we've got Cameron Bell, the 6-time reigning champion, and he is really looking forward to getting up there a bit further. Chris Lewis-Williams and Mark Torbets will be on the second row behind them, with Jamie Westerway in 5th position next to Lyndon Watson in the number 5 car. Then Michael Westerway, Jamie's uncle, will be next to Sam Rofe on the 4th row of the grid. We go further back to the 5th row, where we will find Anthony Westerway, Andrew Goldman and Carter Fox, bringing up the rear of this 11-car grid. A lot of drivers rolling their cars off the trailer and running into a few issues they weren't expecting yesterday. They've had a bit more time overnight to resolve them. A couple of drivers particularly having brake issues, I've noted. A few other people just getting to grips with their cars. You know, people like Tony Westerway, who's driving Andrew Jackman's car this weekend, just learning how the thing works and getting used to the pedal positioning. So, bit of a learning experience for a few of these drivers, but they'll be looking to get up to speed real fast today.
Yeah, that's true. Speaking to a couple of guys in the pits just before this race, and it's amazing how these cars can be different car to car, just for a drivability sort of standpoint. Clutch stuff is very different from car to car. Some clutches have got a gradual release and other clutches engage like a button. So that is certainly has an effect on the way these cars start. You've got to employ a different technique for each one of these different sorts of cars. This is it's going to be very hot. It's very hot out on track right now. It's going to be really hot in the cab. As you say, these guys are getting the bugs out of the system. Second race now, first round. It's exciting stuff. Everyone's really pumped. Great vibe out there. Great vibe in the pit lane. Adam Brewer, he's just started like a bat out of hell, hasn't he?
100%. Absolute bullet, that number 81 machine.
Everything going his way. He's pumped. He's absolutely pumped. I saw him as he pulled into the pit box yesterday after his race, and he was elated. So we're just about to get underway here. Very exciting stuff.
So Cameron Bella alongside him was having issues, you mentioned yesterday, with his brake lines for the rears were locking and they weren't allowing the rear brakes to disengage. So they've done a little bit of work on the brake bias sort of adjuster there. So hopefully that gets the fluid flowing a little bit better so he doesn't have to lock the rears as much and he can feel a lot more confident under brakes. So you can look forward to a very, very quick Cameron Bella, as you will with a lot of the other guys as they get underway here at Sandown. It's a pretty even start at the front. Adam Brewer is on pace. I think he's just nosed ahead and he's going to keep that line as they run down to turn 1. They all get away nice and evenly as they fan out a little bit behind to try and find their own bits of real estate. You can see Goldman and Carter Fox really racing at the back. Carter in the number 7 is trying to make as many spots as he can. I think he's gone 3 wide as they go side by side, and Cameron Bella takes the lead around the outside into turn 1. He found the cogs when he needed to. He got the drive down the main straight. That is a ripping start from the reigning champion.
That is a fantastic start. Well done. That's going to be a really great... it's all about track position at the moment, especially for Cameron Bella with Adam Brewer so quick at the moment. And Bella, we're not sure if those brake issues are resolved or not, but to get that first spot on the first lap is very, very, very important.
He might need a bit of that Wolfchester brake cleaner we saw hanging off the fence. If you can pull a big enough gap, park alongside, grab some of that, spray it on. Adam Brewer is trying to have a look around the outside across the top of the hill. Oh! He's got so much pace and roars around the outside in race 1. That is an authoritative statement by Adam Brewer.
Wow, he's really stamped his authority, as you say, on that corner right then and there. That was a power move.
Wow, the blood will be pumping underneath that suit of Adam Brewer there as he races back into the lead. Chris Lewis-Williams has already seen a gap open up. He's probably thinking, what am I watching here? What's going on? It's lap 1. This is crazy as they round the final corner for the first time here. Mark Torbitz, you can see just there in 4th, and then we've got Jamie Westaway in 5th as well.
Uh-oh.
Well, no, that's Cameron Bella. He's losing a lot of pace there. He's falling right back. The reigning champion, that number 1 car, is going nowhere. The whole field is filtering past him. That number 1 machine is done. The white flag is out because there is a slow vehicle, and that slow vehicle has the number 1 on the door. What a shame for the reigning champion, and his race is almost surely done. He's looking to find the nearest get-off spot because that thing has no go left in it.
Oh, dear. That is a real shame. It's something that is very unexpected. It is not often we ever see that car retire. The only time that car retires is when it blows something up. And we didn't see anything very particularly dynamic or sort of explosive in that instance, but there's certainly some issue there that's caused him to have to back right out of it and, park it up, it looks like.
It'll be head down for the Bella Motorsport crew when that thing comes back in to get it back up and running for race 3 later today. Speaking of the Bella Motorsport crew, that has catapulted Mark Torbitz in the number 66 machine up onto the podium spots once again. He started yesterday's race from 2nd on the grid, was really quick in qualifying, but just lost a little bit of position yesterday's race, but he's looking to make up as much time as he can, but he's already got a huge gulf in between himself and Chris Lewis-Williams, who's now the beneficiary, finds himself in 2nd.
He does, and he's got Jamie Westaway, multiple champion, right on the back of his bumper there, so big pressure coming from that car in 4th spot. Let's see if Torbitz can survive this straightaway and into turn 1 and retain that 3rd position. He'll be desperately trying to do so as we see Jamie poke the nose up on the inside. Great late braking there by Mark Torbitz. Excellent defensive driving. He holds position.
I was having a chat to James before the start of the race, and he mentioned that some of the reason why he wasn't where he was 5th yesterday, which is not where you normally see Jamie Westaway, part of the reason was because, like Cameron Bella, he was also having brake issues, but it wasn't with the lines, it was the calipers. They weren't releasing off the front disc, so it was the front disc, they just weren't coming off when they needed to, so he's almost having to pull the brake pedal off sometimes just to get it moving, so that really limited his braking prowess, but it looks like he's got a lot more confidence in the anchors of that car today.
Yeah, certainly. We see him with a little bit of opposite lock into turn 4 there, which we love to see. It's not the quickest way around, but it is the funnest way around, I can tell you from personal experience.
100%. It's a great way to throw a car around here as we see Tony Westaway at the back of the field trying to get around Andrew Goldman. So that number 20 machine we normally see being campaigned by Andrew Jackman, who's out for the season, unfortunately, as he recovers from a shoulder procedure, but we've got Tony Westaway in that car just trying to wrap his head around it. He's been it's quite different to the machine that he's used to. His normal car is the one being driven by his son Jamie in this race, as a matter of fact. So a little bit of a shuffling of machinery for today, but it's great to see people out on track in whoever's car they happen to be able to steer.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I'm going to track Tony down between the end of this race and the commencement of the third race and ask him about that, because he is uncharacteristically right at the tail of the field here, where we would normally see him punching up at the in that top pack or top to middle pack. So he's obviously having to get his head around that machine. And be interested to hear what he has to say about it as we see him trying to find his way around Goldman. And Goldman's doing a great job to hold him off at the moment.
Goldman's feeling pretty comfortable running that full racing line through the flip-flop section there, and is taking all the way around the outside. He's not feeling the need to block too much from Tony Westaway, nor is Adam Brewer feeling the need to block, because he's got daylight behind him to Chris Lewis-Williams. So now, let's go to this battle for third position now. Mark Torbett still holding off Jamie Westaway, but I think Jamie's one of those drivers who loves having the carrot dangled in front of him. He loves having someone to chase down and just parking in their rearview mirror and piling the pressure on all race long.
As we see a mistake into Dandenong Road from Torbett's there, but he is a wily and very experienced competitor as we see him defending into 11 and holding position through 12. It's going to be a drag race down this pit straight here. If he can hold position all the way to and through turn 1, he might survive another lap.
So here's the real question. Can we get a whole lot of a slipstream down the main straight today? There was a bit of a headwind which was helping with the slipstream yesterday. No wind today. It is dead still. So that doesn't completely negate it, but as you can see there, it makes it a lot less potent because Jamie Westaway was not able to get up. And geez, he was a little bit shaky on the exit there. Copped a bit of dirt on the exit on the rear right tyre. Threw the car just off balance a little bit. He's still all over the back of Mark and makes a real sudden move. Surprised both of us in the commentary box and steals third position.
I think he surprised Torbett's because Torbett's line seemed to be okay. It didn't look like a mistake, but he was probably looking in his rear view. Maybe he should have been focusing on the apex. He's going to hate me for saying that.
As Dennis Cometti would say, he snuck up on him like a librarian and just absolutely ripped third place out of his hands. So Jamie Westaway, can he chase down Chris Lewis-Williams and Adam Brewer at the front of this race now that he has clear air? He's already carved a massive gap, so I think it was just a matter of trying to get past Mark Torbett's, who was putting in a great defensive drive, but when you get surprised like that, as he said, Mark was not expecting that move in turn 4.
No, and as we can see, there's a gap that's formed there. I wonder if Westaway was biding his time or if Torbett's just got out of sync as a result of that manoeuvre by Westaway and has henceforth now lost a bit of time, got out of his rhythm, etc., etc. Mark Torbett's El Presidente was doing a fantastic job in holding Westaway off, as we see that Tony Westaway, the father of Jamie, has still not been able to get past Goldman, which honestly I find quite surprising. They are certainly having a great battle between them, though, which we love to see. That's the great thing about this category, is that it is battle-rich all the way through the field. No matter where you look, there is someone fighting someone else, and it's great to see. It's one of the great categories in our sport. It's fantastic. As we see Westaway try and send a sort of half move around Goldman there to turn 1. He just doesn't have the ability to get round him where he needs to. He's probably going to want to focus on his exit here out of 4 and try and win the drag race down the back straight and see what he can do heading into this sort of second, third, the last part of the track here, so he can get something done.
I think with Tony's rich experience that he's got in the 944s, he knows how to steer a car, but he's just not used to this number 20 machine, so I think he's just trying a lot of varied things to see what works for him and what doesn't. He tries to have a look up the inside of Goldman there, can't get it done. But you can see like that, that outside move into turn 1, for instance, isn't something you'd normally try. So he's probably just trying to see maybe he had a bit more pace because you can't really make that work unless you can get alongside for turn 2 and get the move done. So
100%. You got to look when you sort of, these cars are also evenly matched, but when you're finding yourself matched to a driver as well as the car, you really have to sort of pick your battles. If you're mucking around corner to corner, trying to take advantage or find an advantage on every single corner, you find yourself not gaining any advantage. So what you really need to do is take a breath and just drive your line and time it so that you can sort of make it work at the end of one of the straights and really sort of pick your battles in that way. Otherwise, you're not going to make any forward progress if you're just sort of battling away and chasing shadows.
I tell you what, I was just something caught my ear there from that last shot, the static
I heard
shot
it
next
too.
to turn 4. If these were Formula 1 cars that had skid blocks underneath, every single one of these drivers would be getting disqualified for plank wear. They are all scraping the undercarriage on that turn 4 curb. With the ride heights they're running, they're just grinding across the top of that like it's a Tony Hawk Underground rail. And now, but it's not scrubbing too much speed off. Lyndon Watson is still tearing around the track, 5th position in that number 5 car. But right behind him, Carter Fox, who started rear of grid, is on 6th position. That thing is feeling way better under his right foot right now, and he's going to be stoked behind the wheel of that car.
These are the two guys that had issues. Well, let me start that again. They did not have issues, but Fox went off yesterday because he was battling with Watson. Fox came off second best, we could say. But he's going to be really, really hoping he can get past Watson. This is a great battle to watch. Both great drivers. Really fascinating to see how this one turns out.
And another thing about these two, they are two of the loveliest blokes to chat to in the paddock as well. They'll be fierce competitors on track, and then they'll get out and have a great yarn about what was going on. Huge smiles on both of their dials, hopefully, after some great, hard, fair racing. As Carter's soaring that rear wheel, you can see his red gloves lighting up in the sun there. He's putting everything behind that number 7 car to try and get it around the outside or the inside of Lyndon Watson there for 5th position, because the rest of the cars out in front, they've petered out quite a bit. Jamie Westaway is looking pretty quick, but he's not able to catch up to the cars in front because Chris Lewis-Williams and Adam Brewer are still lots faster right now. Fastest time around this track so far in this race is Adam Brewer with a 125.9949. That was on lap 3. He's the only driver to dip into the 125s, and even last time around, he was a 126.2. The next fastest was 126.4 from Lewis Williams. So Adam Brewer is still the quickest car on track by a country mile.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job. It's Brewer time really at the moment. I mean, he's just textbook executing this race as we see these guys still battling it out hard. Very, very hard. Very, very close. It's fantastic to watch. We see Torberts is sort of stranded there in between, behind Westaway and in front of Watson. He just needs to keep his head down and stay in front of these guys and retain that 4th position. 4th yesterday, another 4th today in this second race. He'll be happy with that.
It's absolutely crazy. I was just watching Carter Fox there as he tries to have a look up the inside of Watson. He was driving on the ragged edge into turn 1. I think I saw the front left lift off the ground as Lyndon Watson gives it 110% on the exit of turn 4, lights up those rears and hangs the back right out. That's how you defend. You make your car literally as wide as possible by sending it sideways up the track, but that's going to cost him a lot of momentum. And I think Carter Fox is going to try and capitalise, but no, Lyndon Watson is still steady in 5th position at this stage. Didn't lose that much, didn't lose the place there, but he has lost a bit of time to Torberts in front. I don't think he'll mind that too much. I think he'll be happy to just hold on to 5th position for now, as Carter Fox tries to have a look up the inside, pulls the car up just in time, doesn't make contact, but that would have been very close.
That would have been very close. Carter needs to just back off, take a breath, and get in the zone. And sort of a little bit about what I was saying earlier. He needs to stop focusing on Lyndon's rear bumper and just drive his line and make the move. As we see, Jamie Westaway is catching Chris Lewis-Williams. That's very, very ominous. You don't want to see that Westaway, that young Jamie Westaway looming in your rear vision mirror. As we see, Goldman going wide at 12. Tony Westaway up on the inside. It's a drag race down to turn 1, and I reckon it's a drag race that Tony Westaway is going to win because he's going to have track position into turn 1.
Father and son making moves in this race in the later stages. Jamie's really racing up front in 3rd, and Tony is going to get this move done into 9th position here as they go through turn 1. Andrew Goldman's backed off quite a bit. He's actually run quite wide there, so not the corner that Andrew Goldman was hoping for, so that gives Tony Westaway a bit of breathing room in 9th position in that Poolmaster Bayside machine, with the Winchester car of Andrew Goldman, the Carpet Shed machine, right behind there, running in 10th position. So 10 runners at the moment with Cameron Bella dipping out earlier. But now let's have a look. This is up into 4th position. So this is Mark Torbitz. He's just locked a front left there onto Dandenong Road. Lyndon Watson is catching him as well. So they don't have a whole lot of time left in this race. Probably only a couple of laps, if that. So if Lyndon Watson wants to get anything done here, he's done a great job of shaking Carter Fox. So I'd say Carter Fox has probably made a bit of an error. Wow. That is a huge change in the fastest lap. Half a second.
Wow. Adam
Brewer has just found. And has just been bested by Jamie Westaway. It was Jamie Westaway, indeed, who posted that.
Wow.
A 125.4256. The next fastest lap was Adam Brewer's 125.9.
Wow.
So, all of a sudden, Jamie Westaway has found buckets of pace, and now he's all up in the mirrors of this tyre power machine of Chris Lewis-Williams. Westaway is so fast. He's using every single millimetre of the track to get as many tenths of a kilometre an hour as he can down onto the road. Can he get much of a slipstream up the back straight? The wind has picked up a little bit. It's not going to benefit him too much here. But is he on for a move here possibly? I think he's a bit too far back, but let's not count out what could happen to Dandenong Road as they go down the hill for the final time, I believe. I don't know if the last lap board is out just yet. We've still got a bit of racing to go, but the clock is in the negative. So if Jamie Westaway wants to get this move done and get himself in a second position, he's got to get it done quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, they are not too far off Brewer. I mean, Brewer is rock solid, but he's only one mistake away from letting these guys back in. That's an incredible effort from Westaway. Now, look, it is very, very warm out there at the moment. I wonder how much the track condition and the track surface temperature is affecting these guys. Are tyres starting to go off? Is that what's happening with Fox? Is that why Watson was able to shake him? Because that gap is pretty big. Well, it's holding steady as we can see off in the distance down at the end of that pit straight now. But yeah, Carter Fox started the race with, he was saying, his first green tyres in 2.5 years. So as much as he would have been benefiting from those, they've probably fallen off a cliff. But but look, then we've got Westaway. If they're all having tyre trouble, he is finding time, and he is all over the back of Chris Lewis-Williams.
That's the thing about the tyres in this. They all run a spec tyre. It's the Yokohama Advan, and what they do is they'll often run a scrub tyre on a dry track because it gives them a little bit more grip. You would usually only see green tyres. Generally, if they can avoid it, they'll only run those on a wet track so they can get as much tread as possible, because the green tyres don't give you that much of a benefit on a slick track like this. So you want a little bit of scrub in there. But conditions can change quite a bit, and it really changes the dynamic. So Jamie Westaway, as close as he was able to get, he has not been able to catch onto the back of Chris Lewis-Williams just yet, but this is the last time around.
Yes.
So
I'm looking out the window and I can see the checkered flag through the blinds.
So Adam Brewer will come around the final corner now. He has been rock solid so far this weekend. Pole position, race 1 winner, and now he wins race 2, the feature race. 70 points on the board so far for Adam Brewer.
Wow.
Look at him. He's chuffed in that number 81 machine.
He is so pumped. What a performance. Just so great. He's done such a great job to do that. Now, we've got Carter Fox has got some sort of an issue, again, staying off the line or trying to.
What a shame for Carter Fox. He was looking so quick earlier in the race, but whatever gremlins, whether it's the same issues he was having yesterday or whether something new has popped up, it's impossible to say, but that is such a shame for Carter, that young bloke.
He'll be devastated. Sorry to cut you off there. He'll be devastated. I hope that he can limp that back through to pit lane, and it'll be a shame for him to get 2 DNFs from the first 2 races of this year. Let's keep our fingers crossed that he can get that one back. But what a fantastic effort from Ads Brewer. And Lewis-Williams in second. I mean, let's not forget that Chris Lewis-Williams qualified in 7th for quali and started in 7th in the race yesterday. He's done an incredible job to finish in second, and Westaway was right on him in third place. We've got Mark Torbitz, who's finished in 4th. Watson managed to maintain 5th. Sam Roth up to 6th place. Michael Westaway 7th. Tony Westaway got ahead of Goldman to take 8th, Goldman in 9th, and Carter Fox in 10th position. I hope that he manages to get that back. and cross the line, but we'll see how that one pans out.
Fingers crossed he can and get some points on the board, but the way that thing was listing through Dandenong Road, I don't think he's going to be able to make it, but we'll keep an eye out. We'll have a look. And Cameron Bella, of course, was a non-finisher as well, only able to get one lap under his belt in that car. So if he can get that thing back up and running, he'll be rear of grid for race 3 later this afternoon. So you will not want to miss that, folks. That is going to be a spectacle.
We have seen him go from the last place to first place on the final corner of the final lap at this track before. It was one of the greatest things I've seen in 944 racing. Let's hope he gets it back on track for race 3 so we can see a reboot of that incredible triumph.
Looking forward to it, Joey. Thanks so much for joining me once again. Looking forward to seeing you this afternoon for more 944 action. But in the meantime, we have got so much racing coming your way. We've got Saloon cars up next, and then Hyundai XLs, MGs and invited British sports cars, and then sports sedans, Formula V, Formula Ford, historic touring cars, and improved production before the 944s are back out on track to round out the action for the Wolfchester, the Wolfchester Sandown Challenge. I was bound to make that mistake at some point this weekend, and there it is, folks. Trophy Tour Victoria is back in action here at Sandown, and action it has been aplenty. So don't go anywhere, folks. That's the feature races done for today, but we've still got some more sprints coming up. There's the schedule. Don't miss a moment of it here on Blendline TV. We'll be right back in just a moment with more action.
Welcome back trackside, ladies and gentlemen, to the Trophy Tour for 2026. And you are trackside for the Wolfchester Sandown Challenge. Sorry about that. It is definitely not a gun. It is great products. In fact, Wolfchester are the guns of their industry. You see what I did there? The automotive industry, truck and bus, engineering, manufacturing, industrial, agriculture, and earth moving. You need chemicals, additives, OEM-approved formulations, auto-electric consumables, power tools, hand tools, hose clamps, heavy-duty applications, assortments. Now, they're the ones you want in your kit. Cable ties, fuses, bolts, seals, O-rings, etc., etc. Of course, full range of sealants and adhesives, storage systems, abrasives and surface preparation, nuts and bolts in grab kits and bulk as well.
That's the longest recovery I've ever heard, Darren.
Wolfchester are your friends, Australia's favourite automotive and industrial consumables. Expert advice, support that you deserve, and value for money. They've got their trade shop. Head down to their trade shop and have a look. I think that's down in Lilydale. And certainly jump on their website, www.wolfchestershop.com.au. We really enjoy their support here at the Sandown Challenge, as we've got cameras down in the marshalling area, just looking on board. Looks like our pole sitter, Kieran Pridmore. Yes, it is. Car number 66, just inside his saloon car. And I'm joined promptly by Emma Dean down in the Pridmore car there. Em, how clean and tidy are these things these days? So you could just about eat the lunch off the...
Karen's was.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. He's been far enough out in front this weekend that he hasn't had to dust it up, has he?
No, all that cool fresh air.
Enjoying that. PDM detailing crew are on board with Daniel Johnson, a pair of fourth places for this weekend so far, and it's going to be interesting to see how this guy goes. Adam Lowndes in his Commodore. Sorry, there's Adam Lowndes there in his Commodore. We were just looking at the Travis Lindorff car, number 51 there. A couple of Commodores and know how to win races, these two blokes. That's looking inside that Commodore. He's ready to go as well. Big thumbs up, and very, very nice carbon fibre helmet there. Safety first with all of our races, and sometimes you'll see that the safety car or red flag gets thrown on a race, and that is because we all appreciate that safety does come first when we go racing, and it's normally about whether it be the driver, the trackside officials, or even the patrons' safety, and that is always the first and foremost when it comes to race control, our trackside officials, everyone like that we do have to look after each other.
Well, at the moment, Darren, I don't think everyone would be happy about the safety measures, considering that it would probably be about 100 degrees in that fire suit at the moment with their balaclava and underwear on, so... yeah.
Well, we never used to wear helmets, did we? We used to put like a leather sock on our head and go, oh, let's super fast.
That'll be right.
We'll be right. And no roll cage. But as a community, we embrace the changes in technology. Things like HANS devices, even the high visibility tail lights on these cars now. When it rains heavy, all you can really see is the high intensity rain lights on the back of them. These are improvements that, as human beings, we engineer into it, don't we?
Yeah, well, there are some those improvements that you mentioned are quite right, Darren. But there's one improvement that I think the guys wish they would have today, and that's aircon.
Well, and these cars all would have had it ex-factory, but
for anyone new at home,
the first thing you get the hacksaw out to do when you're building a race car is get rid of the aircon and the heater box out of the car.
It weighs a ton. Yeah. So for anyone following along at home that's not really into motorsport, these cars are not air conditioned. Actually, they are. I lie. The window's down.
Well, interestingly enough, the AU Falcons, normally on a day like today, you hear a whole lot of belt and squeal on the AC pump. So we're not hearing that.
Nope.
What we're hearing is some racers that want to get on with it. Yeah, it's warm. It's actually a lovely day. I was just outside talking to a couple of the fans that have arrived here. They're like, how good's this? We're at Sandown. It's early on in the year. The season has begun. There is a big dance on in New South Wales this weekend at Mount Panorama, the Bathurst 12 Hour, and we've got a great field of cars here for the opening of the Victorian Trophy Tour, Wolfchester Sandown Challenge, and we have got the Accurate Plumbing Group Saloon cars making their way out on track, and the last car, Jacob Prestopino, leaving the pit and paddock area. Big shout out to Dan McCarthy. Used to love a bit of Jacob Prestopino work when he was calling the saloon cars, but we know you're watching on, Dan, and enjoy the saloon car call. So the cars make their way around. Let's have a look at the grid, Em.
Yeah, we're starting off with Kieran Pridmore, and then followed closely by Scott Dornan, Kevy Stoopman in third, Daniel Johnson in fourth, Adam Lowndes fifth, Travis Lindorff in sixth, Jason Cruz, David Lyons, Kane Baxter-Smith in ninth, Kerry Bright in 10th, Justin Shembury in 11th, James Jeske in 12th, Christopher Jackson in 13th, Alex Hanley in 14th, William Harris and Matthew Yeager in 15 and 16th, George Papagiorgio and Jason Cartledge in 17 and 18, and Mark Franzo, third ever race in 19th, with Christopher Hanley in 20th, Andy McSwain, who had a little bit of grief in race 2, is in position 21 with Deegan Preen, who also came to a little bit of grief in 22, Cody Cartledge and Jacob Prestopino to round out the grid of 24.
I tell you what, there's some excitement down the tail of this field with Deegan Preen, who won race number 1 yesterday. DNF'd the race this morning when he parked up on the exit of turn 4. Him and Jacob Prestopino coming from the rear of this grid. This is going to be very interesting to watch their progress, and they will progress through the field.
Deegan's car is the ex-Zuma car.
Yes.
So has car, can steer, can win.
Yeah, certainly.
But doing it from the back of the pack, bit of a challenge for the young kid.
The telltale for me is the Stan Hotel sticker across the top of the front window. That gives its pedigree to you well and truly, and certainly an attitude that is taken to the racetrack. Jamo has been exceptional over many years in this category, and there's an argument he'd be second to none, but I'm happy to have that conversation, and I won't argue about it. But his record stands pretty strong in this field, so if he's got the car that team have run, then Deegan Preen, a 16-year-old out of South Australia, has got himself in the right car in this category. But at the front of the field, Kieran Pridmore, Scott Dornan, Kevin Stoopman, Daniel Johnson, Adam Lowndes, Travis Lindorff, Kane Baxter Smith. It goes on. It's going to be absolutely happening. There's the 88 of Papa Giorgio. He's returning to the sport. Great to see him back in the field. Down there out of 17th position. 5 seconds to the start. Taillights go on. The 2 Commodores on the front row. 2 Falcons on the second row. And away we go. Adam Lowndes pops the nose out in the number 19, looks for a run up the inside, and it's a big move down the back. Have a look at that, Jacob Prestopino. He is absolutely hammering down the inside here. Can he haul it up onto brakes there? And Deegan Preen also looking out to try and go with him as well. This group right in the front here, it is absolutely stacked and racked with these guys. Stoopman just pushed out wide a little bit by his fellow AU competitor in Johnson. And then right in behind there is Travis Lindorff. He puts the nose up the inside and forces the issue on the veteran Kevin Stoopman.
Oh, so squirrely.
Oh, there goes Deegan Preen. Scraping across the rail there, across the ripple strip. And the 175 there of Chris Handley just scratching his head going, wow, everyone got through turns 1, 2, 3 and 4. Well done.
I've got to remind everyone that these guys were warned on Friday to not go door to door. I think as the weekend's gone on, that's worn off. The
message has worn a bit thin, but have a look at this. This is a great battle. A couple of Commodores with 2 absolute legends of this category, Lindorff and Lowndes. Lowndes in the Pro Plum car and the Turn the Page car of Lindorff, which is a bookshop in Cowes at Phillip Island. And Kevy Stoopman ranging in the red Falcon, and there's Kane Baxter Smith for Swift Solar. I'm going to stop that now. I'm going to call him Kane or Swift Solar.
Now, Kane does actually have his number 2 engine in this weekend. He doesn't have his quali engine in, which was pretty tuned to within an inch of its life. So he's lost a little bit of power.
Oh, Scotty Dornan into 23, just about swapped ends there. Had a rear brake lock up.
Great save.
Came round, rally style. And what that's done is that has given Kieran Pridmore the fire he needs to get back into P1 there. He's seen that and he's gone right. Vulnerable, high speed under brakes.
Using every centimetre of turn 4, my God. Oh, Jesus, I shouldn't say that anymore.
Travis Lindorff coming around the corner there. Emma offering the Sunday blessing.
Oh, yeah. Here all weekend.
Try the Palmer. There we go, across the hill. The number 25, that's Scotty Dornan leading the way here. Here's the charge by Kevin Stoopman. Do not ever discount this guy. He might be a veteran, but he's a well-coveted veteran. If he was a general in the US Army, he'd have 5 pips on each shoulder, would General Stoopman. Strangely, he's in a Ford, but there you go. A very well accomplished driver, and a guy, if you're ever doing something you want in your corner to help you run a strategy,
did he get a nudge?
Strategize you out of the car and take the steering.
Looks like Kevin Stoopman had a bit of a nudge on that bumper because his bonnet's a wee bit rattly at the moment. Hopefully those rings hold on for dear life and we'll get through the race without a
let's hope
visibility issue.
Yeah, hope that he continues on. But have a look at this. We've settled down. 2 laps in. Everybody's now had their initial rush of blood.
Darren, didn't you learn from me in race 2? Don't say everything looks settled and nice. It ramps right up with these guys.
I'm just saying, we're on lap number 2. About lap number 5, everyone will have been sick and tired of settling down, and we'll start to fire a few salvos.
Oh, look, they're itchy already. Check it out.
Wide.
Yeah.
And loses the spot ultimately there. So James Jeske just delivers a spot through to Justin Shembry in the black Commodore as he goes through. Today, racing red and white Falcon. 65 goes right out wide as well. They're all going out wide. And wow, that shot just giving us so much action. Very well placed. And that's why we have such a great production company with Glenline TV grabbing all of these innovative shots for us around the tracks that we go to. 4 different tracks we visit this year. Sandown twice, Calder, Winton and Phillip Island for the grand final at the end of October with the Trophy Tour Vic. And we continue on our very merry way in the Accurate Plumbing Group Saloon cars. This is their final race for the weekend. Scotty Dornan is doing a brilliant job out in front, but you just get the feeling that Kieran Pridmore is definitely not done with this yet. Deegan Preen up to 7th. Kane Baxter-Smith has relegated a spot. Jacob Prestopino up to 11th. So Deegan Preen is the big mover. Talking about big moves.
James
the 19
Jeske.
and the 12.
Wish.
Stoopman up. Just little nudges, and there you go. Stoopy's made a career of being an aggressive race driver, and that is how he does it.
Looks like James Jeske. Looks like James Jeske is looking for the same aggressive driving style. I don't know that those guys will be swapping Valentine's cards in the pits later on. But
no, well, Stoopy and Lowndes have raced each other many, many times. This is interesting. Daniel Johnson, I'm going to say lonely in 3rd. And if these two want to keep racing door handle to door handle like this, he's going to remain a little bit lonely there. But Lowndes is not going to give up on Stoopman. The 111 Automotive Tyre Power entry is doing a good job there. But Lowndes in the 19 in his Holden wants to get through. He's not letting go. But have a look at Deegan Preen right off the back of Lowndes. That is going to be Lowndes' next big problem, is to have Kevin Stoopman in front to chase, but he's going to have the blowtorch of hell applied to him any minute now with Deegan Preen going very, very hard into this one. Just watching them come around now. Lock up down there. George Papagiorgio into Dandenong Road. And the 97 of Chris Jackson getting on there as well. Andy McSween, there he is in the 34. And Andy mixed up in the field. He is down in 16th place at the moment. It's Alex Handley. He's gone up a spot in the 65. So the older car pushing on very hard. It's getting through on the newer car of the 97 and also the AU there of Swain. The drive events car.
Heat's already playing a factor in this, Darren, because the best lap times are 124. We could still see another a shorter lap time, but I'd say the heat's right up there in the tyres now and on the track.
Halfway distance here, yeah, then definitely the tyre will start to feel it. They run for all intents and purposes, the Bridgestone road tyre, a performance speed-rated tyre, so it's fit for purpose, but certainly a tyre that can be used on the road. And it does start to get up there. The track temperatures really did rise very quickly yesterday, and it's only natural. It's a dark coloured surface. The sun gets to it and absorbs the heat. McSwain looks to the outside now, trying to apply pressure on the 97 there of Christopher Jackson. And just having the Commodore just getting the power down off Dandenong Road and getting away a little bit here. Interesting to see how the drag race between these two go. 6 minutes and 50 seconds left. And Scott Dornan to Kieran Pridmore, Daniel Johnson, Kevin Stoopman, Deegan Preen from the rear of Grid is up in the 5th place now. Adam Lowndes is into 6th, Travis Lindorff in 7th, Kane Baxter-Smith in 8th, Jason Cruz to Lines, Jacob Prestopino from rear of Grid up to 11th. None has matched Deegan Preen's push to 5th place from the rear of the grid so far.
Good advertising there for drive events on Andy McSwain's car.
Yes.
Anyone listening, if you want to get involved in some motorsport yourself and you don't know where to start, head along to driveevents.com.au, see Andy McSwain and get yourself down on track.
Does a good job. Certainly cost-effective way to feel. If you think you've got the skills, then back yourself and try it without making too much of a financial commitment.
Any car welcome.
Yeah, get out there and have a bit of a go. Always said, if you think the 99 is getting caught up there and trying to make up a spot, and that is Jacob Prestopino. Just pushing very hard, Prestopino on Lines there. So getting through eventually. David Lyons in the 24 succumbed to the pressure of Jacob Prestopino. And his push through the field continues. So that will get him inside the top 10. It does. Prestopino up one, Lines down one. Next car on the road is Justin Shembrook.
while you're talking about moves in the race, Darren, have you noticed where Deegan Preen is and where he started?
Yeah.
Started 22 and he's made his way up to 5th. That is no small effort with the guys that are out on track. They're not giving away any position.
It's immense because no one really knew the name before this weekend.
No, we will now.
He won race 1. He was on the front row of the grid. He started from rear of grid in this one. This is our front runners now. This is where the story is at. Still 5 minutes to go, so plenty of racing for these two to sort things out as we see Scotty Dornan lock it up in the action line marking car. And then
only a couple of tenths in it.
Here in Pridmore in the grey and black Commodore. So it is 2 Holden Commodores. What do they say? Win on Sunday, sell on Monday. So good luck to the used car yards this week, I guess.
Yeah, not if anyone's watching this.
So if you've got a couple of VY type Commodores, we've gone up a grand or 2 on the car yards to opening business tomorrow. Half-page ad in the local newspapers. Oh, they don't do that anymore.
Oh, where's
do they?
the Trading Post? I missed that.
Thursday, Trading Post.
Unique cars, just cars.
And here we go, Prestipino now pushing on. He's going to range up. Oh, Kane Baxter Smith. The impetus has gone out of his challenge this weekend. That's not looking good. Some wrong colour smoke coming out of the tailpipe of that car, and MU inside knowledge tells us he was already running the number 2 engine in that car.
Yeah, well, maybe he's got a spare for the spare, although it's race 3, so he just needs to get to the end now,
He needs to get to Calder, doesn't he, really?
Yeah.
Get to the next round and do it.
Yeah, he's already overcooked that. I wonder what's going on. He was worried that it was a little bit underpowered and was trying to figure it out between races, but that's not always possible.
Well, we all know when we've got something underpowered, it sees a couple of hundred revs between each gear change, just trying to get a result out of it. So that's what he's done. Kane Baxter Smith, one of the crowd favourites in this category, a ripping fella, and always tries very, very hard to get the best possible result for him and his family. Here comes George Papagiorgio, big name for a commentator to get out without making a mistake, but a guy that loves his saloon car racing, been around for quite some time. Lots of energy for the category, and it's really good to see him actually back out at the wheel. So Kane Baxter Smith has got a few weeks to get himself ready for the 888 Home Loans Calder Revived on March 2021 and 22. So another round in the suburbs of Melbourne out at Calder Park. The 888 Home Loan supported event March 2021-22. And this action ad in front, as it says, action line marking on Scotty Dornan's car. A couple of the tail enders just getting well out of the way of this charge. So Bright going down a spot there as well. So Bright not completing as many laps as he should have. So been an issue there for Bright as we watch George Papagiorgio get out of the way of the leaders as well. And they come charging through. It's actually the yellow Falcon off in the distance we saw there with the lights ablaze of Daniel Johnson. He has certainly got the lights ablaze trying to chase him down. You'd suggest with only a minute and 50 seconds left in it. Daniel's charged with all this traffic in between him and Scotty Dornan and Kieran Pridmore. Is a bit of a pipe dream to catch on to him. But all he needs over the next minute and a half is a bit of an off between either one of these two or both of them. And Daniel Johnson will come right back into the fray. Under brakes. Blue flag now being shown to George Papagiorgio in the 88 Falcon. As we go back and start to have a look at some of the other contenders. This is Cruz and Lyons. So David Lyons out there and Jason Cruz started out as 7th and 8th respectively. They're actually currently 9th and 10th, and that's due to the charge from the rear of the grid of Jacob Prestipino and Deegan Preen. In fact, Deegan Preen up to 4th place now. He's displaced Kevin Stoopman out of that spot, and that would have been no mean feat to get the wily veteran to one side, but he's done it. A South Australian. The storm from South Australia in saloon cars continues here in the 2026 Trophy Tour Vic. Wolfchester Sandown Challenge. Really strong weekend. There it is, Wolfchester. Brake parts cleaner, second to none. One of the big sellers in the automotive industry and industrial agricultural industry is brake cleaner, and Wolfchester currently have the number one product that you could possibly find. Check them out at Wolfchester Shop. Oh, there's a big one. That is an expiration of an engine, you would have to suggest, in the 175. Christopher Hanley has just pulled off at the bottom end of the straight. Here comes our race leaders. They're both locking up. I wonder if there's some oil involved with the... yeah, I think there is. They're all finding it. Absolutely, they're all finding it down there. So the 175 there is the deteriorating surface flag, and we can see the oil glistening in the sunshine. So we'll have a clean up at the end of this one to get rid of that oil, and that started probably back around the 100-metre mark under brakes there. So, Swain gone wide in the 34 down at Dandenong Road there for the driver Ben's car, and there is the oil flag. So they're all just moving over, because they'll be able to see, as they arrive on the corner, they'll be able to see the glistening. Oh, and the big slide there from one of the older Falcons. There's our race leader, Scott Dornan. And the checkered flag has been readied at the crow's nest. Blue flag's waving for Dornan and Pridmore to come through. Daniel Johnson has waged the strategy on this one, and what he's done, he's had a fairly lonely, clean race in third place. But race 3 from the weekend, a new winner for this one is Scotty Dornan, and he will lead home by 0.6 of a second, Kieran Pridmore. And here comes the yellow and black Falcon of Daniel Johnson in behind him and challenging all the way to the very end, and well driven this weekend by both Daniel Johnson and Adam Lowndes. Here's this next battle going on. And this is getting interesting between Jason Cruz and David Lyon, as David Lyon in the number 24 will just ease that car through to the line. So Dornan, Pridmore, Johnson, Adam Lowndes, Travis Lindorff, Jacob Prestopino. Ooh, where is Deegan? Deegan has gone into the pits. Wow, there's a turn up. He went from 0. In fact, he went from 24th to challenging for a podium and enters the pits. So will be classified as a DNF. Wow, that is the late-breaking news from the final race for the Accurate Plumbing Group Saloon Cars, race number 3. Of course, for all of your plumbing needs, get onto the Accurate Plumbing Group. We've thrown great support behind the Saloon Cars here this weekend. So Prestopino to Lyons to Cruz. Kane Baxter Smith ultimately home in 9th. Kane started out of 9th. So there you go. Shembry, Hanley, Andy McSwain home in 12th. Jason Jeske. Where on earth has Kevin Stoopman ended up? Well, Stoopy's a DNF there as well. So that's a shame, a very big shame. All right, there we have provisional results. Alex Hadley in the 65, Andy McSwain, James Jeske, Jason Cartledge, Will Harris across the line there as well. That was a bit incorrect there. Jason Cruz, Lyons, Kane Baxter Smith, Lindorff, Prestopino, Shembry, Deegan Preen home in 11th, but didn't do that. We have got a short break between now and our next race, which will be the Hyundai XLs, as we go down to Emma Dean with a special guest here at the track.
Thank you, Darren. We're actually really blessed to be joined by Josh Blanksby, the new CEO of Motorsport Australia. Welcome, Josh.
Oh, thanks very much, Emma. Thanks for having me. It's very
exciting.
You're
welcome. So, 3 weeks in the job. You're ex-MRC, so you're no stranger to racetracks. Yeah. I mean, this is a blend racetrack, horse racing, motorsport. What drew you to the Motorsport Challenge?
Yeah, look, it's pretty exciting to be back here at Sandown. Spent a lot of time here on the horse racing side. But look, I think motorsport's such a genuine sport. People are so passionately involved in it. You know, I love the generational nature of it. You know, you see fathers and grandfathers and kids being part of motorsport, and you know, it touches all aspects of the community. You know, a lot of people know the high end aspect of it. You know, our F1s and supercars, but being out here today and seeing all the people being involved and the grassroots is what's really exciting.
Yeah, and you touched on something really crucial there. We've got a lot of father-daughter, father-son combos out here on the track, and then obviously grandfathers, and all the mums come down as well. They're all involved. So it's really true grassroots motorsport. And there's a lot of push for change. There's been a lot of change. How does that filter through to you as CEO of Motorsport Australia?
Well, obviously, as you mentioned, only 3 weeks into the job, Emma, but yeah, really keen to listen to people and to understand what their concerns are. Obviously, accessibility to the sport and the cost of the sport, is something I'm blown away by people who invest in it, not only the competitors, but the volunteers and officials who just give up their time and their weekends. So really listening to those people and understanding what makes their sport better. I mean, in the end, Motorsport Australia, it's a member-based organisation. We're here for the betterment of the sport, and we can only do that when people let us know what the issues are.
Yeah, well, 3 weeks in, and you're only a couple of weeks out of the Grand Prix, so that's arguably your biggest event on your calendar. How are you? Are there nerves? Have you got anyone guiding you through it? Like, is there a guidebook to this?
I don't think it's a guidebook, Emma, but yeah, they certainly have thrown me in the deep end. It's been a good time to start. Lots of award nights that I've headed along to. I was up in Sydney for Motorsport Park for another event a couple of weeks ago. Being here today, but yeah, as you said, the Grand Prix is the pinnacle for motorsport in Australia. Very, very proud that we provide 1,000 volunteers and officials to that event, which is just a huge commitment that Motorsport Australia does and our people do. So really looking forward to working with the Australian Grand Prix Corporation and putting on a fantastic event, because what that sport does is bring new people into the sport, and then it's our job then to get them committed in other ways.
And a lot of moving parts, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a huge event, and it keeps getting bigger, and and that's what people want, and the demand for the sport at the moment, with how high profile it is fantastic. So big opportunity for us at Motorsport Australia, but a big opportunity for the motorsport community.
Absolutely. So I don't want to put you on the spot too much, but I know you've just arrived. Is there any pick? Is there anything that you can't wait to see here this weekend?
It's just more meeting people, to be honest. That's what I've loved about the first 3 weeks, and it's a very warm and welcoming community. People very happy to chat, people very happy to give opinions, which I don't mind, and I'm more than happy to listen. But yeah, just getting to know the people and understanding, why they love the sport, what brought them in, and do they have any ideas how we can get more people involved.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much, Josh Billingsby. I hope you enjoy your weekend at the Vic Trophy. I got tongue-tied then. I'm too nervous with Josh here. Thank you for coming down to the track today, and hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Oh, you definitely will, Emma. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Great to hear from the new CEO of Motorsport Australia, Josh Blanksby, alongside our Emma Dean there down in the pit lane. Great to have his company here at the Wolfchester Sandown Challenge at Sandown on what is a gorgeous day here, and we hope he enjoys all the racing that's been and is still yet to come today. Still a little bit tidy up with a couple of stranded cars from the Saloons being taken off track, but we will have Hyundai XL action coming up once again very, very shortly. My name is Matt Dunlop, and I've got Tom Reed alongside me. Tom, we've seen a lot of action from a staggering field of Hyundai XLs here, and with these track conditions changing race by race, I'm not sure if you caught the back end of that Saloon car race, but you can see in the front of our shot a massive line of oil that was just dropped on the run into turn one and off the exit there. So under brakes into turn one is going to be very, very sketchy, and a lot of these drivers, because they would have been in the dummy grid for the whole of that race, wouldn't have seen that. So as they peel out of the lane, this is going to be their first chance to see, ooh, that's not what I was expecting on the run into turn one. So that's going to make braking a little bit interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely, Matt. Yeah, cars coming out onto the track now. So hopefully, if these guys are a little switched on, there's 40 of them. If they all drive over that, it should almost be clean by the time we get to a green flag in just a moment's time. But they're all steering clear of it at the moment. So that is for drivers starting on driver's right-hand side, the left-hand side on your TV screen. That might be a little tricky when they hung out to dry around the outside of turn one, and perhaps that's something for Ryan Phillips to think about and navigate. I'm sure he would have been switched on enough to see that clean-up section there in the braking zone towards turn one.
Ryan Phillips, you mentioned, is going to be our pole starter. Oh, sorry, he's going to be starting from second position. So, yes, on that right-hand side of the grid here. He was the pole starter in yesterday's race as he got pole position. But it will be William Twining who takes pole position here in Link Cold Storage and Transport Hyundai XL Race 3 here at Sandown. So, Twining, the Tasmanian, on pole from Ryan Phillips. Then David Musgrave and Aidan Carradagli round out the second row. Jensen Teleskivi and William Sala on the third row. And behind them, it'll be Daniel Webster and Raya Roberts in 8th position.
So now we move back to 9th and 10th. Jake Burton in the ex-Emily Jones car, number 6. Aaron Ellings there from Tasmania will be rounding out your top 10. Then we go to Antonio Vinier, Campbell Fraser, Boyd Simpson, Craig Christie, Isabel Rowe there on in car number 50. And Michael Barden lining up alongside her.
Then we go to Harrison Sala alongside Ed Narkovitz. And then it's Fletcher Simpson and Adam Clark on the 10th row. Carly Fleming will start out of 21st next to F.A. Carologlu. And then it's Jamie Eales and Lucy Sidwell out of 23rd and 24th on the grid.
Turning over the page now in car 181, one of the Sala boys there. Brendan Sala off position 25. Lucas Ricard alongside him. Gavin Newman. And then Noah Ellsworthy in position 28. Cooper Frith, and Leo Fielding, who made a charge from the back of the grid to finish 30th in the race this morning. Richard Outram and Michael Jeffs in car 30 will line off position 32.
Then it's Daniel Harvey out of 33rd position next to Brett Wilson. Behind them, it'll be Lachlan Norton and Jared Annevelt in the cars we can see filtering through now. Chad Smith and Lee Kennedy will then line up ahead of John O'Keefe and Jack Carpenter out of 40th position.
When we turn the page to the final 3 starters, Lachlan Harvey, Jaden Hamilton and Tyson Chaplin, who's been in the wars all weekend. He had a drama in race 1 yesterday, a drama today, failed to finish, but he will be your 43rd starter, which is quite remarkable that we managed to keep all 43 cars here this weekend.
100%. We unfortunately couldn't see that number 101 car of Tyson Chaplin take the start because it conked out just after turn 1 this morning's race, but now he's back out on track. Whatever's gone on, fingers crossed they've resolved it, and we do have 43 cars. 43 cars. I still can't believe that. Every time I look at a grid sheet, it blows my mind. But we've seen so much action all the way up and down this Hyundai XL field this weekend. A lot of veteran drivers, but a lot of new drivers. And I don't mean new to XLs, I mean new to circuit racing. This is their first step up out of go-karts, and they're getting to grips with what is a very, very different experience behind the wheel from what they were used to these cars. And you can see just how far back this grid is going, that they're lining up before the final corner. They're basically at a 90-degree angle parallel to the way the start line runs across the track. So they've got to jump on the throttle to start when they get the red lights out to go, and they've got to make sure they're hooking it left and not losing traction at the same time, not understeering into the cars next to them and not lighting up those wheels. So it's a tricky endeavour as they get underway here in race 3 of the Hyundai XLs. It's a pretty clean start from everyone at the front there, and it's nice and even, but it looks like William Twining is just edging ahead of Ryan Phillips there. The sun is beaming off all these Hyundai XLs. We're getting blinded just looking at the camera feed. Fair thought for our poor camera operator at turn 1, who's probably needs some real high-tech sunglasses to get that glare out. But Twining will filter through in first ahead of Ryan Phillips, and it is indeed David Musgrave holding on to that third position as they filter through turn 1 for the first time.
Jensen Teleskivy there back to P5. He featured in the first race yesterday afternoon, and he sort of hasn't been able to get back to that front breakaway group, but all cars filtering through the tricky turn 2, 3, and the crucial run out of 4 up the back straight for the first time. There's so many of these cars, there aren't even enough grid slots painted at the rear of the field for your starter and beyond, but side-by-side action here out of turn number 4, the 101 of Tyson Chaplin there, making up at least 6 positions there from the start.
We go up to the back of the hill for the first time in this race, and we can see Aidan Carradagley trying to make a move on the inside of Jensen Teleskivy for 4th place. Gets that move done, or does he? No. Jensen Teleskivy shuts the door, goes right back around the outside. That is ripping defensive driving from the number 22 and gets it nice and tidy into Dandenong Road for the first time. It's been awesome watching Jensen Teleskivy. Been a very, very tidy driver so far this weekend.
Yeah, certainly has been. He had big battles with Rio Campbell, who we are missing from the field this weekend. I'm sure he's moved on to bigger things. I'm not going to say better things because that might hurt the feelings of a few Hyundai XL drivers here, but top 5 filtering through on shot to round out the first lap, and it is Will Twining leading from Ryan Phillips and car 34 there of David Musgrave. These guys on the front row were sitting for just over a minute on the starting grid there when they are waiting for the rear of the field to catch up, but it's car 38 going for a move here on the 530, and he thinks better of that. Doesn't have the straight line speed there, and that is, I believe, car 36, the first of the Sala boys there.
Yeah, everyone's just trying to get a little bit further out to the outside on the entry to turn 1 as that speedy dry gets blown off the track there. They're just trying to test the waters and see if there's enough grip there to really lean on it, but for the time being, because this field is so tight, they're all focused on just defending so they don't really want to spend the whole lot of time out wide there. They want to be parking on the inside to keep that passing down to a minimum at what is a very, very handy overtaking opportunity at this Sandown racetrack. They all stream through turn 4 and across the top of the hill again. Twining looks to be trying to open up a little bit of a gap here. Ryan Phillips is just trying to keep himself in those mirrors of that 72, and he's right there, but so is David Musgrave, feeling very, very quick in that number 34 machine. He is looking forward to getting even further than third. He's been fast all weekend, and he wants to show for it with something higher than third. Now let's go back here. This is a great battle between Raya Roberts and the 51. He's one of our new debutantes here. This is his first outing in Hyundai XLs in that Tickford car, with Rod Nash backing him there and the whole Tickford crew. So he's just come off a really, really good karting campaign, has Raya Roberts, 2-time reigning Golden Power Series champion, as a matter of fact. Very, very speedy young driver, and he's got a very, very fast car in his rearview mirror. That's the number 6 that's currently being steered by Jake Burton. It is the car that was driven to the championship last year by Emily Jones, who Burton was engineering, so that thing's got some pedigree.
Down into turn 1 for the second time in anger. All 43 cars almost on shot there in one go, and they're still filing through the last kink there onto the main straight, the last official corner number, but it's not really a corner in any of these cars. And that on shot there is the 181. That is one of the 3 Salas there. He's chasing after the 32 on shot there of Lucy Sidwell, who's doing a pretty good job there. Just having a look at the timing screen, she's outside of the top 20. Sala goes around the outside. Was that of a slower car there? Car 52 looks to be perhaps a little bit off the pace as they run up the back chute. Still the field filing through all the way down to Tyson Chaplin there, who we pick up in car 101, who's charged from the rear of field.
It almost looks like the 52 car there of Fletcher Simpson was trying to make an audacious move up the inside, but it's so hard to get that pass done when you're that far up the inside because you lose a lot of pace. And speaking of pace, there's lots to go across the top here. Brendan Sala, I believe that is in the 181. It is trying to make his way around Lucy Sidwell. Lucy's got a couple of demons at this track, rolled a car here a couple of years ago, or a couple of rounds ago, I should say, or 2024, I believe it was, but had a car upside down. So as long as she's got 4 wheels on the ground and she's putting in very, very fast lap times like she's at the moment, she'll be getting her confidence in a very, very good spot. And she's currently sitting in 20th position or thereabouts right now. So these battles are for those last few crucial championship points. Now, that's the 135 car of Harrison Sala ducking into the lane. So that thing's having issues, and it's done for the day, unfortunately. So Harrison Sala is packing it in. What a shame there. But the crazy thing is we've still got 2 Salas out on track here. That's just how many of, it's a massive family effort that they run here, and it's great to see so many of them out on track. But, yeah, what a shame for the number 135 car being driven by Harrison there to be having to duck off after only 2 laps of action.
We're still left with Will Sala running in position number 6, and Brendan Sala also running further down in the order, started out of 25th as we're just waiting for the... oh, there he is. He's still in position, just ducked off the timing screen for a moment. So we'll get back to you on that one. Having a look at car 30 there of Jeff's going through on screen. Bright green livery, not something not sort of a colour you really see on a race car. It's generally bad luck.
Is it? That's the first I've heard, because I'm a big fan of those bright neon colours. I'm all about them, but it hasn't been working too well for Michael Jeffs this weekend, unfortunately. Wasn't able to get a finish in race 1, so he's out on track. They're currently racing for 30th back there. We go back up here. This is Lucy Sidwell up the inside of the number 45 car there of Adam Clark, and this is an awesome battle, and we've got the Sala machine there. Brendan right back in the action here. He does not want to let a spot go for any longer than he absolutely has to. Takes that one right back there at Dandenong Road, does the number 181 car. Now, a bit of smoke at the back there. Looks like someone's either gotten a little bit too close to the inside or locked it up on the way in. But we look up to the front as well, as with the timing has been flashing up. Some very, very quick laps have been coming through. We just saw William Twining and Ryan Fielders posting the fastest laps and getting beaten there. But they've both been topped already by David Musgrave and then by Jensen Teleskivi, currently 4th place in the 22 car, a 134.2978. He's the fastest car on track right now. So I'm really looking forward to an awesome battle for the lead towards the end of this one. But the beauty of Hyundai XLs is you've got great battles all the way up and down. And this is Isabel Rowe in the number 50 machine we're looking at currently. as she is... whoa! That was a very, very loose moment there from one of the vehicles heading through turn 4. Just caught a little bit too much curb on the way out, got a little bit too hot, but was able to just floor it and pull it back in line. But they've got a massive train behind them. Speaking of a train here, let's go back to the lead of this race. Twining, Phillips, Musgrave, Teleskivy, Caradagley in 5th, and then we go one of the Sailors as well. So it's a bit more petered out, but they're 3 wide across the top of the hill here. This is insane stuff. That's the 912 of Campbell Fraser, who just has to duck in behind, and it's the number 44 car who takes the lead. That's Antonio Venier in that battle there. That is insane stuff to go 3 wide across the top of the hill. He's going to scrub up a bit of speed as he ducks into the dirt there, just on the outside wheels. But, geez, that is brave stuff.
That was brave stuff, and he ran it right out over the exit curb there. Just saw the final Sailor car there go out of the pit lane. So he rejoins the race, probably just in front of the leaders, and the gap from first to second there. There he comes out of the pits, the 135. And that is Harrison Sala in the blue car, so he's been shown the blue flags, lets the leaders through, and he pops out just ahead of Jensen Teleskivy as they make their way into turn 1. It looked like the 47 going a little wide there. He was under big pressure there from Raya Roberts in the Tickford Autosport car. A huge lock-up from the 912, the car that was just on shot, the Link Cold and Storage Transport car, goes for a wide moment and drops 4 spots behind Isabel Rowe.
I think there's still a little bit of oil there on the run into turn 1. I saw a couple of cars getting caught out and locking up. They're just trying to test the boundary to see how wide they can go, but they've got to reel it back in because you can't put too much faith in the brakes when you're on that oil. It's still tripping these drivers up, but they'll be learning that very, very quickly if they try to put their tyres out too far. Let's have a look a bit further back here. This is the number 24 of Jared Annevelt in front of the 176, but in front of them, massive hit. John O'Keefe there getting almost T-boned there by Lee Kennedy in the 159, so not the way that John O'Keefe wanted his race to end. But we go back to this battling here. Antonio Venier around the outside of Aaron Ellings in that Tyres and More car. Aaron Ellings has been really in the thick of it so far in this race. Couple little puffs of smoke from the front left. He is really giving it everything. He's trying to take his braking to the last millimetre and just get those little puffs of smoke. So awesome driving there from Aaron Ellings, but he's got a lot of competition around. So let's have another look here. This is going back, another bit of contact with Lucy Sidwell this time, getting tagged there, and not sure if she's had an issue with the car or just had to back out and let the traffic get past, but that is not ideal for Lucy Sidwell either.
Probably had the hands turning there, lucky not to flick the windscreen wipers up when you get a handful of opposite lock, but presses on and up the back straight, lost a handful of positions. She's in this battle just here on shot. This is the battle for the top 10. So car 44 there of Venier goes through and he's running in position 10. So a little bit of personal pride on the line to finish inside the top 10.
As the cars all battle behind. So Antonio Venier's got a little bit of space behind him and he's trying to carve out a bit of a gap. Or I say he's trying, but Aaron Elling's all over the back of him already. And it just goes to show just how important it is to keep your momentum here, because if you lose, even a half a tenth up to a tenth of a second, and there's a lot more action. Lucy Sidwell's involved once again, has to go through the dirt. There's a car pointing backwards there. There's one of the orange machines there at turn 1. Car's getting airborne almost off the turn 3 curb, and they're racing into 4 once more. Geez, it is all happening here at Sandown in the Hyundai XL race. Every person, every driver for themselves. Now let's have another look. This is the 54 who just got it all mixed up on that oil we were talking about. That is a big spin. Wowee. And found themselves back across the track. Had to come back, was just basically a passenger at that point. What a wild, wild moment. That is very, very lucky.
As you were looking down at the timing screen, that was the 101 there of Tyson Chaplin, who's just ahead of this shot. He's made his way all the way to 22nd, started 43rd, so a 21 position gain there for the maroon car as a car just ahead, drops a couple of wheels out into the sand, gets a poor exit. I think that could have been the 11 who has been in a bit of drama this weekend. He had a huge moment down the S's into Dandy Road. Very lucky not to roll the car as it pitched the nose around, and hopping around the final corner there was the 40 there of Noah Ellsworthy, who on a charge through the field.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that number 11 of Jack Carpenter there. He's been a highlight reel in and of himself this weekend in the Hyundai XLs, getting involved everywhere he has. So I think he'll just be pretty keen to keep the nose clean on that car, get it home in one piece. Now, back a little bit further, that's the number 40 going up the inside of Lucy Sidwell, who has to shoot out very, very wide again. Lucy Sidwell not having the race she would have hoped for, but Noah Ellsworthy in the meantime, who we were chatting about just before, does benefit and get another spot there. So great racing from Ellsworthy, who now has Jamie Eales right behind him.
The racing at the lead is still, the gap is still 2/10, and it's Will Twining holding off from car number 8 of Ryan Phillips, who I believe is running that operation with just his mum involved, swinging the spanners, and Ryan, of course, doing a fantastic job there to run inside the top 2 all weekend long. Twining still leading, this time by the stripe. He's got a 3/10 margin.
So this is the number 47 of Daniel Webster here, and this is the battle for P6 on the road. He's got the number 36 of William Sala right behind him, as well as Raya Roberts, who's been doing a fantastic job in his debut season. That is the 25 of Harvey, and it's Lucy Sidwell again, who's been involved in some capacity. The number 25 car there, that is something has happened to Lachlan Harvey there, as the 24 gets on the anchors and locks it up. William Twining back at the front is giving it 11 out of 10 here, trying to just push this thing as hard as possible, because Ryan Phillips is not letting up, and nor is David Musgrave in third position.
Well, that moment on the Exeter 2 is going to give surely car number 8 of Ryan Phillips a bit more momentum up the back straight, but he's not really able to get right up the back here of your race leader and make a move into turn number 6, just a couple of car lengths too far behind. It is inviting the 34 of Musgrave, though, to potentially take it to these front 2 as we go down the S's into Dandy Road. Does Twining cover the inside? No, he doesn't. He leaves the door half open. Ryan Phillips thinks better of that and hops his way out of turn number 9 for the short shoot through to the final 2 corners.
I think Ryan Phillips is scheming here. He knows he doesn't have much time left to go, because the clock has just ticked down into the negative, so we won't have many laps left. If we probably have 1, maybe 2 if we're lucky. But William Twining, geez, he was hanging on for dear life as they went over the top of the hill there. So let's have a look. This is a bit further back. So this is Harvey there. So that's Lachlan Harvey in the 25, just losing it all on his own, and Lucy Sidwell had to take evasive action.
So no fault of her own there. We won't blame her for that incident, but she just had to take massive avoiding action there, not to drill the back of the spinning car.
Gee, she just can't catch a break today, poor Lucy Sidwell, but she's still out there. She's still giving it a red-hot crack, as are these 2 at the front. William Twining, car is a little bit skatey on the run into turn 2 there and 3, but he keeps his line. Ryan Phillips is not able to have a look into turn 4, so Twining will have the run, and he looks like he's got great momentum, but Ryan Phillips has copped the curbs on the exit there. That's going to cost him a couple of kilometres an hour, so he's probably going to struggle to stay on the back of William Twining as they go across the top of the hill. They got some lap traffic to contend with on the way up there, so whether that will factor in is another question as well. David Musgrave will have a great seat in this house from third position, but can he make a run for second?
We're yet to see the last lap board, but I saw Will Twining flashing the lap car ahead of him to get right out of the way and clear out, because Ryan Phillips is right up the back of him here, and it's going to halt Twining's momentum perhaps out of turn number 9. He's going to have to navigate the lap car 71 there, who does pull out to driver's right. Puts a couple of wheels in the grass, but that's okay. Here comes Ryan Phillips for the race lead. Tries to go to the inside. Is he going to be able to do the switchback? No, he's nowhere near, and we could perhaps see a checkered flag being readied.
Very, very tough place to do it there, but William Twining is going to come through the kink there, and the checkered flag will greet William Twining to take race 3 and the round win here in Hyundai XLs ahead of Ryan Phillips. An awesome weekend of racing, but a great performance from William Twining there ahead of Phillips and Musgrave rounding out the podium. But let's go a bit further back here. This is a great battle here. The number 43 car for 10th position. This is Ellings leading row, and then behind them we've got Simpson and Veneer as well, so a gaggle of cars there crossing line for that battle for 10th. Ellings gets that one in 10th position there, but a lot of valuable points being taken by these drivers, scrapping all over the place as they come to the line. And now we go back to the position. This is the battle for 33rd, so they will not stop racing. Even though there's no points at stake here and they know it, they still want to get as many positions as they possibly can. So this is the number 16 car of, who do we have here? This is F.A. Karioglu ahead of the number 2 car, that Hyundai N-livery Leo fielding machine, with the 24 car of Gerard Annevelt,
who drops a couple of wheels out on the exit curb, and he won't go any further positions ahead because the finish line's coming up just here as fielding holds off that position at the moment, and the final few cars are making their way through. Tyson Chaplin made his way inside the top 20 there after starting out of the rear, and a confirmation of your results on screen for the Link Cold Storage and Transport Hyundai XL Race 3, their final race at round 1 here of the Sandown International Motor Raceway Challenge, brought to you by Wolfchester. Will Twining picking up the win there in car 72 from Ryan Phillips and David Musgrave.
Behind them, Jensen Teleskivy and Aidan Carradagli in 4th and 5th, and then Daniel Webster, William Sala, Raya Roberts, Jake Burton and Aaron Ellings rounding out the top 10. That is it for the Hyundai XLs. It'll take a little bit for them to filter back in through the track as well, as we've got all 42 of those cars still out there coming back in, but it's been an awesome weekend of Hyundai XL action so far. We're not done here by any stretch in Trophy Tour Victoria. The Wolfchester Sandown Challenge still has a lot of racing to come, and it's going to be the MGs and invited British sports cars up next. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a cracker.
Well, folks, here at the Wolfchester Sandown Challenge, we've made our way down to Trade Alley, where we've got quite the Wolfchester activation. And to join us and talk to us more about Wolfchester is John. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. But more importantly, thank you for jumping on and supporting the Trophy Tour.
Mate, you're welcome. We're actually first one out for the season, and the boys aren't here, so they're actually up in Bathurst. So all this, we take credit, not them. No Trent, no Glenn. This is the guys. So, yeah, we're pretty wrapped. It's a great setup, and, yeah, we're happy, being one of the main sponsors for this weekend, and looking forward to having a really big day tomorrow.
So tell us about Wolfchester and the product ranges for vendors, for customers. Tell us about the Wolfchester story.
Okay, so we're an Australian-owned company. We manufacture in Australia, which is great, and we're really proud of that. We do automotive and industrial consumables, so across the board we do pretty much everything from your fasteners right through to toilet paper. So, we do everything right across the board. And like today, we brought a lot of our products that we do have on board are specific for race day, for the race cars. If you go across and you look at some of the products, you can see that we've got like your RTVs, we've got your, brake cleaner, which, look proud of that one. That's manufactured here in Dandenong, actually. So it's only around the corner. So, yeah. We've got a full range of products, and we don't only do, for the racing component, we do across the board and everything from transport, agriculture, mate, you name it, we do it.
So obviously aligning with Trophy Tour, you've got quite the captive community, a lot of participants here who would be purchasing your product. So you'll be seeing your fair share of the races, the mechanics, all those people coming throughout the weekend. Yeah.
Actually, they're first day. And most of the guys that we did sell to today are all off, from that race. They've come over, they've bought hand cleaners, they've bought, like a lot of them have bought gloves. We manufacture our own gloves as well. So, for the average, Joe Blow down the road to the top end mechanic, So, yeah, the guys have been good. They've been very supportive, which I'm pretty happy about that.
Yeah. Look, thank you so much for jumping on board, supporting the Sandown Challenge, Wolfchester Sandown Challenge, the inaugural event for the Trophy Tour as we launch into 2026.
Go get them, Wolfies.
Great stuff down there, and right on cue, actually. The people that brought Wolfchester into the Victorian motorsport scene are the cars next on track, the MG and invited British cars, and the guy that's going to be sitting on pole position there in Philchester. Certainly, all those years ago was instrumental in the relationship, which has grown and grown and grown, of course, under different directors now. And I'm Darren Smith, Chris Gidney right alongside me for this one as we're getting some live shots just from the paddock area. This is the 944s. That's the back of Chris Lewis-Williams' car there we're just getting a look at. And that is the back of the front row of the MG and invited British cars field, leaving to head out onto the track. Chris, the Wolfchester, I guess, product and brand name has been around with you guys for quite some time, hasn't it?
It sure has. As you mentioned, it started with Phil, and when he joined the MG series a fair few years ago now, and then he obviously brought Glenn, who ran for Glenwood actually also won our championship, and Trent Harrison has done a couple of events in an MGF, so it's good to have all three directors and past directors that have come through our series at some point.
It is great. I mean, I know businesses, they all sit down at budget time and allocate a certain amount of money to marketing, and it is a genuine joy for everyone involved in the Trophy Tour Vic that guys that have been involved in the sport and possibly would have ordinarily tipped that marketing dollar into maybe a selfish pursuit and putting some stickers on the side of a race car themselves. So the whole commitment is not lost on the community. It's a very generous thing that they've done. And look, let's hope that they jump on board for another round maybe later this year. I know they were interested in looking at Winton, being that's a region that they want to have more dominance in. So if you have anything that Wolfchester do that you want to get onto, get in touch with Wolfchester, ask them to send a rep out to see you and get them to explain the product range. It's vast, it's massive, it's top value, top quality, and it's the service that you deserve from Wolfchester. They really are in that automotive, agricultural, industrial sector, second to none as far as customer relations.
Yeah, that's right. They're a great company. They get out and see you as soon as you need a problem. We use them at our work, so it's good. It's good to have the relationships off the track as well.
Yeah, it is. Let's get on with this race. Car number 1 off position number 1. Phil Chester in the Yarra Valley Towing Monty Power MGB GT V8. Simon Elliott right alongside in the number 55 RV8. Then it's Keith and Archie in number 40 in the Stag. Then we go back to Michael Trathan, the MG Midget. Gary Bulmer in the MGB. Tony Vollebrecht in the number 48 takes off position 6. Then it's Jeff St John Cox. Murray Stevenson in that great-looking Saloon type of MG, the grey with the red, I'm going to say GT stripes or red feature stripes over the car there as well. Gordon Bunyan out of position number 9. Rod Wells in the number 60. Let's hope that Rod doesn't loop it during this one, because he probably could end up a bit further up the field if he didn't loop it. Johnny Makem, the guy from Bennett Signs himself, will be out of position number 11, and he is the Bennett Signs MG, an invited British Cars sponsor for this round. So a big shout out and thanks to Bennett Signs. And there's that car, just having a look there, car number 33, left of screen. Kayleen Little-Chester, back to you and Gilles. Maddie Chester, James Dodd, Alana Ondaatje not there, and Shirley St John Cox, yes, making up the final car on the grid. And away we go. The lights ablaze on the RV8. And he does get away. He gets a blazing start there as well. Phil Chester on the inside part of the track, and whoa, one of the MGFs stopped, not making the start there. I think that's Maddie.
Looks like Maddie Chester, yeah, not moving away.
Stationary there, so the Recovinator. Jeff Rowley pulls in front there, and they're going to hook the tow strap on, and let's hope they can get that out of the way before the field make their way around onto the track. There's John Makem, situated in the middle of the pack there, and got Bunyan right alongside in the Triumph. So a couple of sprightly cars there, the Midget, and that's great looking Triumph. There's Kayleen Little-Chester. Oh, no.
That's such a shame. Rod's put in so much work this weekend, and to come off at the exit of one, that's a real shame. But we've got Simon Elliott to change things up, and is that double wave yellows? Is that a safety car?
It is a safety car. So
that changes it up a little bit with Simon getting the jump this time around,
doesn't it? So he will control the restart, and this is not what we wanted to see. This is going to probably tow all the way down to turn 1. Safety car out, so we'll get let's hope we get 90% of a lap under safety car, and that is all we see. Phil will be very interested to see this. Is of course his daughter being towed away in the MGF there as well. So quick hook up by the tow chief, and I know it's the tow chief because it's got TC up in the top corner of that car, and that Jeep has got a very big sticker on the back of it, and it is nicknamed the Recovinator. So pretty cool play on words there. But Jeff Rowley, a very long-time recovery guy within the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club and the wider Victorian and even national motorsport community, a very, very experienced guy. I've seen him pick cars up that have strewn down the main straight at Phillip Island over about 1 kilometre, and they do a terrific job, all of those volunteer officials around the track, and picking up broken cars is not the best job because the driver is never greeting you with a smile, are they?
No, not at all. It's
something's gone wrong.
Yeah,
you get the tales of woe. Something's broken, something's bent, and the drivers are generally heartbroken and can be quite hot and bothered at the time.
Yeah, those poor recovery guys, they're the first people on the scene and probably not getting the drivers at the nicest time of their lives.
Yeah, but they do a great job, and what I do like about some of the Victorian circuit, particularly here at Sandown and Phillip Island, is that they get on with the job. It's not a wander around the car and have a think about it, scratch your head. It is hook it up, drag it away, get it out of harm's way, and let's go racing again. We've already seen the Recovinator has gone back behind the barriers with that little red MGF, so I'm sort of hoping that we will get lights out on the safety car at the top of the hill. There it is, confirmation, safety car in this lap on the Motorsport Australia ticker across the bottom of our screen, and a great shot of one of the Wolfchester, one of their great products, the brake cleaner aerosol. One of those things that is just, doesn't matter, it doesn't have to be brakes. People use brake cleaner to clean chain, to clean welds, to clean all sorts of things, don't they? It's the great product.
Yeah, it's that multi-purpose that was only designed for the one purpose.
It's even sometimes used as a lubricant, even though it disappears eventually out of there, just to wet something to get it moving. Phil Chester needs to really range up on the back of Simon Elliott now, because he is going to have a massive gap. As soon as that safety car pulls off, he will front up to the main straight and will command the restart speed. Massive gap to Phil Chester. In fact, I would have thought Phil would have been right up behind the 55. And there goes the green flag, and there is a massive gap back to Phil Chester. And he's got Keith Ndachi there as well. Keith has got, will just leave Michael Trathen behind here a little bit as well at the moment.
With Jeff St. John Cox looking up the side of Trathen, but Trathen will go deeper under brakes and hold it inside. And Gary Bulmer's sticking to the bumper of Jeff. He's going to try and throw it up the inside here, and just they're all trying to pass each other going into that corner, so there's no room for Bulmer to get through, and Vollerbrecht sitting in the back there waiting.
Have a listen to these V8s get off the turn 4, really powering down. Gary Bulmer, a little bit of a wobble out of there. One of the most magnificent open top MGBs you'll ever see, and the good thing about Gary is that he doesn't really care what the car is under him. He's out there having a race. He cares when he gets back in the pits and gives it all the love and attention. But really, one of those guys is a racer's racer. Checking his mirror now to see Tony Vollerbrecht in the mirror. And here comes Murray Stevenson also in the 61. And lurking in the background, there's John Makem in the number 33.
Yeah, he's going to really want to try. He had some brake problems in the second race. So him and his son Mitch have been under the car all afternoon, doing a lot of work. And they got a little bit of air out of the system, so he should be stopping that thing a lot better this time around.
They would have had a sweat up too. Pretty hot down in those sheds down the back of the paddock there. Absolutely hot boxes down the back of the paddock there. Here comes Keith Ndachi in the number 44. What a magnificent looking machine. And I talk about the presentation and the engineering ingenuity that these guys show, and Keith Ndachi is not ashamed to try something different, but the car always just looks mint. Lifts the bonnet off and proudly shows you underneath the bonnet of his race car. Look at that, a move there. Bulmer on St. John Cox. Jeff started out of 7th. Bulmer started out of 5th. They've swapped spots, and in fact, where are they on the road? They're 6th and 7th on the road there, so good run here by Gary Bulmer.
I just saw Macon going around the outside of Stevenson in around 4. Jeff St. John Cox has got so much straight line power, and Bulmer's so quick through the corners. It's a real Sandown challenge for Gary and Tony lurking behind.
Isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that and it's something that Mike Trathen has sort of mastered too over the years, is to use what you've got. Bulmer now right in the back of the 95 of St. John Cox, and the charge underneath the Penrite Bridge.
Yeah, I think Gary has to play this a little bit smartly. Like he'll know that the big Triumph will use up its brakes early. We've still got another 10.5 minutes to run in this one, and
Look at those gorgeous extended guards. They just look almost factory. They've been done so well on the number 4, don't they?
Yeah.
Oh, no, the RV8 slowing. Our race leader, Simon Elliott, absolutely slowing. The white flag goes out at turn 4. The car's still got the engine running, but it's lacking drive, and we're seeing the sector marshal just wandering to see where that car pulls up to report into race control. We've still got over 7 minutes in this journey. Here comes Murray Stevenson and John Makem lurking in the background. Gordon Bunyan in the mix there as well. Then it's Aliff and Kayleen Chester. Rod Wells there in 13th. So Shirley St John Cox also starting to try and make up a couple of positions here. This is the part of the race that I'm talking about. A little bit spread out.
Yeah, Rod Wells trying to make his way back through there, sitting behind Kayleen Chester. And Simon just slowly pulling off to the side at the exit of turn 5 there in the background of this shot, with Bulmer really raging into the back of St. John. Oh, big lock-up. He's caught that quite well, actually.
The 4 will have better drive off the corner there because he would have had to haul it up on the revs, drop the rev range out of that car, but covers it off nicely. Gives Bulmer absolutely nowhere to go with it.
That's the first sign that Gary will need of those Triumph brakes starting to. He's going to tuck in right on the back here and just. It'll probably be smarter just to sit here a little bit through 1 and try and jump him into 2, I reckon.
I love watching that big scoop on Keith Undarchi's car as it comes to the end of the straight before he hits the brakes. All the aero is starting to pull the front of the car down. And it looks really, really cool the way under brakes and then just slides it into turn 1. Here we go, Gary down the inside, room given, nice racing there, and he gives a little bit of oversteer off the corner there in the number 4.
He's really pushing through 3 and 4 because he knows by the end of this straight that John Cox will be right on the back of him again.
Featuring the Wolfchester brake cleaner off the back of turn 4 that time around. Now, here we go. The guy that's only freshly peeled the 1 off his car is currently sitting in P3. So if you think he's going to relax and not try and get the number 1 back on the car there, Mike Trathen is on the podium for the final race for the weekend.
Yeah, he'll be really wanting that number back. I said to him earlier, he could just cut, if he has a good year, he could just cut that L off the top of the 7 there and he'll be right again.
Yeah, that's right. He probably will too. He's always looking for a way to save some cost, isn't he? It's very much an approach to motor. Oh, yeah, this is starting to, in the heat of the day, the Triumph is really starting to show a couple of little patches of annoyance, I would say, for Jeff out there. Yeah. 60 back on the track now. This is Rod Wells, the Bug-Eye Barn.
This will be eating Rod alive this weekend. He's such a good operator, and to have, the 3 things not quite go his way this weekend. So he'll be back at the workshop at home tonight, probably tinkering away straight away to get ready for the next one. So he should get this position pretty easily. And
I tell you what, though, the presentation of the car says it all about the guy, doesn't it? He's picked a livery that is just fantastic. That game livery. And the look of the car is something very specific for those in the MG community and those aficionados. They look at that car and they know exactly what it represents.
Yeah, that's right. It's a great livery. It works well on every car.
It is, yeah.
Down from the Le Mans car that ran for a few years down to the Howl SVR that we've got in the series. Yeah. Robin Bailey runs, and now obviously Rod Wells runs the livery as well. So.
Just works well. Pops on the footage here as well. And this is another livery I like here. This it's not quite gunmetal grey, but certainly a dark silver, if you like, on the 61 with the MG logo and the red stripes over the roof. And that one there, I love the checkered flags over the arches. And when you're a sign rider, you can take your time to do that nicely, can't you?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's always perfectly. Presented as well. A lot of these guys take so much time and effort to present the cars so well.
Bennett Signs is the round sponsor for the MG and invited British racing fraternity. And that's the man there, ranging right up onto the back of Rod Wells, John Makem. Bennett Signs, which is just down Princes Highway a little bit, probably 2, 3, 4 kilometres to his factory. And the Rod Wells car just seems to have a little bit more poke in a straight line.
Yeah, Rod has the K-Series motor in that one, where John Makem runs the traditional 1275.
Have a look at this. Our race leader has, I'm going to say, eased back to a 1:19.68. That's the fastest lap of the race. Simon Elliott did do a 1:21.16, but Phil has, on lap number 4, we've now got 8 laps done, minute 45. Still left in this journey. And another beautiful midget there, number 14, just coming off the corner there, and that's Nayan Aleph.
Yeah,
Am I getting that right? Am I saying that right?
Yes, you are, yeah. That's the one that hasn't run since 2009. So him and Rod Wells and Bug-Eye Barn have been putting in a lot of effort over the last few weeks to get this thing on the road. Naeem says it's a little bit different than the white midget he's been running in the last couple of years, but I'm sure over the next few rounds, this thing will move forward up the grid.
I reckon there's people that have had these cars in their sheds and they've seen what Mike Trathen's been doing and they've gone, oh, let it happen for 1 year, and then on the second year, well, there's something about this, and then the third year it's like, let's get amongst it.
Yeah, like, a couple of years ago we only had Mike Trathen in the midget running around. Now I think there's 5 out here this weekend.
Yep. A groundswell of support when you see number 1 appear on the car in a category like this. Phil Chester now has completed 9 laps, Keith Andarchi in P2. That's a good result for Keith. We haven't seen him in the State Series all throughout last season. I think he did Winton Festival of Speed or one of the historic events. But certainly this will test him. It's a warm old day out there, and he's shoehorned into that very, very quick stag.
Yeah, not much ventilation in that car, and on a day like this.
And the big V8 in front of him will delivering him nice heat and fumes into the cabin.
Yeah. Naeem's just been able to just gap Kalen just nicely, giving himself a bit of comfort. They were quite close for quite a few laps. They're still punching out the same.
Bill's letting the world know he's leading the race there on the Le Mans flashes.
Yeah, it's a good look, isn't it? I know we've said many a time that it's definitely not the standard Lucas.
No, that's not. That's not Lucas, the Prince of Darkness gear, is it? That is that's LED stuff.
I see in the background, Johnny Makem looks like he's gone straight on it. Yes, he has.
Light enough though, just to sort of float over the sand and not sink into it.
Keep the boot in it.
Yeah. Yep.
And out the other end.
Well, the next round is at Calder. I'm not sure that you guys are running it.
No, we are running it.
Of course, you're coming back.
Yes, it's the big return.
Yeah. Well, Calder used to be, in the 70s, used to be a great place for rallycross, so maybe that's what Johnny's doing, getting a little bit of practice.
Yeah, that could be it.
Car number 1 now, heading on its final journey for this weekend, and we've seen this from time to time. But it can be quite some time between drinks. But Phil Chester is looking very good for a clean sweep here this weekend.
Jeez, you've gone early on that.
Gone early?
No, you're right, though.
You got the broom out. We're just warming up the broom.
No, you're right. He's just cruising around for the last lap here. Last few laps, actually. It was looking like a real good tussle until something's unfortunately happened to Simon Elliott.
Yeah, that's a shame. And, Richard Milligan was also going to be entered in one of his other cars here this week, and that had an issue on Friday. So let's hope that Richard can get out and join these front runners at Calder as well. Power down for Phil Chester, albeit not as in great a hurry as what he has been in the previous 9 laps. And the flashes are definitely off. And what a way. What an absolute emphatic signal to the field that I want to keep the number 1 for another season.
Yeah, dominant weekend, really. Yeah. It was pushed by Simon Elliott, but comfortable in the end as well. So
there it is. He just
good result.
Tickles back up through the gearbox to the line there, and we'll give it a nice rest on the warm down lap. The lead to Keith Andarchi last time round was 36.5 seconds, so I wouldn't have thought that would have eased out because his last lap was a 1:28, so he was some 8 seconds off his fastest lap there. So that was a cruise to the line as we get some good shots of Nayan Aleph coming to the line in the 14. And a more traditional, I guess, MG type of livery in the red.
Yeah, he's gone the MG Sport and Racing livery with Keith Ondarchi, but with a fresh look to it.
Yeah.
Red and silver.
Keith Ondarchi cements his spot P2 in the championship. So the points for those interested, Phil Chester bags a full 100. Keith Ondarchi 86. Mike Trathen now to the line in third. So there's another good start to a championship hunt for Mike Trathen. Not often takes the checkered flag first, but he's always on the podium.
He is.
And that's how you get those ones on your car.
Yeah, that's right. Or he's that position 4, he's the next guy waiting.
Yeah, correct. So Mike Trathen home in third. That's an amazing result for an underpowered car here at Sandown, which for many decades now has been called the home of horsepower, and Mike doesn't have a whole lot of that.
No.
Gary Bulmer in the number 4, Tony Vollebrecht, Jeff St John Cox home eventually in 6th there. Rod Wells fought back hard into 7th place. Murray Stevenson in the 61 home in 8th place. Gordon Bunyan in the Triumph there, so the second Triumph home after Keith getting home in position number 2, and Nayan Aleph in the number 14. Beautiful red and white liveried car. Johnny Makem just coming to the line. There's the big fist out the side there. It looks like he's about to throw the ball into home plate, doesn't he? He's got the hand out and throw it hard into home plate. I reference his successful baseball career as he just comes across the line there as well. Here comes Gary Bulmer down that treacherous black ribbon down into Dandenong Road. Look at all the black marks on the racetrack. It is scarred and littered with tyre lock-ups, isn't it?
Yeah, that's round 1 of the year for you, isn't it? With all those marks there. All over the track as well.
Well, congratulations to MG Racing for this weekend. Bennett signs MG and invited British Cars here this weekend. Where do we check it out? I've got a car I want to race with you guys. What's the process very quickly?
So jump onto the MG Racing Australia website, mgracingaustralia.com.au, or just a quick Google search. If you want to get in touch, there'll be a contact for the committee at mgracing.com.au. Get in touch. One of the members will get back to you, and hopefully we'll see you on track.
Thanks very much, Chris. It's been great to have the MGs here. Sports Sedans on track next, and a bit of a special treat for me personally, actually, coming up next. A guy I worked with as a young bloke in commentary, and he's returned as a not as young bloke as what he was 25 years ago. And I refer to a motorsport commentator from a couple of decades ago, and that's Tony Morrissey. He's got a little bit of a different job here this weekend, but he will stay on for the Sports Sedans race with me, and we'll have a little bit of a chat about what Tony is up to. Tony, welcome back to this commentary booth, which you used many, many years ago.
Absolutely. In fact, I got a little bit nervous walking up here today because my last race that I did was a 500 here for that IMG produced the day. And that was about 15 years ago. So
under John Davison's
no, it was after Davo. I
Yep.
did 3 with IMG after Davidson. And it was quite interesting because I see the 2 Davison boys down here today racing Formula Fords, or one of them racing Formula Ford, and the other one who's mentoring young people to come up through Formula Ford into other categories. So it's really, the home thing hasn't changed all that much, and I see Graham Gilliland and Anne and all these people down there, and I go, God, it's like the old days in some ways, isn't it?
It certainly is. Now, Tony, you're here talking about Graham and Gilliland. The Sports Sedan Association have got involved with supporting the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia.
Yep.
You've clearly had a personal journey with that yourself.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, and you're upright and talking about it. And I can't think of a sporting event that's probably more relevant we're slowly growing our pool of females involved, but it is still a male-dominated sport, and probably some of those males need to have a bit of a good look at themselves in the mirror and do what we're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely, Darren. One of the problems is every 9 minutes, 7 to 9 minutes, in Australia, a bloke gets diagnosed with prostate cancer. So it's about 29,000 a year. 4,000 will die because they haven't done anything about it. So our job is really going out there and trying to get people to just go and get tested. Now, part of the PCFA group with the guys who are peddling for cancer, and next week they're doing starting off and doing a week riding around Victoria, and we'll talk about sort of where they're going. Day one, they go from Geelong to Queenscliff, then they go from Sorrento to Shoreham, from Shoreham to Hillsville, from Hillsville to Eildon, Merrimack to Mount Buller. And I wish them a lot of luck with that, because I mean
some hills in that route that they're travelling around.
100%, and they're out there just talking about prostate cancer and showing people that, yep, your life doesn't stop just because you've been diagnosed with prostate cancer.
Absolutely. Now, I mean, the fear is every male knows, they have an idea of what the test is, but first up there's a blood test, isn't there?
Well, first up there's a blood test, and it's a long time before you get to the old finger, and I have got some rubber gloves if anybody wants to be tested today. And they are lubricated, so my humour hasn't changed there. My humour's still as bad as ever. But, the importance of going to the doctor and you get your yearly test, just get him don't ask him, you tell him you want a PSA test.
Yep.
And what we've got to remember and think about is a doctor with a bloke at the age of 40 is not going to sort of say yes. So you say, I want it, because you need a baseline.
Yep.
Okay? When you get to 70, they don't want to know about it. So you've got to say, I want the test. Now, I was 74. I'm now 77. And I've elected not to have my prostate out. I've elected to suck it up, get out, talk about it, be part of the PCFA, and get out there and tell people, I've taken the chemo route and all that sort of thing. Hormone treatment, I've got to say, hormone treatment, mate, is probably the most debilitating of the whole lot. But when you get fatigue, it's a fatigue, mental, physical game that you start playing.
Tony, we have run out of time.
I know I can see the cars coming out.
This race as I do too. So
yeah.
This is a rolling start for the Advanced Car Carriers Sports Sedan. Thank you for touching on this subject.
Thanks,
certainly got to keep awareness going. And this category are right behind it. These guys and girls in this category are the ones that are bringing the awareness to us. It'll be Dean Cam on the front row of the grid, and he was doing this back when you were calling this as well, Tony. Right behind him is Brett Dickey Ray. Hislop is not taking up his spot on the front row of the grid. Brett right in behind. Jeremy Davison is pushing on very, very hard. Talking about a guy who came to racing just a little bit later in life, and he is having the weekend of his life. Graham Gilliland in the orange RX-7 with the yellow stripe there in the mix there. Then we go to Aidan Munger, Alan Nash. Alan's in the Jack Daniels car. Graham Haddo in there. Ben Kelly, Nathan Baines. Warren Cleland in the 33. Richard Gay. David Shaw is in there. Tegan Collins and Darren Hossack, multiple championship winner Hossack at the rear of the grid in the little 12A Turbo RX-7. The rolling start gets away. Brett Dickey turns up the wick on the turbocharger, tries to go with the bulk horsepower provided by the Chevrolet underneath the bonnet of Dean Cam, and into turn one they go. Graham Gilliland just following the leader through there. Darren Hossack gets around the inside there of Shaw, and there's Tegan Collins in her Toyota V8 powered RX-7 of all things, and she's doing a terrific job as well. There it is, the Bandit security car there of Jeremy Davison, car number 28, Graham Haddo in the multiple championship car car in the hands of Michael Robinson, one of the previous owners going back a decade or two ago. But have a look at that Corvette as it thumps its way out the back straight. The Jack Daniels Commodore of Alan Nash goes through on Jeremy Davison, and that's the setup. When you get yourself an old supercar, you get about 10 or 12 years of data running in Sandown 500 around here.
I guess, of course, a very famous name that ran that car in the Kelly boys. Did a great job with that car, and yes, to get the setup and so forth, but they're lacking in just a little bit of horsepower in what they've got set up in the car, but still a very good motor car to be out there. Graham Gilliland's doing a great job there in his Mazda, and he's upgraded the engine this year and done a lot of work, and he tells me he's picked up something like 5 seconds for every lap that he's going around here this year.
Yeah, certainly. He ran a 13B twin rotor now into a normally aspirated triple rotor in this car, and this RX-7 in here as well. This is running a piston engine in the Bandit Security entry, and he's actually got some new tyres on this weekend, and I was just down in the back of the paddock, in fact, and he was getting some new tyres for his other sports sedan. Here's Darren Hossack, and he is trickling around. So sadly, this, whatever the mechanical issue has been in the gearbox, is troubling Darren again.
Bit of a shame to see Darren so far back, because Darren and Melinda Price, who's not here this weekend, but Darren, of course, had a great history of being able to fight it out with Melinda, and he really took it up to a lot of people back in his early days through karting and, of course, into the V8s.
Yeah, into supercars with Gibson Motorsport, and had a very, very long career, Tony. And if you're not across it, if you're not across podcasts, he was one of the early guests on my podcast, the Grassroots Racing Podcast, and we're just about to turn 79 episodes old, so we're pretty proud of ourselves.
Really interesting to see the Davison name up there again. Those boys, they keep just dragging them out of the woodwork, you know.
Don't be fooled. This is a Davidson, not Davison.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you get a name like that, and you've got to come back, and you've got to be
exactly.
You've got to be on top of it, haven't you? Look what's happened here.
I think that's Jeremy that's just pulled into the pit exit road there, so he's got himself off the track but blocked the pit exit road. So there's Haddo. Here's Ray Hislop. He has started from pit lane again, so I'm not sure why Ray is doing that. He's an absolute outright race winner. I've lost count of how many races he's won in driving Ford products, particularly in improved production. It's only been in the last few years that he's made his way into sports sedans, into this ex-Tickford car. And there's Graham Gilliland. That's an RX-7 that's still going. The 75 there, right there in the mix as well. That's Aidan Munger. He's doing really well. Great to have Aidan back in the series here this weekend. In fact, we did a feature with him. Emma did a feature with him focusing on that JDM aspect of that car. And I've got a feeling that the burgeoning JDM community, and when you look at that car, why wouldn't you? It looks very purposeful.
Oh, yeah.
That's 75. But Graham Gilliland's got his hand full, because here comes Ray Hislop. And what this guy doesn't know about tyres and suspension setup, I don't know that anyone would be able to outsmart him on that front.
And he's also done a lot of laps around Sandown.
Yes,
which
correct.
is something that you've just got to know, because you get through here, turn 1, and you go down to turn 2. Very tricky corners, and it doesn't take a lot to actually lose it there, and Graham's fallen for the trick.
Absolutely interesting. We've been watching the Winter Olympics of the night time in the moguls, and that run from turn 1 down to turn 2 at the moment is almost like a mogul field. The bumps are synonymous with that part of the track, and we see cars getting unstuck.
And this is where you need a lot of horsepower going up that hill towards Dandenong Road through those S's, and you can get lost through there very quickly as well.
But Ray has just got through on these guys, and he is well and truly out for a result here. Finished second in the last race when he started rear of grid. Here's Tegan. She's doing a ripping job in the number 87. She was part of the Track to Town tour we did at Phillip Island in October last year. We took 10 or 12 cars into the main street of Cows, and she was a big feature there, as were Maddie and Kayleen Chester in their cars as well.
I don't know, but I think Graham Gilliland might have a small problem. He looks like to me he's slowing down. He's actually lost 11 seconds on that last lap.
Graham Gilliland sitting there. No, he's still going along. No, he's going along all right. He's still fighting with Aiden.
Oh, yeah, he seems to be back on track again.
Yep.
But he just looked like he was a little bit slow up the back straight. Here we go.
There's Jeremy Davidson. He's out of his car now, and that is still in the pit exit road. I guess if you have to come to the pits and exit onto the track, you're just going to have to negotiate that. But in a race that's only 17 minutes long, if you have to come to the pits, your race is done and dusted.
Yeah.
Anyway, so here we go. Graham Gilliland, full noise up the back straight. Aiden in behind him there as well. So these two cars, very, very, very sleek silhouettes, both of them. Both of them got quite large rear wings. Of course, Aiden with the more traditional outbound mountings on the rear wing, whereas Graham's gone the more inboard towards the centre of the car rear wing, forcing all of the downforce into the middle and the rear of the car behind what looks like a whole lot of complex scaffolding in the back of the car, and of course in Brett Dickey's car there as well. So Brett is actually currently sitting in P2 on the road, and he has got, there we go, the Ford goes through on the Holden. Ray Hislop is absolutely on fire, and in fact he's the only one to dip down into the 1 minute 13s. It's a hot old day to be in this car. Windows wound up, one little knacker duck pointed on the side window onto Ray, and he is absolutely out after it, as is this guy, Brett Dickey, heading off through the bottom of our screen now. Ray Hislop, lights ablaze.
He certainly has got those lights on. They know he is coming. He's not going to muck around. So Nash, just a little bit further up the road, I can see him being swallowed up before too long, actually.
Have a look at this now. Hislop under brakes. The Newlon car number 23. The Tasmanian. I think it's 7 times national champion in improved production. And he enjoyed his time there. Developed the car around the Yokohama tyre. Had Rick Kemp and Paul Stokel help him set up the car secretly in the background. They did some test days and got it working beautifully. And there is Brett Dickey. He's off to compete in Asia in a production car. We know it's a production car and we know it's a Honda. We don't exactly know what, where, why, when, but certainly stay tuned for that announcement as he has come from many, many years driving the family Honda Prelude in sports sedans. Pikes Peak has been a very, very pleasant event for him over about the last 5 years as well, driving for Project Imports, wrestling that Honda up the hill with oxygen bottles to get him all the way to the top of the hill. The air gets that thin. So, Brett, this is a different scene here. It's about 5 or 6 degrees at Pikes Peak when you're racing there, and I think we've topped out at 30 degrees already here today in a very much enclosed car. Lots of heat. The engine's mounted right beside him, and it's a turbo.
This is almost the battle of the race we've got here with Graham Gilliland and Mongor, who's really they're just giving each other heaps, and it's a matter of who's got the most horsepower, I think, going up the top. But he's looking for a line through on Graham.
You'd have to suggest at this point, Tony, that these two cars on a dyno would probably land within a kilowatt or two of each other.
Yeah.
The straight line, there's no one ranging up, even with the hole in the air, which is quite small behind an FD RX-7. Aiden's not being able to range up onto the back. So I would probably suggest us taking that into account, that maybe it's Graham that's got 1.5 kilowatts more than Aiden at this point in time. The other thing is that Graham has worn a groove in this track over the last 20 or so years. Aiden's relatively newcomer to racing.
Good effort, though, from somebody who's just a newcomer, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is a great battle. I mean, they're really doing themselves proud the way they're keeping each other honest.
There's Graham Haddo, the for sale Commodore. He's parked it up. It's interesting when you're trying to sell the car, parking it up on the side of the road. Dean Cam is about to get the last lap board. That's our race leader, the 5-star fencing racer, the Melbourne guy. He took it to the national scene going back a decade or so ago in the Kerrick Sports Sedan era, and he has won many, many races here in the Victorian Trophy Tour. And I dare say he is not wasting any time and not selling cars. All he's doing is actually accruing them. He'll be racing at the Penrite 100 Classic, the Phillip Island historic event in a few weeks' time in his Chevron Formula 5000. So Dean, a big guy, and certainly the higher horsepower cars suit Dean. He's made a career out of driving really fast cars, and when you sling yourself into a Formula 5000, you're taking every bit of the fast car with you, aren't you?
I was just talking to Richard Davidson about that today, and he said I gave it to James because I wasn't going to get in it.
And look, that's like getting a prostate check, isn't it? You've got to be aware of that.
Absolutely.
Your link there is very nice indeed. Haddo parked up, and Dean Cam, have a look at this. The crew have got the broom. They've got the vacuum cleaner out. This has been a clean sweep for Dean Cam. 3 from 3. What a way to start your championship assault. Well done, Dean. Well done to the crew. What a result there. Did a little bit of a punctuated program last year, and I hope he hangs in there throughout this season. But congratulations to Dean Cam. He's been around so long, supported the category for so long. He'll take the Advanced Car Carriers Sports Sedan race number 1 for the season. Brett Dickey will range home into position number 2. He'll take 60 points. And Ray Hislop, starting from pit lane, gets home in P3. Last race he started from pit lane and got home in P2. So Ray Hislop will take 90 points from this round. Brett Dickey 60. Alan Nash is the next one through. He'll take 70. Graham Gilliland home in 5th with Munger right in behind. In the end, it was just over 1 second, the gap between those two. As they hit the line, and as the sign says where the checkered flag is waved, Sandown, the home of horsepower, always has been, always will be. Sports sedans bring the bulk horsepower every time they go racing. The Gods of Thunder, that rounds them out for the Advanced Car Carriers for the weekend. We've still got tons of racing coming. We go to the Formula cars, Formula V and Formula Ford next, historic touring cars. Hang around for that. Improved production, massive field, and then the fiercest one-make racing you'll see. The Porsche 944s will round out the racing today. Tony, thank you so much for coming up here and joining us and bringing us all the joy of years gone by, and certainly the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, and getting the message out there. Guys, come on, get a checkup.
Mate, got a badge for you.
Awesome.
And I actually wore one of those in a white shirt the other day, and someone said, are you a priest or a Mormon?
I'm a survivor.
Exactly right. But for the other guys, there's a couple there.
Awesome.
Please, thank you so much for having me up in the booth.
Great to see you, Tony.
Lovely to come back. Thanks, mate.
Awesome.
Okay.
We're going to take a quick break because Formula V's will be on track next. Bit of a recovery, and we will see Formula V's and Formula Fords coming up next. Back soon. Plenty of racing still to come here at the Trophy Tour Victoria Round 1. Wolfchester Sandown Challenge. We have got a ripping season unfolding. And, of course, if you can't make it to the track, join us on Blendline TV via YouTube or Facebook, whatever your choice is. I believe the quality is better when you go to YouTube. So have a look at the Trophy Tour via YouTube. Our next round is March 20, 21 and 22, the 888 Home Loans Calder revived for round 2. Then we go to Winton, May 1 and 2. Stay tuned for a round sponsor on that one. That'll be a ripping weekend. Always good to go to Winton, and always good to see the local regional people come out to the racetrack and support the Victorian or the Trophy Tour Victoria. We'll do that. We'll be back here at Sandown on August 7, 8 and 9. The Australian Sports Sedan Association will be running that particular event, always a ripping one to get to. And the Ireland Grand Final on October 2, 3 and 4 will round out our 5-round season this year. Getting some good pictures in from the marshalling area. I'm Darren Smith and being joined by Steve De Vries, who lives and breathes both improved production and Formula V, the expert commentator, and you cannot pull the wool over this guy's eyes in both those categories. Steve, welcome. Good to see these cars standing still and get a good look at them, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. You don't really sort of get an appreciation for how small these cars are until you're actually standing alongside one of them and you realise that they're not that much bigger than a go-kart when you really think about it. And that's the sort of the stepping stone from go-karts or hire karts in a couple of cases to this category, and it's starting to go through a little bit more of a resurgence again. There's a lot of things happening at club level and nationally as well. You mentioned we're going to Winton at the beginning of May, sponsor yet to be announced. That round will actually be a round of the Australian Formula V series. It'll be the opening round, in fact, of the series. So we are expecting to get some cars coming down from New South Wales and even some from South Australia, and probably the team that travels the most is from Western Australia. They've got a truck, they load up several cars, they come across and do as many of the national rounds as they can. So it should actually be a really good weekend at Winton, not just from the weather-wise and for the categories, but this category is going to grow. The number of cars is going to be probably close to 30 cars, which is absolutely fantastic.
We are currently at the Trophy Tour of Victoria, but just touch on this is something which is good about Formula V. You've got a bit of progress. You can go from the state level, the what we're currently operating at, to a national level, and it's not like improved production where it's one event. It's a couple of events, isn't it?
It is. So most years it's 4 rounds for the national series, and it's shared between different states. So Victoria's been fortunate the last couple of years that it's been around maybe round 2 or round 3. There's been one at Island Magic as well, and the other events are spread out between all the other states. So WA, South Australia, Queensland, New South Wales, and occasionally in Tasmania as well. It's a 4-round series. It's its own independent series, and it's a case of you do as many rounds as you possibly can and you drop your worst round. So if you don't make one of them, then you'd be dropping 0 points. So it tries to keep it as fair as possible. This year, Victoria is the opening round in May. There's a round in Queensland at the end of the year. I think it's at Queensland Raceway, and in between then there's a trip to New South Wales, and then there's a day-nighter event, I think it is, a single day-nighter event all the way over at Barbagallo in WA as well. And then, of course, in between all of that, there is the National Challenge being held at one raceway this year toward the end of September. I think it's September 25 to 27, if memory serves me correctly. It's roughly the same time of year that the National Challenge was last year, which was at the Bend. So same sort of month, same sort of time frame. Right at that end of September, as you like to say, let's forget about the aerial ping pong and let's actually go motor racing.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. Steve, let's focus in on the Australian VW Performance Centre Formula V racing for this weekend. Andre Curran starting off the front row of the grid in car number 1. He's carrying some success over, obviously, from taking last year's championship, giving himself the best possible chance to take a title again by being on the front row.
That's right. So the number 1 has changed hands 3 times in the last 3 seasons when you think about it. So Curran, the reigning champion from 25, Ash Quiddington, who's on the other side of the grid, just to the left of the camera there, starting in position number 2. He was your 2024 champion. And then you've got to go back to the man who really dominated quite a lot of championships over the early 2020s, which was Reef McCarthy, winning several of them. He won several Maury Fordham trophies at Isle Magic. Unfortunately, the only thing that was missing from his resume was an Australian Series title or a National Challenge title. He definitely had the pace to do it, but a little bit of bad luck sort of cruelled him there. But it's good to see that Formula V has never been as competitive as it has been. There's up to about 4 or 5 drivers you could look at on a weekend and say, the winner's going to come from there. It used to be between 1 or 2. Now it's swelling to maybe 4 or 5 in a round. And that's a good thing, and it's a healthy thing for the category.
Yeah, it certainly is. And look, it's one of those categories that's on the ladder. Wise to come out of a karting career, wise to go into a Formula V, wise to then look on to whatever might be next, traditionally Formula Ford or something like that. I guess it depends on your age and what your aims are. You know, like sometimes a young man comes into Formula V and some 30 years later an old man exits Formula V. Max Cobb, some of these guys from years gone by that just spent they found their way into Formula V, and 30 years later, well, I'm done with racing.
Yeah, that's right. And you look at the likes of Rocco Spindley, who was third in last year's championship, burst onto the scene, had some really standout performances, and he's sort of exited Formula V. He's actually gone to go hypercar racing or hyper racing with the AASA series. He's actually following the footsteps of another driver that came out of that motorsport, Curie Motorsport stable, did the same thing, Adam Nicholson. So you're right, it's that stepping stone. You don't have to go for the jugular coming out of Formula V. You can go to something that's a little bit of a stepping stone, like HyperX or moving up to Formula Ford, just depending on whatever your flavour is. But it gives you that sort of sense of you're coming out of go-karts, you're aware of what your surroundings are. You jump into a Formula V, you've got these four corners on the car that you still have to respect. So it does teach you that sort of next level of racecraft, that, you've still got to be mindful of your surroundings and mindful of what you hit and what you can get away with.
1 minute board's been shown to the field. Steve, I'm going to bail, and Tom Reed will jump in here, and we'll see how the Formula Vs go over the next 18 minutes.
We certainly will. It's going to be looking like it's going to be another one of those 11-lap or 12-lap journeys. We've seen some much longer races this afternoon so far, and again this morning, and this one was no exception. It was a bit of an attritional affair, I think it's fair to say, Tom, as you jump in and put the headset on. There was upwards of about 4 or 5 drivers who did not see the checkered flag for various reasons. There was a bit of a calamity at the last corner, which we have put down to a bunch of oil that was left down on the circuit. Source unknown. We have an idea, but source unknown, but that caught out several drivers within sight of the checkered flag.
Yeah, well, I see issue 2 of the starting grid in front of me, so that leads me to think that they've had a bit of a hard time figuring out the starting order of this race. As like you said, there was multiple people pulling into the pit lane a lap or two early. A couple of mechanical defect flags there going out. One was Blake Purvis, who pulled in, unfortunately, to DNF that race, but he's had a pretty tricky weekend, so just be looking for a nice, clean final race of the weekend here.
He certainly will. Well, that's the last car exiting the marshalling area and onto this racing surface. So the starting order for the last race of Formula V here this afternoon, with thanks to Australian V-Dub Performance Centre. Andre Kieran will start on the pole alongside Ash Quiddington. On the row behind, Brock Hamilton and Ash Clifford. Rob Vile and Cameron Bell starting 5th and 6th. Nathan Jones and Declan Collison for the Sabre Racing team starting in 7th and 8th. They actually made some really nice progress through the field after having a few little dramas in Saturday's race. They've driven quite smartly, moved themselves up to inside the top 4 rows of the grid. Josh Munro and Ed Filippi, he was a little bit lucky in that collision with the wall in the end of the race this morning. So he's going to start in 10th. Corey Horder and David Temmie. Then Matthew Ganji, who's the 1200 class runner that's in the field, or the second one of 2. He's the grey car that you'll see, car number 22. Ivan Vitti, Mick Fisher and Darren Power. Mick's a little bit dirty with himself. He had such a great race yesterday, and it didn't go according to plan for him today. He believes that there was a plug lead or something that came off there. He sort of picked that up, that something wasn't quite right on the formation lap. So hopefully they've got that fixed. Then we've got the retirees, so Jason Kay and Blake Purvis. Grant Kelly doesn't look like he's going to make the start for this one. Malachi Windsor pulled over. He had an oil pressure light go off, so he didn't want to risk the car. And then Max Bonney, the season campaigner at the rear of the grid in the Elfin. 50 years this year of Elfin Formula V race cars. Quite incredible. And that one that he's piloting, car number 86, was the very first one ever made.
That is an incredible story, yeah. Elfin being an Australian manufacturer out of this suburbs in South Australia. I've actually been to that place where they've got the little plaque out the front, and it's a pretty cool area. Dad showed me that, and something I think that he was pretty proud to show me.
Yes, Elfin with a huge history here in Australian motorsport, and you do see every now and again there are a few Elfins still running around the place in different parts of the country. There's several of them I know in South Australia.
A lot of Formula Fords.
A lot of Formula Fords still as Elfin as well as in Formula V. Green flag at the back. Let's get this show on the road for the Wolfchester Sandown Challenge. It is race 3 of Formula V. It's 1 win apiece between the front 2 pair on the starting row of the grid. Are we going to see one of them take 2-1, or are we going to see a different person take the honours this time around? Well, someone that won't be taking the honours there, I think that's Nathan Jones, the number 30. That's the second time today he has stalled off the start row of the grid. He's managed to get himself going. You saw the double wave yellow flags waving furiously there on the left-hand side of his shot, and that was for the stricken number 30.
Yeah, that's a shame for him, dropping all the way to the rear of the field, and he'll be looking to claw his way. You just saw him in the very back, a shot there behind the 1,200 cars. Look at his teammate there, car 31, a shot there that was Declan Collins. So the first of the Sabre factory racing cars there running just inside the top 10.
Looks like Nick Fisher's had a reasonable start from his lowly position there in 15th. I think he's picked up one or two spots there at the start. So good start for the Builders Crane Hire number 33 as they pour up the back straight for the first time, with the number 12 of Ash Quiddington going to the lead here. Already the two of them trying to make a breakaway. Ash Clifford has actually had a very nice start. He's moved up into position number 3 with Hamilton and Rob Vile in close company for him, but he's not able to sort of just keep in touch quite as readily as he would like to here, with Quiddington and Curran doing their best to try and march away. This is what they did in the first race yesterday afternoon. They tried to open this gap up, and then Hamilton managed to find his way back past and was able to bridge that gap before it got too much to bear.
Yeah, I think they might work a little bit better together today and just make sure it's a two-car breakaway. You don't want that extra group of cars tagging along, and that's exactly what Curran is doing as he goes to the race lead and clears car number 12 by the time they get to the braking point there.
Some big gains being made on that opening lap. It was Ayrton Philippe. He's gained 4 spots. He's moved from 10th up to 6th. Malachi Windsor, who started almost plumb rear of the grid, has moved up 10 spots. He is now 10th in the number 88 out of Acura Motorsports. So some very, very early gains out of that racing stable by 2 of its most seasoned drivers.
Yeah, Malachi Windsor there in the blue racing wheels. It's very hard to miss that car as it comes onto the back straight. One of the cars out of the Acura Motorsport stable. Great to see car number 6 there of Blake Purvis still on track and running. He's had a pretty
torrid weekend, I think, is what it is.
Torrid and trying, yeah. So just looking to finish this one, I reckon.
Certainly is. Brock Hamilton gets past Ash Clifford up the back straight. That moves him into P3. That's very important for him. It's now a 3-wide battle, or now condenses into a 2-wide battle as Windsor rounds up not only Cameron Bell, he rounds up what was that there? It was Josh Munro, and he's now pulling onto the back of I think it's Declan Collison there in the number 31. Bell with a little bit of a moment there as he had a little issue, or it just didn't look like it wanted to drive under power out of turn number 9, wondering if he missed the gear change and is stuck in 4th gear because it looked quite sluggish coming off of turn 9.
Yeah, absolutely. Malachi Windsor there at the front of the shot, looking to go for another move and move his way. And this time it will be into the top 7 if he gets this move done on the first of the Sabre factory racing cars. Change of the lead at the front. Andre Curran back to the race lead, trying to get along with it, get on with the race at hand. It's a 4-car breakaway at the front, and it's about 1 second separating them.
So Windsor has to pull in behind the B&D cabinets, number 31, and just wait his turn. And likewise, Darren Power, he was sizing up the opportunity to go past the 76 of Josh Munro. Couldn't get that move done into turn number 1, same as his stablemate. Couldn't pull the move off against Collison in the 31. They might have another chance up the back straight here. There goes Blake Purvis, currently sitting in 12th. He's actually just gotten back past Mick Fisher, who crossed the line in 11th. So Fisher's had a decent start. He's picked up 4 or 5 spots there, sitting in behind the number 6 machine.
Ayrton Philippe there, just on shot. He was one of those guys that was caught up in those dramas.
Here we go, 2-for-1 special. So Windsor's gotten through on Collison, and Powers followed him. He's not only managed to get past Munro, but he's also managed to get past the 31 machine as well. So that's some good situational awareness from Darren, using Malachi as not only the draft, but also to open up the margin to get past not only 1 car, but 2. So these 2 will now try and work together a little bit, I fear. They'll move themselves a little bit closer to the rear of their stablemate, Ed Filippi, who's about 3 or so seconds up the road and latching onto the back there of Rob Vile, and in fact going for a move on Rob Vile down into turn number 1. Should be an easy pass, good slipstream, good positional here on the inside of turn number 1, and job done.
He's another one of the moves and shakers, started from position number 10 there, and he's made his way to 5th, and here is this angry battle of buzzing bees up the back straight. Curran leading from Quiddington, Hamilton and Clifford. These guys separated by nothing. You can almost throw a blanket over them, as there's confirmation that Felipe has got past the number 7 there of Rob Vile. And I think it'll be a tussle between those two for the rest of the race. They're definitely not going to catch this front four.
No, certainly not. They're in two very closely matched Jacers there. Very similar bodywork. The Jacer has been around for a while. It's been manufactured for some time out of New South Wales. It's been through quite a number of iterations, so you will see that there are some subtle differences in the bodywork. It doesn't impact the performance of the car because there is a control category with control tyre and beams, and there are some technical freedoms that are in there, but when you look at two or three different Jacers shaped side by side, it's just the iterations that they've gone through. They're really the performance just from aero and things like that is very, very negligible. It's almost non-existent because you have those different other elements you can make to bounce up the field. So for a long time, in Victoria it was the Sabre was the one to have, but now the Jacers are becoming more competitive because people like the Acura team have seen what others can do with them. You look at Michael Kinsella on the national stage. He's won multiple national challenges in the Jacer because it has been built and done, and it's had all these different technical freedoms have been exploited to the absolute maximum. So it levels the playing field. At the end of the day, it really doesn't mean you have to have one car over another to be competitive, because you can all have the same control components, you can also have the same technical freedoms, and you can be as closely as matched as, like the width of a 10-cent piece.
Yeah, you mentioned the National Championship, and you go there again, and there's a couple more different manufacturers that can run. That's sort of the beauty of racing. Formula Ford, very similar in multiple different chassis makers, and the battle for the lead is just stepping up another level here. These four guys at the front are absolutely pushing hard, and Brock Hamilton has got himself into the mix there.
Windsor took the better part of a second out of those two who were just on screen a lap ago, so he turned a personal best for this race of a 30.3. Felipe and Vile were a 31.3 and a 32.3 respectively, so Windsor's coming in a big hurry and he's dragging Darren Power along with him, so that could be a very interesting dice for 5th and 6th place when two more cars join the fray. I'm going to say probably in about the next 3 laps, just give or take, just looking at how far they are separated on the timing. There's about 3 seconds between them at the moment, so give or take 3 or 4 laps, they'll be right there.
Yeah, no doubt. They'll be seeing Malachi in the mirrors with these bright day-glow wheels, and the battle on shot here is for the final couple of spots in the top 10, 9th through to about position number 13, and it's Munro holding that off from the factory car there of Declan Collinson. In car 31, he's looking to go up the inside there, and just down the road is Malachi Windsor looking to charge onto the back of Felipe there for 5th.
Here comes the fish, the big fish in the pond. Mick Fisher, that is, down the inside at turn number 1. So Collison opened the door for him, and Fisher followed him right through. So great racing from these two. That brings Collison up to 9th, Fisher up to 10th, and Purvis now saw an opportunity there, and he waltzes through on the number 76 to P11. So Munro just making a couple of, not so much small errors here, but just being mugged at the opening couple of corners on the 6th lap of the race.
A professional way to put it, Steve, being mugged off the exit of the corner there. So
well, it's better than Daz's gazumped.
Absolutely, yeah. So Whittington, he's got the race lead at the moment, and Brock Hamilton behind him's actually got the fastest lap of the race. That's a 28.5, and that's considerably faster than your race leader at the moment. So that doesn't actually matter, because Whittington at the moment does have the race lead, and he's able to put his eyes forward, but he's got Hamilton right along the back of the 4-speed gearbox. He goes around him, and so does Andre Acurin. So it doesn't seem to me that Ashley Clifford, I don't know, he just doesn't have that last couple of tenths in that car or himself to just really pass and run with the top 3.
No, not at the moment. These 4 are all currently in the mid to high 28s at the moment. Oops, as the cameraman, I think, loses his footing there for a few seconds, just trying to hone in on the quickness of these 4. I was about to say, these 4-speed gearbox cars, but Andre with a big moment there. Here goes Fisher down the inside of Collison, so that moves him up to 9th place. Again, nice solid pass there. Purvis with a super run through turn number 1. Can he get the job done in the braking zone here? Yes, he can. He follows Fisher through into 10th place. So
Declan canoed there on the exit of 1, so that was always going to hold his momentum.
Now, when we say canoed, we basically mean they sit themselves up on the apex of the corner and they bottom the car out. So That's what happens there. Now have a look at this. Windsor has dipped into the 29s last time around, and Power wasn't that far behind. So Power just sitting a little bit back off the group, but Windsor is right there with Vile and Filippi now. So that battle for 5th and 6th is now a 3-car battle that includes 7th. It is very real. And we look back here. There goes the number 6 Joust Raceway car of Blake Purvis. He rounds up Mick Fisher, putting himself up to 9th place. Last time around for Purvis, he did a 32.2 and Fisher a 32.3. So they've both got some pace in there. Perhaps they can work together maybe to get away from the likes of Collison, Munro, and then the car in behind there of Kay.
Just noticed Cameron Bell has come into the pit lane there. It says on the timing screen he's been in there for just a tick under 3 minutes, so an unfortunate premature end to his weekend there in car number 4. Malachi Windsor now into position number 5. So an outstanding job. Started all the way down the back in position number 20. So, yeah, what a drive from Malachi. This will give him great confidence going into the next round.
I'll tell you what, it's going to be hard to split this drive from him in race number 3 and Mick Fisher's drive from 14th to 7th in race number 1 yesterday for whoever the driver of the round's going to be. I wouldn't want to be picking that. There's 2 very, very good drives throughout the weekend. And Fisher, I guess you can probably put a case forward for him because he's come forward 5 positions as well after something that was no fault of his own, I guess you can call it, that took him out of race number 2 this morning. It was basically when that plug lead came off, it cut him down to 3 cylinders. So running around on 3 cylinders when it's meant to be a 4-cylinder car is not very fun.
No, absolutely. That'd be like having a huge parachute out the back. They're already low horsepower cars, so any little margin that you lose is not going to help you, certainly.
Well, Filippi's sticking to the rear gearbox here of Malachi Windsor, who has definitely got a full head of speed on here. Now, he was the one that said he lost a little bit of confidence because the oil pressure light came on and he didn't want to risk it. His team was actually telling me that it's been an intermittent issue for a couple of rounds, especially in last year as well. So he just didn't want to take the risk that something was genuinely wrong. But whatever they've been able to fix, he certainly is pushing on quite hard now, knowing that it actually is not a genuine issue. Now, I'm wondering if Hamilton's made a mistake in all of this because he was running in 3rd position across the line there. It was a lot closer than it was. He's now gone back behind Ash Clifford into 4th place. This battle, again, Collison a little bit out of shape there, a little bit too hot. This is going to be a bit tight here. Purvis down the inside of Collison. Fisher's got the high ground right around the outside. Jason Kay's picked up a spot there on Josh Munro as well. How many times have we seen cars in this group changing hands in the last 4 laps?
It's the same as the lead group, really, of Kieran Whittington. And this group here. I guess Windsor's been able to hold that for a number of laps there, but Filippi right on the rear gearbox, and expect to turn your eyes back to this battle, up the back straight, and it's Blake Purvis swinging out from car number 44 there of Darren Power. Sorry, no, that's not the
33 of Mick Fisher.
Yeah, gets out the inside of Fisher through turn number 6, and that's a big wide moment for the 31 there. The factory car, he gathers it up.
Good evasive action there from Jason Kay in the number 81 as Collison, as you said, he went way too deep into turn number 6, and then when he tried to get on the racing line, when you come back and try and avoid that curb so you don't get a cut going over the top there, Kay was right there and just had to give him a little bit of extra space just to make sure there wasn't a contact scenario.
So onto the front straight there, we're just going to tick down to a minute remaining on the clock. And Ashley Clifford in your 4-car breakaway group at the front set the fastest lap last time round at a 1:28.2, and that's actually considerably faster than the cars around him. So
he was sitting a little bit back from that group of 2 as well, so he had a bit more real estate. So the draft was actually quite powerful. Because you've got to remember too, when you're sitting in the draft of these cars, you've got to be able to time your run in such a way so you sit back at an appropriate point so the draft will pull you along to give you the best possible slingshot. Because if you're too close, you won't get the full impact from it, and then you end up having to feather the throttle to stay within the draft and without hitting the car in front of you. So timing is everything.
Something you see in NASCAR, actually, which is coming up tomorrow morning. Looking forward to the 500 there.
A lot of motorsport to digest over the last 72 hours, I think. Not just here, but the 12-hour, of course, as well. And you've got the likes of, you said, NASCAR's Blue Ribbon event, the Daytona 500 tomorrow. Now some lap traffic's going to come into play here. Did we just get
got to the line.
We just got to the line. So this will be the
Should
penultimate
be 2
lap what
laps.
we're expecting to be. Yes, we're expecting 2 more laps.
Didn't know this morning, though, and we got a checkered flag. Somewhat prematurely without getting a last lap board.
Oh, Hamilton. So he sees as an opportunity
He
here.
just want to be leading here, really.
Yeah, well, I'm a bit surprised he's actually gone to the lead there, because I think that maybe the likes of Kieran and Quiddington there, we're looking at the lap traffic of Matt Ganji here, they're coming up to in the 1200 class entry, and they probably were a bit indecisive as to what they actually wanted to do, and Brock just said, well, if you lot are going to be indecisive, I'll go right around the lot of you, and he did. So, but you're right, you don't want to be leading at this particular point in time, but you want to be positioning yourself to be in there with the time to go and have a challenge as you get down to the this part of the course on the final lap. It's starting to get interesting now. It's 2 by 2. It's Noah's Ark style heading into turn number 6. Quiddington takes the lead. Kieran goes with him. Hamilton goes back to third. As I said before, it's not a bad place to be coming onto the final lap this time around.
So here we go down the short chute for perhaps the final time. Max Bonney waving the leaders through, and we're just going to wait to see as they come around the final corner. And it'll be Ashley Quiddington leading them onto the final straight.
Well, we're waiting to see what happens when they get to the control line this time around. Is it checkered flag or is it one more to go? Nope, it looks like it's one more to go. Board being held out. So for Hamilton, he's in the prime position at the moment. He's third in the queue. This is the spot you normally want to be, either second or third, coming to the last lap. You want to be able to time your run up the back straight here. Bit of a different case. Oh, he's had a moment in the braking zone there. He opened the door very briefly for Clifford, who tries now to go around the outside. Is he going to play a spoiler in this? He can't hang on around the outside of turn number 2, so he has to fall back in behind the Silver Fox number 11.
Kieran's got a fair gap here, I reckon, going onto the back straight. It's
He
going
has.
to be hard for Ashley Quiddington to close that, but it is such a long straight in these Formula Vs, and it's a tailwind all the way up the back. So I expect Kieran to be weaving left to right here to hopefully break the toe.
We might have enough of a margin, but it could also be the fact that Quiddington could be vulnerable to a second place threat here. Up the back straight, over the rise, spot the apex for turn number 6. Quiddington swings it in from the racing line. He's got the real estate. He's got the racing line. Dive under brakes perhaps from Kieran? No. Defended by Quiddington at turn number 9. What about the run off the final corner? There's final slowest corner on the circuit. There's one more opportunity. It's up the inside here. Quiddington covers. He moves back to the racing line. He then takes the corner at the normal avenue. That should be that. And indeed it is. The drag race to the line from the final corner is not going to be enough. The 2024 champion notches a second win for the weekend. So 2-1 in Quiddington's favour, with Kieran taking the feature race earlier this morning. So very close on points. Great battle group. 1.1 seconds separates the top 4, with Hamilton third and Clifford fourth. So 3 third places on the weekend for Brock Hamilton is a very good result. Windsor with a huge drive from 20th all the way through to 5th, ahead of Ayrton Filippi. Rob Vile looks like he might be able to get home for 7th. In fact, he has, ahead of Darren Power. Blake Purvis is going to come to the line there. Where's he finishing in all of this? He is classified as 9th, and Jason Kay gets up for 10th ahead of Mick Fisher. So that angry pack that we've been watching, with 5 of them battling down the field, settled in favour of Blake Purvis. So every time he's had a setback this weekend, he's found a way to bounce back, and I think he'll be pretty pleased with the 9th place.
How good's Formula V been here at round 1 of the Wolfchester Sandown Challenge? It's just turned it on race after race like it does all throughout the season. And it's your typical guys up the front there of Quiddington, Kieran, Hamilton and Clifford that show the way.
Absolutely. Well, coming into this weekend, I think I mentioned it several times, there were 6 debutantes in this weekend alone, as well as 2 returnees and then the rest of the field. So when you think that there's 6 debutantes, and there's one of them on screen there, David Temmie, who've come into the category, which is quite incredible. And to think that there are still more drivers to come into the series. I know of at least 2 or 3 more that are likely to debut at some point this year. So then it would be 9 new drivers coming into a category. The category's healthy. When you see numbers like that, you go, it's strong.
It's in a very good spot in Victoria at the moment. And on the screen now, we've got a confirmation of your results for the Australian VW Performance Centre Formula V Race 3, their final race of the weekend. Ashley Quiddington taking out honours, winning 2 out of the 3 races there from Andre Kieran. Brock Hamilton in third, Ashley Clifford, Rob Vile, Malachi Windsor a charge from the rear grid to sixth position, Declan Collinson, and Felipe there doing well to come home in eighth. Mick Fisher, he held off from the likes of Munro and Power, and Cameron Bell there to finish in position number 9. I'm actually looking at the overall points of the weekend there.
Yeah, you were. Well, I was looking at them as well to see that was actually a tie at the top on 96 points apiece between Andre Curran and Ash Quiddington, because of course Quiddington's won the 2 races with the slightly lesser point score, and then the feature race was won by Curran this morning. Well, that's Formula V finished for round number 1 here at the Wolfchester Sandown Challenge. Up next is Formula Ford, but in between now and then, we're going to throw down to pit lane and see what's going on down in the pits.
Ready, old man? You can't stand here. Oh, lucky you.
Ray, can we have a chat? Yep.
Well,
Check 1 2, check 1 2.
You might as well wait for the
Are we
cars
going?
to go.
Well, folks, here at the Wolfchester Sandown Challenge, we've made our way down to Trade Alley where we've got quite the Wolfchester activation. And to join us and talk to us more about Wolfchester is John. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. But more importantly, thank you for jumping on and supporting the Trophy Tour.
Mate, you're welcome. We're actually first one out for the season, and boys aren't here, so they're actually up in Bathurst. So all this, we take credit, not them. No Trent, no Glenn. This is the guys. So, yeah, we're pretty wrapped. It's a great setup, and, yeah, we're happy, being one of the main sponsors for this weekend, and looking forward to having a really big day tomorrow.
So tell us about Wolfchester and the product ranges for vendors, for customers. Tell us about the Wolfchester story.
Okay, so we're an Australian-owned company. We manufacture in Australia, which is great, and we're really proud of that. We do automotive and industrial consumables, so across the board we do pretty much everything from your fasteners right through to toilet paper. So, we do everything right across the board. And like today, we brought a lot of our products that we do have on board are specific for race day. For the race cars. If you go across and you look at some of the products, you can see that we've got like your RTVs, we've got your brake cleaner, which look proud of that one. That's manufactured here in Dandenong actually, so it's only around the corner. So yeah, we've got a full range of products, and we don't only do for the racing component, we do across the board in everything from transport, agriculture. Mate, you name it, we do it.
So obviously aligning with Trophy Tour, you've got quite the captive community, a lot of participants here who would be purchasing your product. So you'll be seeing your fair share of the races, the mechanics, all those people coming throughout the weekend.
Yeah. Actually, first day, and most of the guys that we did sell to today are all off, from that race. They've come over, they've bought hand cleaners, they've bought. Like a lot of them have bought gloves. We manufacture our own gloves as well. So, for the average, Joe Blow down the road to the top end mechanic, So, yeah, the guys have been good. They've been very supportive, which I'm pretty happy about that. Yeah.
Look, thank you so much for jumping on board, supporting the Sandown Challenge, Wolfchester Sandown Challenge, the inaugural event for the Trophy Tour as we launch into 2026.
Go get them, Wolfies.
Thanks very much, Callum, down there in pit lane as we are here at the Trophy Tour Victoria Wolfchester Sandown Challenge, and we're just waiting for the Formula Fords to make their way out on track. I'm Darren Smith and being joined by Paul Ziddy, and we're just chatting about Paul Ziddy's triumphant return to race driving, and just a couple of bits and pieces that digging into Paul's vast knowledge of open wheelers, and I'm going to say the smaller open wheelers in Australia. Of course, a bit of a collection of Formula Fords, but we're My interest, Paul, is your cheetah you've got in your fleet of cars, and your good mate Mike Borland, your old boss. You've managed to resurrect the friendship after over a decade working with him in the business. But you're just talking about the cheetah that you're going, and I know that via your social media posts, the exhaust system is just a beautiful piece of engineering. I know there's a lineage, isn't it? Because Mike's uncle was Brian Sheed, who was the constructor of the cheetah cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mike, routinely says that his uncle Brian was incredibly influential in his entire engineering career and his building the racing cars. He loved the purity and simplicity of Brian's engineering. That it was, they were pretty cars, but they were functional. They were easy to service. They were easy to work on, and they were incredibly fast. And that's something he's carried forward into the Formula Fords. So this particular car, Mark 8 Cheetah, was brand new in 1986, delivered new to Mike's workshops when he'd only recently founded Borland Racing, and he engineered that car with two drivers to two championships, John Crook initially and Rowan Onslow. And Onslow's championship was quite special because that was the year that Formula 2 carried the Gold Star. So it's only one of his Uncle Brian's cars to win a Gold Star, and when he dropped it back to the Onslow's farm in far northern central New South Wales in 1988, said if it ever comes up for sale, I'd like to hear about it. And 30 years later, the phone rang. So we've gone halves in that car and returning it to its former glory to take it racing, having some fun in historic racing.
I'm going to give you 12 months to get the car on track and run it at Phillip Island Classic next year, eh?
Yeah, look, that'd be good. We're currently about 6 years into the 12-month project, so
end of conversation right there. Formula Ford's coming on track. I'm going to hand it back over to Tom Reed. Paul Ziddy, thank you so much. We need more benefactors like you in the sport, and can't wait to see that cheetah out there. I knew Brian as a kid and would love to see it in the flesh.
You don't look old enough to have known Brian when he was a kid.
No, when I was a kid, not him as a kid.
Right,
yeah. All right, Tom Reed coming onto the mic as Formula Ford make their way out on track.
Okay, thank you for bearing with us through that chat, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else watching at home. Here we are with the final race for Formula Ford here at Wolfchester, Sandown Trophy Tour 2026. And Tom Reed, the expert commentator, back in the hot seat.
Thanks, Paul. Quick duck off to the loo there to start this race, but that's okay. We're going to go through the grid here. I'll get Paul to run through the Duratec side of things, and then I'll shortly run you through the Kent side of things here.
Absolutely. So, by virtue of his pole position and two wins to open his campaign with a perfect start, we have Giuseppe Imbrogno off pole in the Spectrum, run by Synergy Motorsports. Off second position, Xavier Henderson making the trip all the way across from WA and picking up a second place for him. Sam March, first race weekend in the Spectrum, doing a great job in third. Jet Lester all the way from Queensland in the number 77 Miguel out of BF Racing, and William Hickey in his Spectrum rounding out the five.
Yeah, absolutely. A small field of Duratex, but some pretty good racing there up the front. And we move back to the Kent field, which has also been some really, really good racing with Andrew Torty lining off pole. Unfortunately, we will not see Peter Fitzgerald in his red Spectrum car number 17. That was involved in a fairly large accident at the corner. You can just see in the back of the shot there, but it'll be Adrian Wilkinson next to or on the row behind Andrew Torty. Gavin Dumas in car 20 there will be third in class. Johnny Gregg doing a fantastic job in the Ray GR07. And then we go to Mark Zellner, who had a drama in race one, clawed his way through the field in this morning's race. And we go to Phil Marinon, the first of the historic eligible cars. Chris O'Connor in that yellow car, you can just see on the back of the shot there. And Richard Davison, who had a bit of a drama in the race this morning, but Luke and Alice from Ellery Motorsport have been able to fix that drama, and he will definitely be charging through the Duratec, through the Kent field. So we'll have the yellow flags removed, the green flag at the back, a 5-second board for this field here. 5 Duratec cars at the front get the red lights on, and they will go out, and it's a pretty good start this time from the black car. Is he able to cover as he goes down on the run into turn one? It's a great second conversion, though, from Giuseppe Imbrogno, and he's all the way on driver's left along that yellow painted line. Watch for the 77 here, the BF racing car on the outside. Can he swoop around the outside and take the race lead? It'll be a no, and it'll be Giuseppe Imbrogno, but has he gone in too deep there to give the run to Samuel March? And he's going to take this time. He's going to take it down the outside, and it's Xavier Henderson taking the race lead.
Yeah, great drive. Good starts by all accounted for there, and they're through giving each other a bit of racing room, which is nice to see. Oh, that's another car running very wide on the exit there. William Hickman seems to have got away with it as well. Richard Davison making up some places already. Watch that beautiful Wins Van Diemen RF95 come through the field. It'll be good to see.
Absolutely. That's been a problem corner for car 14, the Spectrum there in the Duratec class. He's been caught up in a number of incidents there throughout the weekend. Xavier Henderson, the Western Australian, able to hold the lead over the top. I'm surprised he was able to keep that with the tail in the toe from Giuseppe Imbrogno that he would have been getting there up the back straight. But he's got to perhaps cover into the final corner. I know he's far enough ahead, but this will, of course, give the run down the front straight to car number 5 and an eager pack behind him, the 77 there of Jet Lester, the only Gale in the field this weekend.
Yeah, I think a little bit of wisdom there to just not push too hard on lap 1. Just hold position, and we see a nice run there from that looks like Sam March. Got a beautiful toe down the front straight.
Here comes Davo.
Here comes Davo through
hungry.
the field. I think he is, what's this? Is he up to, can't quite get it done there on Gavin.
That's the second on class.
He's now up to third in class in the opening lap. A great opening lap for Richard Davison.
Yeah, he's trying to go for P2 in class there with Gavin Dumas in car 20 ahead of him. Make quick work of Adrian Wilkinson, and I expect him to make quick work of the car head up the back straight. Mark Zellner just dropping off that sort of 5-car breakaway there for P2. It's all Andrew Torti out in front, but it's Giuseppe Imbrogno who takes the race lead in Class A, the Duratec class there on the top of your totem pole. 12.5 minutes to go, as Richard Davison does have the superior run up the back straight and goes through into P2 in class. Can he hunt down the 55 Spectrum there of Andrew Torti? We'll wait and see as Wilkinson closes right up to the back of the McGale there. It's got a little bit of flapping bodywork on the left-hand side, so hopefully not too much air going under that. It can be a massive parachute for these guys.
Absolutely. So, yep, Richard's up there nicely. And look, we should take a moment to just say, Peter Fitzgerald. So, very sad that we don't see him out here with the damage to his car, but Pete's A-OK.
Yeah.
He's fine.
Good spirit as well.
We spoke about the safety features that are built into these cars. Everything worked, and he's A-OK. Great battle here for the lead. Henderson is not giving up anything at all. You got young Giuseppe Imbrogno is really having to work hard to try and find a way around. And Hickey again riding that curve. He's leaving nothing on the table.
He's letting the rear end hang out at turn number 4 a few too many times throughout this weekend. But car number 8 there belting over the turn 2 and 3 apex curves. He's got to be careful that he doesn't hit him too hard as Giuseppe Imbrogno tries his hardest to go around the outside, and the 8 there on the inside. This is frantic racing as they go through the S, and he's able to hold on. Imbrogno locks the fronts. Can he clear the brake and avoid the fence just?
Really well done. That was a great drive. A little error there. Again, they're just racing so hard. He just pushed in a little bit deep under brakes on the dirty side of the track. Just couldn't quite get it pulled up, but he'll try and drive back from there and try and minimise the damage of that mistake. And we have Xavier Henderson leading his first Victorian VSRS Trophy Tour race. Great driving so far, and Giuseppe will be just trying to calm there'll be a fair bit of choice words to himself under the helmet, I would think, but he'll try and just calm that and then get back on with it, see if he can reel these guys back in. Meanwhile, the race for second now is really starting to hot up between Lester and Sam March.
By Giuseppe's pace all weekend long. I reckon he could get up to the back of this leading group again. Still 10 minutes to go, so quite a long race here. We're only 3 laps in to quite a long journey, but you can see visibly actually how far back he is. So he's going to need these guys at the front to start battling a little bit more than they are. As the 77 Gale in the Duratec field goes through for P2 on the 15 there of Samuel March, who's pretty close in there. He's using a lot of the entry curve there to turn 9.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what Giuseppe will be planning on here is he'll be hoping that these guys start to get in a bit of a dogfight. They'll actually hold each other up, and that'll give him that opportunity to buy back into the battle as the laps run down. But we see Henderson coming across to take to continue to lead this field. And we'll see what sort of a time we've got. There we go, Imbrogno straight into a 17.6, fastest lap of the race. So he'll be trying. Contact between the leaders there at turn 1. They are playing for keeps out there.
So this is exactly what Imbrogno wants, because these guys keep battling. It's just going to invite him even more into the mix as the 8 pounds over that curb once more, and putting a lot of stress through those wishbones and steering arms there, but it seems to be A-OK. Mike Ballin builds these Spectrums pretty tough.
Yeah, look, they look like people see the Formula Fords, and it looks reasonably, we've even heard the term spindly thrown around, but there's a lot of engineering in there. There's a lot of strength. Not dissimilar from the carbon fibre you see on Formula One. Very strong in how they're designed to take the loads. You hit them with a load outside of that, kind of like your eggshell theories. You can pram brake them, but incredibly strong in the designed, taking the designed loads. And this is great racing. 3 wide they were at one stage there.
There was a tiny bit of nose cone contact to the rear left tyre there of your race leader. And these guys are going at it. They are side by side for second place down the front straight. On the left of your shot there is the 77 of Jet Lester, and tucked in behind your race leader, car 15 there, is Samuel March, who swings to the inside to try and take the race lead. By the time he gets to turn 1, he gets that job done. But if he runs over the exit curve here, he's going to slow his momentum to turn 2, and that's exactly what has happened. So car 8, great awareness from the Western Australian there to reclaim that race lead. And now he's going to have another send up the inside, locks the left front. There's the number 8 there of David Henderson, and there's Giuseppe Imbrogno. Bang, another 17.1, fastest lap of the race, and he's on that battle again.
Right in there, straight up. They're coming up to lap some traffic, which hopefully the lap traffic will stay out of the way. And here we got all 5 cars. How do you like your Formula Ford racing?
They've saved the best racing to last here, and we love to see it as Imbrogno goes through in P4 in class, P4 in the outright class there. So it's still the 8 car is Xavier Henderson leading from the 77, whose GoPros seem to have fallen off the top of that car, so held on by the safety wire, which they are recommended to have. You don't really want to lose a GoPro there.
No.
A cheap item in the scheme of things, but the more damage not dealt is the better around Sandown, a particularly bumpy circuit there. So
and more than recommended, it's actually mandated, because apart from breaking your GoPro, the last thing that one of your fellow competitors wants to do is wear one of those on their helmet at 220 kilometres an hour. So they're well secured. It'll flap around there. And look, this is just textbook Formula Ford racing. Imbrogno right in there now as they look for a way past. That's Phil Marinon in the beautiful old Galloway. They've made it past him. Will they get past the Royale? Yes, they've cleared that, and they'll get soon to worst place to possibly catch those 2 guys, unfortunately for everyone involved there. But I think the guys did a magnificent job, and the young guys did a great job to get by them. This has really played into Henderson's hands.
Absolutely.
And opened up a great lead for him. Giuseppe now working to see if he can hunt down at least another 1 or 2 of these guys before race end if he can. He's now well under the gearbox of I think that is William Hickey, if I'm not mistaken. March. I think poor Sam March took the worst of that encounter, getting boxed up behind the Galloway there and got shuffled right back to last place. So great work by him not to make contact, but I think he definitely wore the worst of that.
A note on the timing screen, 2 retirees out of the same stable, Gavin Dumas and Mark Zellner, have pulled into the pits for the final race. They've decided to take no further part, perhaps some car issues going on there. So that leaves Chris O'Connor to take those positions, as well as Richard Davison. An update on him, he is 3.8 seconds behind your race. The last leader in the midfield, Andrew Geordie car. 55 there, who's doing a stellar job out in front. Richard's actually got the fastest lap in the Kentfield, a 22.0. That's 1 second quicker than the Spectrum driver out in first place there of Andrew Torty. But turning our attention back to the Duratec field, Class A, it's all Xavier Henderson out front, who would be licking his lips, looking in the mirror, seeing these guys battle, 3 cars battle for the runner-up podium positions here. And it's Giuseppe Imbrogno, the guy with the most experience in Formula 4, the only returning driver in this 5-car Duratec field here, looking to overtake William Hickey, who's had a pretty tricky weekend at Sandown for his opening encounter, but just looking to have a nice, smooth end to his first round campaign here.
Indeed, and look, we see it all the time in Formula 4 with the young drivers coming in. No shortage of talent, no shortage of courage. But yeah, if they can, sometimes, you go a little bit slower to go a little bit faster. So I think if they can settle that down, and we got an over-under move on, there's 3 into 1 does not go. It's amazing driving that they kept it off each other. And there you see, exactly as we were saying, Hickey shuffled from second back to fourth in one corner.
77 there with a poor exit. That is Jet Lester in the Brett Francis Racing prepared Miguel. He gets swamped by Giuseppe Imbrogno, who now really actually has to have a charge here at the back of Xavier Henderson. 3.5 minutes to go on the screen. We've got another retiree from the Kent field. Chris O'Connor, you can see on your timing pole there. He has pulled into the pits, so we're down to 5 cars there running at the moment. Phil Marinon is a lap down, so we'll give you an update. Andrew Torty is leading that class, and that gap has been brought down to 2 seconds. Yeah, so Davison again punching out quicker lap times, and he's closing right up to the back of the 55 Spectrum, and it's a ways back to Adrian Wilkinson from Greg. About a 3-second gap between those two guys. So here comes Imbrogno. He's got the gap down to 3 seconds. He's got 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, you got a couple of laps to see how much of a dent he can make. And that 3 seconds, you would think, looks really good for Xavier Henderson to hold on to that lead. And we'll see what he can do about that now that he's got some clear air, and see if Imbrogno can cut into that too much at all. Meanwhile, at the back, you've got Sam Marsh is now back up on to the gearbox of Hickey, trying to make up another position there. But yeah, you can see daylight from Henderson, and he should be comfortably out of the tow at that point, which is, so you've now got Imbrogno providing the break in the wind to everyone behind him. And March just couldn't quite get that to those upon this time. And we'll see how they're going back in another faster lap again for Davison in the Formula 4 1600, the Kent class, and really another 8/10 out of that lead. So Torty will be looking for the laps to tick down and the time to tick down to get the checkered flag. We spoke earlier about how it's difficult to lead a race when you've got a lot of a big gap behind you. It's hard to know exactly how hard to push.
2.2 seconds now is the race lead with 1:30 to go. So he's closed that gap by 8/10 that lap. And Imbrogno, visibly, you can see he is quite fast on the racetrack. He did a 17.4 last time round, and that was a full second quicker than Xavier Henderson, car 8, who is leading the race in the black car. The Western Australian driver doing a fantastic job in the final race of the weekend. As things stands, he only lose the round win overall by 8 points. Giuseppe was on 98 points, Xavier Henderson on 90. Then it's a ways back to Jet Lester on 81. And then William Hickey and Sam March there. So up the back straight we go. Just ticked under a minute remaining, and that gap you can see is closing, and it is closing in the Kent field. It's down to 7/10 of a second, and you can see it on screen now. So
it is.
Davo's been putting on the pressure all race long, and he's finally got back to the 55 Spectrum here.
Yeah, and you can see once he could, Andrews obviously, we talked about trying to make that speed when you're leading comfortably. Well, he's looked in his mirrors and seen it full of the white nose cone of Richard Davison, and that spurred him on to his fastest lap of the race. So still a few tenths down on what Davison is doing, but it's definitely lit a little bit of a fire. Now, what can he do from here? Richard's in the box seat, catching him at the right time to take advantage of the aerodynamic draft and see if he can pilot that number 40 Van Diemen past the Spectrum. But Andrew looks like he's starting to respond, and we'll see what the times tell us as they come back to complete this lap. Just running down under the bridge at the moment.
Yeah,
to come
perhaps
around.
saving a little bit of tyre as well, not sliding it as much, so the pressure's keeping a little lower, and he's able to, push towards the end of the race and just, stretch the margin a little bit more to make it a bit comfortable. Davo using all of the exit curve there through the final corner, which you are permitted to do and can do around here, as it's one of the flatter curves like we've been touching on, especially up the apex there. Turn number 6, you can use a lot of the left-hander, but you've got to be careful as you fire it down the couple of gears here into Dandy Road, and here is Giuseppe Imbrogno. He's arrived onto the back of the 4-speed LD 200 gearbox there of the race leader, Xavier Henderson.
He's done a magnificent job to close that 3 seconds down. I don't know whether or not they got the last lap board last time around or not. If there's one to go, you'd have to think he's a big chance here. And yeah, I don't think no check at that.
There is a last lap board there.
Last lap board now, so this has been a fantastic drive by young Imbrogno. He's put himself in a really good place. But I tell you what, I think Xavier Henderson might have grown up watching some John Bow video, because that is, there is a mandated maximum width for a Formula Ford under the regulations, but Xavier's found a way to stretch that one a few inches, I think. He is, from a defensive perspective, he is driving that beautifully.
He is, and now he's got to set his run up the back straight. That was a tardy exit though, so it was for the 77 there on shot, the Brett Francis Racing McGale, and they're going to have some lap cars coming up in front of them here. It's Adrian Wilkinson, John Gregg and Phil Marin on the cars in front, but it's side by side for the race win and perhaps the round win, as Giuseppe Imbrogno goes the long way around. He's not going to back out easily. His car race, but he has to do it. And Giuseppe, from last in the class at one point in this race, has taken back the race lead. He turns it left out of Dandy Road for the final time this weekend, and he's going to set his sights onto a round victory. He's got a lap car, though, of Phil Marinon to contest through the final couple of corners. Does this slow his run out of the final corner? It does a little bit, but it's not enough for the 8 of Xavier Henderson. He's gone all the way to pit entry, and he's going to come home in P2. Giuseppe Imbrogno taking the race win there from Xavier Henderson. Jet Lester in third, and car 15 there of Sam March in fourth.
Now let's turn our attention back to the Formula Ford 1600s. That is a sensational drive from Giuseppe Imbrogno. Congratulations to the Duratec cars on just a stupendous race. But where's our leaders in Formula Ford 1600?
Yeah. This is a battle for the first positions here in class. We're having a look at a couple of the finishes there.
One for the ages. What have we got? According to our timing, here we go.
Here's Davo on the back of Andrew Torti.
How close do you want it?
Through the penultimate corner. Can he get a run? But Torti will be wise to this. He holds him up on the exit curb, and it'll be Andrew Torti who takes 2 out of the 3 races here in the 1600 Kent class over Richard Davison, who's had a charge all race long, setting the fastest lap. And here is the battle for the minor podium positions. The first weekend out for the Ray GR07. John Gregg driving, doing a superb job here to hopefully get past Adrian Wilkinson. He's filling his mirrors through the penultimate corner, and can he get a run out of the final turn here, the final real corner? It's going to be a no, and it'll be Adrian Wilkinson holding off in the Spectrum to beat John Gregg home for third in class.
Magnificent racing. How do you like that? 2 categories, or 2 classes within this category, races throughout the fields in both of them, and just superb racing for the ages from the Formula Ford. Small field, but quality.
Yeah, some fantastic racing there on display from Formula Ford, as always. Provisional results here going up on the screen. Giuseppe Imbrogno taking that home. What a fantastic drive from him. He wins over a narrow margin, just under 0.3 of a second to car 8, the Western Australian of Xavier Henderson. Jet Lester in the McGall there, home in third. And then we go to Samuel March, and the final Duratec finisher there of William Hickey. Andrew Torti took honours in the Kent field from Peter Fitzgerald, from Richard Davison and Adrian Wilkinson. But that's been it for Formula Ford. 3 races, 1 and done here at the Sandown Challenge, presented by Wolfchester. Thanks so much, Paul, for joining me in the commentary box. It's been a pleasure to have you.
Always a pleasure. Thank you, Tom. And been wonderful watching you come on in your commentary, doing a stellar job. I'm sure there's quite a bright future there for you. Look forward to seeing all the viewers at home again when we go to 888 Home Loans presenting the Calder Revival in just over a few weeks' time. So more Formula Ford action coming your way then. I will see everyone there.
Yeah, thanks so much, Paul. We've got 3 races to go. We've got the historic touring cars up next, followed by something close to Steve DeFree's heart, improved production, and then the boisterous Matt Dunlop for the final race, a Porsche 944 Challenge. Please do not go anywhere. Stick around on Blendline TV. We've got plenty of action still remaining.
Guys, I've got the privilege of sitting here with Robin Wood. Robin Wood is a volunteer marshal here at the Trophy Tour Vic at Sandown. Yeah. Robin, I understand today's your last day and that you've been volunteering as a marshal for 67 years.
That's correct.
When did you start marshalling?
Well, the first time would have been about 58 or thereabouts.
Wow. So you've seen a lot of change in motorsport then?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, so what's your...
some very famous drivers and very famous team owners over the years.
Who's the most famous, do you think?
Oh, probably Fangio and Sterling Moss, I would say.
Wow. That's phenomenal that you met those guys. So today's your last day. What are you going to miss most about being here at the track?
Everything.
Everything.
Everything. I'm only retiring because I have to.
Oh, okay.
They have an age limit, and my licence runs out next March, and, it's just time.
Robin, thank you so much, and he's having a hard day out here in the sun, but you say you get used to it. Thank you so much for all your volunteer effort.
Actually, the warm day, the worst days are the rain days. Your grid sheets you can't read, they're a mess, and everyone's unhappy, and the cars, the rain days are the worst.
Well, thank you very much for volunteering. Thank you, Robin. Thanks a lot. Back to you guys.
Yeah.
Wow, what a touching tribute there, Robin. Oh, crikey, that's amazing. He's retiring. He's been doing that for such a long, long time. Again, I remember as a kid, he was a sprightly man with training a lot of people, and he has trained a lot of officials right throughout the years. So congratulations on a stellar career. He didn't reach for the stars. He didn't want to climb the corporate ladder as such. He just wanted to be down there in the pit and paddock. And Matty D, when you look at a guy like that and the service he's given, and he says, what are you going to miss? And he's going to miss everything. Wow. That's a big thing in his life. And yeah, look, I guess like anything, you've got to call a day at some point. And that's sadly what's happened to Robin. So we wish him all the very, very best. I believe over the years he's travelled down from Ballarat to do the gig. But there you go. Like the historic officials that make up some of our areas around the racetrack that have been around, and they just have an amount of knowledge that you just can't do without being in the role for that many years. But we go to historic touring cars now, and we're looking forward to this one. I had a brief chat with Pete Muleman before this one. He's done a gearbox in that car. They've repaired it and got him out now. But here is the grid.
Thank you very much, Darren. Let's run through the grid for the Cool Drive Auto Parts with Racer Industries, covering historic touring cars, race number 3 here at Sandown. Andrew Baird will start on pole once more in that silver Camaro in the middle of shot, with Darren Collins just behind in the 97 Mustang. Then we've got Ben Wilkinson and Scott Pearce, who's dropped a few spots and due to a penalty that he copped in race 2. So second on the road, but he's going to be starting 4th in this race. Jeff Monday in his Camaro will be next to Glenn Miles, and then it's Rodney Hodgkin and Peter Muleman out of 7th and 8th. And then the grid is filled out with Nathan Gordon, Darren Jones, Chris Sterner and Michael Michelli. I don't think we have all 12 of those cars on track for this last outing here today, but we've still got some awesome thunder that's going to be ripping around this Sandown Raceway. In almost all cases, these are like pure brutish V8 power with the 6-pack of the Glenn Miles Valiant there joining the fray. That thing sounds like a treat. They all do as well. And it's so good. I've been saying it all weekend. It's just so nice seeing and hearing and feeling these cars roaring past you, Darren.
Couldn't agree more, mate. This is really, as the name suggests, history. And it throws us back into an era that I guess certainly predated you, Matt, but this was sort of my very, very early years in my life. These cars were racing, and I guess I loved watching them go around. There's Pete Muleman, got the gearbox back in the car, done the job there. So round of applause there. That's a bit of a mechanical marvel in one of these old cars to get that back out there. And let's hope he gets a nice result out of this. The end of the race this morning, it was under half a second between Andrew Baird and Darren Collins. Darren Collins was coming at him. The lighter, more nimble Mustang was certainly endured that 12-lap journey. It's substantially warmer now. The track is substantially warmer. Everything is substantially warmer. The drivers, etc. We're at the end of a weekend where it's been hot. So fatigue, not only in the tyres and the mechanical package, the guy behind the wheel making all the decisions. That's the person that points the car at the corner and decides to change gears and all of that sort of thing. Darren is a younger man, and let's see how he goes. Camaro gets away brilliantly, lots of wheel spin, but look at the Mustang. Darren Collins gets the power down very, very nicely indeed, comes over nicely, covers it off into turn one because the Camaro just getting a little bit more of that cubic inch motivated up into turn one, and Darren Collins taking his position into turn one. He'll hold off the charge from the Camaro for now. Let's wait until we point out at turn four and climb up the hill up to the rise here at Sandown.
Scott Pearson, the number 21 Mustang on screen there, has not had a start that he would be hoping for. He's dropped down to 5th position behind Jeff Monday's Camaro there, and he's got the Valiant right behind him. So it's Chevy, Ford, Valiant, and there's a Falcon and Mustang, another Mustang behind there. A lot of variety in the field here today as they rip up the back straight for the first time. Let's see what Andrew Baird can do in that Camaro. This is the first time all weekend, I believe, he's been running in second position now.
Yes.
So he does not want to make that a habit anytime soon. He's all over the back of that number 97 car, filling as many of Darren Collins' mirrors as he possibly can.
That is a champion driver. He's won a championship or two at his time. A ripping driver over the longest journey is Darren Collins, and just using what he's got underneath him to cover off that charge from the Camaro. That's what you like to see, isn't it? You just like to see these guys absolutely going with it. Exchange it for whatever car you like, but just cool to see the drivers and their decision process and their actual desire to win a race. Isn't it just absolutely what you come to the track for? Collins will hold on to the inside line here. He'll start to move from the centre of the track over to the right-hand side, so he's got the run out of turn one, over the bumps, just moving around a little bit. He's compromised on the exit, being that he's held on tight, but he'll hold the middle of the track down into turn number two, positioning the car beautifully. Well done, Darren. That is magnificent. And Andrew Baird at the moment is just going, he's just going to keep doing this. I've got to find a way to get past. There he's bounced it over the ripple strip. That will have harmed his exit speed. It only needs to be half a kilometre an hour. By the time you get 800 metres up the hill, it's 3 kilometres an hour.
Well, we thought, speaking of kilometres an hour, that Rodney Hodgkin car needed a lot more of them because it was very slow out of turn 4, and he is not looking quick. He's got the blinker on to let everyone past him, so that's a real shame for that XY GTHO Falcon. Has been going through the wars this week, and unfortunately, and that's not the way that you want to finish it. But back at the front here, this is going to have to be an insane defensive drive from Darren Collins all afternoon to keep that Camaro of Andrew Baird behind him and to keep Ben Wilkinson behind him. Look, his eyes are lighting up in third place.
Yeah, certainly a very similar sort of car, the 189 to the 97 of Darren Collins. And right in the back there's Pierce as well. So he's been on the front row of the grid, Scotty Pierce, and sort of threw it all away in race 2 this morning. But in the back shot there is also Monday, the six-pack there, Charger of Glenn Miles, and Peter Muleman down there as well. And it looks like Chris Stern starting to weigh in on that one as well. You got to feel for Pete. We got a bit of a chat with him just before this race, and he was sweating, and he hadn't had a break since the last race this morning. So they'd worked on the car, so he had to jump in and get on with the job there. So I feel for Pete, and who wants an all-black car on a hot day like today? It's just absorbing heat from everywhere, isn't it?
Sauna on wheels, that thing would be today. You'd be really feeling the sun behind the wheel of that car. Ooh, bit of dust being kicked up there from Darren Collins, using all the track and a little bit more to try and take as much pace as he possibly can over the top of the hill into Dandenong Road. It's so important to line it up really properly there, especially in these historic touring cars. If you're a little bit offline when you try and jump on the brakes on the running to there, it can really upset the rhythm of the car. So it's such a delicate balance to be able to string that line through the top of the hill together perfectly so you can carry as much momentum and just brake nice and evenly.
These are your true analog car. There's no driver aids here. if you lock a brake, the first thing you know about it is you feel a vibration through your foot, and then for the rest of the race, you feel a vibration through the steering wheel because you've turned a round thing into a 50-cent piece, and every time you hit the brakes, it goes back to that flat spot there. So, doing a good job. They are trying to avoid doing hitting any lock-ups or anything like that. And generally, 99% of the time, they don't hit each other as well. These cars are just a little bit too precious, and the bits and pieces to rebuild the panel work and stuff like that is just expensive. And they give each other great racing room. We had a question from a viewer in earlier on in this race today. The difference between these touring cars and the current supercars that race here. I called on the person I could most hear at the track, and it happened to be Darren Hossack. He said that the touring supercars do 279, and these things are probably topped out at about 258. So there's a big margin. Oh, Ben Wilkinson, big slide. The two silver cars go side by side, and he gets going too. Doesn't he get going? And we just watch Andrew Baird go to the grass, and these guys are getting very hot with it. So there's the answer to the question. It's about 20 kilometres an hour top speed down the straight, giving 50 years of technology away. I think it speaks more to how these guys prepare the cars than to the way a supercar is prepared.
100%. And also, as I touched on in the last race as well, you've got nowhere near as much braking power at your disposal in these cars as you do in a supercar. So it's going to feel a lot faster than 240 clicks by the time you jump on the anchors and try and bring the thing to a halt.
And when we see this head-on shot, that great shot that Blendline set up for us here at Sandown, under brakes into turn one, they don't just go down a nice straight trajectory. They start to sway around as the transfer its weight and the rear wheels unload a little bit. Here we go. This is what happened under the bridge. Oh, there was a coming together between Baird and Wilkinson. Ever so slight, but it was enough to see Baird go to the dirt with two wheels there. So it runs out of room there. The track actually funnels in a bit, and that right lane sort of just gets run out, like we see on the screen now coming at the top of the hill. The actual track narrows like a whole lane. Does the same just beyond the Penrite Bridge exiting turn 9.
It's a tricky place to go side by side unless you know the exact layout of that tarmac and where it narrows in. So you have to be very careful there. And especially on that Dandenong Road corner when you can often see cars running it a little bit wide, trying to gather it back up and frantically get back in track position. But then you're going straight into the racing line there. So it can create havoc sometimes in a lot of categories, not just historics. And what a shame. That's Peter Muehlman stranded.
Oh, no, that's heartbreaking stuff. You spend 4 hours under your boiling hot race car to try and get out in the last race to gather points, and you're parked up down there at turn 2. That's a shame, but some work to do, the Muehlman team.
So
he'll do it too. He'll get out there and get the job done too. He'll be at the next round.
He certainly will, but not the way that he wanted to finish his weekend. Jeez, Ben Wilkinson throwing it over the curbs there, putting everything at it. You were talking about these guys not wanting to, give themselves a whole lot of damage on these cars, whatnot. They're not driving like it. They are giving it everything in these historic touring cars, really wringing the necks of them like they were supposed to be driven.
Yeah, exactly right. Couldn't agree more. So Collins and Wilkinson in the 68 Mustangs, and I've got to say it's the guys that are driving the 68 Mustangs that want it more at the moment. They're definitely exploring track position. They're definitely exploring where they can get the power down just that little bit quicker, and really starting to explore their options. I've got to say maybe Baird and Pierce used up their cars in the first race yesterday and the first race this morning, whereas these two have played the waiting game in race 1 and 2, and really Darren Collins has gone full out attack, and Ben Wilkinson's followed him. He's seen the mindset and gone, coming with you, Daz, we're off, we're doing this.
And I'll tell you what, Ben's been a lot steadier on the brakes as well this race. We've seen earlier today and also yesterday lots of puffs of smoke from locking those front tyres from the 189 Mustang. Not so far that I've seen today, so whether he's made some adjustments to the braking or to just the position of his foot rather, but he is a lot steadier under the brakes and he's a lot quicker here today in this race 3, and it's paying dividends for him with that green-eyed monster sort of vibe. It's throwing me back to Craig Lowndes. You talk about childhood cars, that's sort of my childhood, like early 2000s, which is just goes to show, but yeah, it's an awesome looking machine. They're all brilliantly presented, as they always are. But they're all keeping relatively close together, this top four. Even Pearce in the number 21, he's dropping a little bit off.
You look at the top four on the timesheet. Last lap around, all four of them, 123.0, 123.3, 123.0, 123.7. So they're all within, quarter of a second of each other. So that's why they're sticking together. In fact, I'm just watching Pearce at the moment. It's actually Baird on the last lap round did his fastest lap of the race in his realm.
That's not going to help Pearce back there. Copping a bit of dirt through no fault of anybody else. Has just hit the inside of that kink there a little bit too much, and that's scrubbed a little bit of his speed off, and you can see he's tailed off a little bit. But at the same time, Baird, as you mentioned, is really racy, and he's trying to get all over the back of Ben Wilkinson once again. There's not a whole lot of time left in this race, just under 4.5 minutes, so I think Baird knows that, and he's going to be trying to put the hammer down and get up there and try and challenge for some position once again.
Fastest lap of this race is Ben Wilkinson, so he's in P2, and that was done 2 laps ago, and that was when he squeezed through on Andrew Baird. Andrew Baird now is squeezing everything out of his Camaro, like trying to squeeze your foot into a pair of shoes you've grown out of to get one more wear of, and that's what he's doing, trying to get one more wear of these tyres on the Camaro. Darren Collins has just eased out. It's the first time for a couple of laps. He's now had 3/4 of a second lead. And I dare say over the last couple of corners he's jumped another 10th or 2 there as well. So Ben Wilkinson certainly setting that fastest lap on lap number 5. Pearce hit his fastest lap on number 7. But just as I say about that gap, Wilkinson closes up across the top of the hill there. That silver with the black GT stripe over the top. 189 is definitely good from the top of the hill all the way down to Dandenong Road. Just glancing at the ripple strips, not making a send it type of message. He's keeping the concentration level. Just watching Baird in the background there. He's gone out over the back of the ripple strips, and I would suggest the impetus has gone out of his attack for today.
It's a very fine balance you have to strike in these cars with how much of the curb you use, because you use a little bit and it can pay off, but you use a little bit too much and you do start hemorrhaging speed and momentum quite a bit because they're very softly suspended a little bit, so it does vary things quite some bit as they go through turn 1 here, and you can just see how bumpy this Sandown track is as well, and you'd really feel that through the steering column. Geez, Ben will be feeling that. He's getting shaken around in the seat while he's soaring at the wheel.
Have a look at that though. Last time round, right on 0.99 of a second, so for all intents and purposes, 1 second lead to Collins, and we see it there. Now let's see the gap up the straight. It'd be nice to have a oh no, Wilkinson gone.
Oh no.
He has slowed dramatically. Baird had to take a slight evasive action there. No, the Pony Mustang, the 1968 car, Ben Wilkinson, expires as they run down, or they run up the hill here at Wolfchester Sandown Challenge. And now Andrew Baird, I guess, inherits position number 2, and that will help his points haul for the weekend. It'll put him 4 points behind Darren Collins if they finish in this order. Now Darren Collins is going to show about a 2.5 lead over Andrew Baird as well. So they come to the line, and there it is, 1.2 seconds with 1.5 minutes left remaining. So you've got to say, 2 laps, maybe 3 laps at that lap time they're doing. And that'll make it a 12-lap journey. So, yeah, the lighter Mustang. Ooh, Pearce there. Trouble under brakes there. Started to move around in that boss type of Mustang. So the 21 now starting to battle with what's under him, as if he wasn't already earlier on in this race. He was rapid yesterday and this morning.
And he's just far enough away, he's just close enough to Andrew Baird that you can still make a tilt and push to get back into that second position, but you've really got to be nailing everything here, and there's not much margin for error where the gap that he has now and the time left in this race. Ooh, big puff of smoke there. You can see how bumpy the top of the hill is with Darren Collins. He's not letting up anytime soon. He's
got the biggest lead he's had all race, and he's still exploring the margins.
Still thrashing it around this Sandown Raceway. He's doing fantastic here in that number 97 Mustang, but Andrew Baird is very, very quick here.
Race continues on here. Darren Collins has got himself a gap. Let's see if he maintains it at 1.2 or if he's eased out a little bit there. That locking of the brake at the top of the rise there will have certainly got his attention. As we look at Mundy coming through now, Glenn Miles rounding out our 4th and 5th on the road. Ben Wilkinson has returned to the lane, as is Darren Jones, and Hodgkin as well. So 3 got back to the lane. Peter Muehlman stopped out on track. No real damage or anything like that, just mechanicals that have, I'm going to say, endured a very warm race meeting, and the hotter the weather, the more the componentry takes on the load that is shown to it. Collins now has had his lead chopped back to right on 1 second. So Baird last time round a 1:23.3 and a 1:25.5 to Collins and a 1:24.1 to Pierce. So that gap just slowly easing back there. This is Monday. Jeff started out of position number 5, holds on to 4. Glenn Miles now in 5th, and Glenn started out of 6th. So they've both eased a position out of it, I dare say, due to the expiry of Ben Wilkinson in his silver 189 Mustang. Up the hill, the heat haze here, that long shot, very dramatic as the haze comes up and we come into full focus. Just in time. You need to be 110% focus driven at this left-hander at the rise here at Sandown. Dip your nose in and follow your nose down that black ribbon. Go left and a little jag right, then left and then a big left under full brakes down at that very famous left-hander known as Dandenong Road, because, well, let's face it, the Dandenong Road is only a matter of about 25 metres away from there, off in the distance. And off the corner nicely goes Jeff Monday. Glenn Miles looks for some fresh air in the 6-pack, and got to congratulate Glenn Miles, doing a terrific job. He's always going to give away a huge margin to the V8s here, but that engine and that driver never, ever say die, and they'll give it a red hot go. Coming around now, looks like this is probably their last lap that these guys are on, underneath the Penrite 100 bridge. Of course, the Penrite 100 Classic coming up in the next few weeks at Phillip Island, the biggest historic race meeting in the Southern Hemisphere. Get down to that one as we see the checkered flag drop. Darren Collins takes a win. It's been a while between drinks for Dazza, but that's a good result. The Camaro gone, the white Camaro, now the black and orange Mustang is a thing, and now it's more than a thing, it's a race-winning thing. So Collins beats home Baird and Pierce, and actually this is the battle for 4th and 5th on the road, and in fact 4th and 5th will be the final finishes in this particular race. It's Camaro versus Charger, the 68 versus the 16. They come to the line, and there you have it. On the line, Monday backs off. And you'd have to, if we had a camera on board, I bet you a big sigh of relief. So that concludes the Cool Drive Auto Parts Racer Industries Historic Touring Car Race number 3 and 4 this round. We look forward to seeing these guys again at a further Trophy Tour event. Darren Collins takes a sweet victory in the 97. Andrew Baird has to, I guess, capitulate to Darren's charge and takes out position number 2. He'll take the big points, though. He'll take 98 points over Darren Collins, 90. Scott Pearce in the 21 gets 3rd. Jeff Bundy, Glenn Miles, Darren Jones, and the others did not finish. So that rounds out historic touring cars. Let's go down to the pit and paddock for a bit of a technical chat about the new Bridgestones for improved production.
I'm down here with Tom Worsley from Bridgestone, who's got a very shiny piece of circular rubber here. This is the new compound that the improved production guys are running this weekend. Tell me a bit about it.
Yeah, that's right, Matty Potenza. We've got the Potenza RE71 RS. So this is actually a street-legal semi-slick tyre that Improved Production's moving to this year. It's a bit of a step change for them, and a great opportunity for them to mix it up and get their heads around this new product as well.
Yeah, so it's quite a big change for the improved production guys, going from a symmetrical tyre previously to an asymmetrical compound that we have now. What's been the feedback from the drivers so far this weekend?
Yeah, so really strong feedback from the guys. There's some guys took a little bit longer to get their head around it. It performs a little bit differently in the way it comes on, and some tweaks to some setups needed because of the change in this section of the tyre. But the feedback's been great. It's a really consistent tyre for them, and they're loving the grip that they're getting. But they're also loving the challenge, which is what improved production's all about.
And another interesting thing about this tyre as well is this is, as you touched on earlier, it is street legal. So you don't have to go through your standard dealer networks. You can get it from your Bridgestone dealers, as we see the improved production guys tearing out on the track now. How good is it to see these cars running your tyre?
Oh, absolutely. And that means you can run it on your race car and put it on your car and drive home. It's a great tyre. For more info, head to bridgestone.com.au.
Thank you, Matty Dunlop, or Matty Potenza, formerly Matty Yokohama. I don't know how many times we've changed his surname in the last couple of years, but it's getting a thorough working over. Great to have him down there with Tom Worsley, who's part of the PR team there at Bridgestone. They've put a lot of commitment, Scott McLean, into gearing up to support one of the categories in this country that has such a wide variety of cars. They've got to be able to have a tyre that tackles all conditions. It sounds like they've up for the challenge, because the feedback seems to be very, very positive.
I've never heard so many racers talk so technically about racing. It's unbelievable at the moment. People you wouldn't barely string a couple of words out of sometimes, but oh my God, they're sounding like scientists at the moment.
Certainly are.
Fascinating.
Well, they've had to get their skates on and get out in a big hurry. So here's the grid for race number 3. So Ian McLennan, who won the second race of the weekend, starting in pole. Danny Timewell, who got past Luke Gretschkambo after some challenges yesterday in P2. Luke's going to start in P3 with Andrew Butcher's BMW in 4th. Jamie Augustine in the yellow Sylvia there in 5th, with Rohit Saini in the HSV GTS. Callum Jensen in the first of the under 2 litre cars, the Peugeot, and Bruce Henley in the RX8, the veteran of improved production and club cars. Has been around there for many years. Still good to see him going strong. Chris Bodale in the EA Falcon. He got penalised with a jump start in the previous race. Scott Appledore in the Hyundai Lantra. Wayne Decker. Lee Sellenmeyer, the first of the XLs, ahead of Travis Mitchie. Carly Fleming, Michael Hopp in the Suzuki Swift, and Peter Fleming in the XL. And then we get to a couple of the tales of woe. So we're looking down there, you can see Brad Ross in 20th. He's obviously out for the weekend. He didn't take a start for race number 2 after the tail shaft failure yesterday. Grant Ogle was a non-starter this morning, so we didn't pick up on him that he raced yesterday and didn't start this morning. So he's been sent to rear of grid, been given dispensation to run. Brad Wyatt, we believe, has blown a differential and probably is not going to take the start. And then there's this man here on screen, Royce Lyon. Watch out for this number 4 BMW. It's one of the more unusual failures, I think we're going to put this down to, Scott. He came into the pit lane with parts of the quick release of the steering wheel in his hands. They've had to then basically put the steering wheel on the column with no quick release and sent him back out. How he got that car back to the pit lane is a minor miracle.
How he did not hit anybody is an absolute miracle. So absolute credit to him. But green flag now, so they're about to start. So wish him luck and watch him come through the grid here.
Yeah, keep an eye out for him. He's going to be like a rabid Wolverine coming through the pack here as we get underway. Good start for Danny Timewell. Good start for Luke Gretschkambo and for Jamie Augustine, who's trying to thread the needle between the yellow line and the Armco barrier on the right hand, on his left-hand side. Timewell got a very nice jump from the front row of the grid, but the best start of the lot went to the GC Electrical Senator, number 25. He pours into turn 1 in the lead from the second row of the grid.
Oh my goodness, I knew that was going to be full on, but they're going for it. Fantastic. Rowett had an absolute ripping start, along with Jamie Augustine as well. So he's got his new technique obviously worked out. Be interesting how they pan out now over the back straight and settle down now.
Jamie's actually had the laptop out in between race 2 and race 3. He's been trying to solve not only his own gremlins, but also trying to help solve a little problem for Andrew Butcher's BMW. So great camaraderie there between the two competitors. So Butcher's Escarped, I think, up the order now. He's up to fourth place ahead of Jamie, who's under pressure from Rowett. There's that puff of smoke there. Have a look at Royce Line. Rear of grid, already up to P number 7. We said keep an eye out for him. He is tearing through this field. He's just got to be a little bit patient here, and he drives quite nicely there, looking for the over and under. Can he get the drive out of the corner? The HSV's got good traction. It's got good straight line speed, but the little 6-cylinder BMW is much more nimble, much more agile under braking, and that's where the performance comes from. He might get swallowed up on the front straight here by the faster HSV, but under brakes, it's going to be like chalk and cheese.
I think you'd stay watching this because Royce Line does not use the brake unless he absolutely needs to, and now look at Rowett saying he's seeing an opportunity. He's going to have a crack. This could be interesting right here. Two guys who will not give an inch. Oh, Royce, he got it. Geez, how good is Royce with a steering wheel that works? It's amazing, isn't it?
It is indeed. He left him plenty of room there. He saw Rohit coming, left him plenty of room on the inside at turn number 1. But ultimately, just that much lighter car in the braking zone. He can go that little bit further. You can brake that little bit later. That's something that a lot of the drivers have said about this new Bridgestone tyre is worth its weight in gold. They've said, sometimes we have to just be a little bit careful in some of the traction zones. Sometimes we have to be a bit careful in the corners, but the braking, oh my God, they've said, as you said, they've turned into technical scientists. They love the performance on the braking. They said it feels a lot more stable, a lot more confidence. They can go maybe an extra couple of metres than they used to be able to.
Well, absolutely. Whether you've got a big car or a smaller car with a BMW, it's all about confidence. You have confidence to go through the corner, go through the braking, get good mid-corner speed out. And then look at this battle here with Macca and Danny Timewell.
That was good mid-corner speed from Ian to keep that up there on the inside, stay up alongside the number 11 Timewell Spent Commodore. Andrew Butcher's been able to just keep in touch with these two as well, as they've been fighting and arguing, and they're going to continue that here. So this works for Butcher if they can keep this up for a couple more corners or so, because if there is an unfortunate coming together or something happens, he'll pounce.
Now, I think Butch said he had a couple of electrical gremlins the last race, so he sort of just balanced that out, but you can see he's obviously a lot more confident. Hopefully he's got that sorted out, and he's right amongst this. He really wants to have a piece of this battle. He doesn't want to blame horsepower deficiencies at all. He knows he's got a car that can take it to them in the corners especially. And look at him. He's having a red-hot go now. This will be interesting.
Yeah, this is where the BMW loses out a little bit, like Royce Lyon's car. It loses out in the straight line performance, but much, much more nimble through the corners. That M3 has developed quite nicely. Or pinch of the brake for Danny Timewell. Has to shortcut the course. So he has to come back on quite safely. He had a little bit of a margin there. There's a little further lock-up down there at turn number 9. Sometimes it's a bit hard to tell at the moment with the way that these tyres are underneath the guards, as McLennan has a half-hearted look there up the inside of the final chicane. You can genuinely see where the lock-ups are occurring from pushing too hard, but at the same time, some of the little bits of smoke that we're starting to see may not actually be lock-ups. They may actually be just a little bit of the tyres rubbing on some of the guards, because they've had to stand the tyres up a bit more to use a bit more of that outside asymmetrical pattern that we were seeing there in the interview with Tom Worsley. You're starting to then get into the territory where the guards that you have to get the tyres under are then starting to get rubbed on because there's not enough clearance.
No, absolutely. They're all trying to figure out what the right balance is between camber and also the right distance within that guard as well. But as you can see, look at this battle. This is a red-hot go here. You've got the heir apparent champion taking on there we go, the BMW's coming up. He's right amongst this. So these three are going to be right in it. Butch will actually be thinking their tyres may come off. It's been a hot day. There's nothing's taken off here, so he might let them go really hard. Look, he keeps pinching around the same spot. This is Danny.
Not as severe that time, though. He managed to get down to the apex of the corner. And there it is again. Yeah, so it keeps going back to that flat spot that he's got. And you're right, it's on the left front all the time. All right, here's the incentive. Shark in the water time. McLennan smells blood. Can he go right around the outside? This time he's got it.
So that takes so much trust in your fellow racer right there to have the skills to be able to go too wide when it's tight and not touch. That's well done.
That's extremely well done. He went very, very wide there as well, and you've got to be careful on that outside curb, because if you get too greedy, it's very easy to break traction because it's a smooth surface. It's not rough. It's not got the grip in it that the actual asphalt does.
It's actually good seeing the XLs lifting a wheel up there, 3 wheels. They're getting into it.
Not uncommon. They are getting into it. A little bit wide for the Pro Cup Monaro there at turn number 1, and Timewell back through.
Now the lap traffic is starting to come into it now, so it didn't take long. They're onto them already.
Yep, Peter Fleming.
Change everything.
Peter Fleming, good observation there. Out the way very, very early. Lets the three faster cars go through. Gretsch Cumbo looks like he's already rounded up. I think it's the Suzuki Swift and Michael Hopp there. There he goes. And these drivers will be on him in a flash too. So predictability is key here. Oh, I wouldn't say that's exactly predictable. Whoa! Big direction change there as well. Butcher's then going to have to go the long way, but couldn't quite see it out the back of the shot. He may have been hampered a little bit there by the little Suzuki number 55, but realistically, he almost had nowhere to go at that part of the apex of the corner too. He'd already been rounded up, so it's like a deer in the headlights scenario, isn't it? You're just wondering, okay, where am I going to get my bearings again?
It's hard to explain how difficult that really is. I mean, those cars are coming off 250 kilometres an hour, slowing down, and you've got turns and overtaking each other. To get out of the way is as difficult as it is to pass. So well done, Hop, in managing that through, and the drivers coming through unscathed. Very
difficult situation, caught at a very difficult part of the course as well. Talk to me about this. You've raced here at Sandown before while we watch Rohit Saini being chased by the under 2 litre car here of Callum Jensen. That top of the course from turn 6 all the way down to turn number 9. Until you get on top of it, you really can't see what's underneath you, but then it looks simple on paper, but it's far from simple.
No, it's far from simple. It's very technical, and it's also about bravery. You've got to have a lot of trust in your car and how it's set up to make sure when you hit that apex coming corner 6, are you straight? Can you get that corner 7 lined up and keep it straight? And then when you come off the bump, you've got all 4 wheels to get full grip to lock up nice and comfortably before the corner.
Okay, so these two drivers will be coming up to that part of the course in a few minutes. I'm wondering if the 23 here is just ailing a little bit. I would have expected Rohit to be a bit further up the road. I'm wondering whether he's just gone into like a bit of a management mode or something there, because Callum looks very, very quick through the corners. He's not losing as much ground on the straightaways as I expected him to be doing. And when I look at the timing there, he's in the same sort of lap time bracket that he's been for most of the weekend, in that 24 and 25 bracket.
Yeah, they're actually racing similar times, which is well done. Rohit's probably come back a fraction, so whether the tyres late in the day, the heat, might be just starting to find his confidence where it really is in the corners. But at the same time, Callum must be up and about going, he'll expect that maybe the tyres come off with the heat and really put pressure on. So be interesting to see how close they go.
Yeah, lighter car versus a heavier car, and these are all the different variables that we're all finding out this weekend. We found a little bit of that information out when before we go too far. Is that Royce Lyon? That's in the gravel trap at turn number 1. That car's gone straight on. The silhouette looks like it is, and indeed it is. The number 4 of Royce Lyon. That's buried up to its axles in turn number 1. Now that's a failure. Look at the right rear. Yeah. There's a tyre off the rear there. I'm not sure if that's just the tyres come off as part of that spin through the course. So we'll wait and see what that is there. But that's right in the firing line at turn number 1. Now, can Royce get out? He's just looking down at his lap there. I'm wondering if he's a little bit winded or something happened there. The officials will be looking to see whether he's okay, whether he's given them the signal before they decide if they need to throw a caution flag out with safety cars. So there's yellow flags on display down there at the moment for all the leaders to say that there's a situation. Please pay attention. Here comes Luke Gretsch-Cumbo to turn number 1. To go that far off the course, though, he's actually, look at that. There's a whole bunch of garbage that's on the road there as well. Almost looks like grass. So I'm wondering whether something has let go. Here we go. Oh, dear.
Lost it.
Yeah, he's not under braking. Yeah, that's a hair-raising moment. So that's not a tyre failure. That's probably just been pulled off the rim as a result of the force that's gone through that moment there. That almost looked like he was on the racing line and something broke because the car's pitched violently to the left.
It's hard to know. I mean, he loves getting the back out in a braking situation. He's always quite loose. That's how he likes driving it. It does look like he's gone for a long, late dive, and maybe he's left it too late and he's lost the rear.
He's out of the car we just saw there, which is good.
So, I mean, this is a bit of racing, isn't it? Sometimes you've got to back yourself, have a go. I mean, that was his race. He's trying to see if he can get Jamie Augustine there, who's faster in a straight line. So he might have thought, here's my chance, put a bit more into it, and might have just overcooked it.
That's right. Now, where's Andrew Butcher in all of this? He's dropped back by about 3 seconds or so. Oh, time well, very wide. That's pushing the limits a little bit too far, Daddy. Getting a bit too wide on the exit of the second to last corner. And that gives Ian McLennan the incentive down here to get past at turn number 1. So took a little bit of a mistake, but the yellow flags are out. But I think Ian must have got actually past a little bit earlier in the straight. Oh, and he's had a moment off that first corner as well, and he's going. Where on earth is he going? It's I know it's good weather for lawn mowing, Ian, but that's not how you mow a lawn.
No, but I tell you what, this is what they're trying to find out. It's a hot day. Who's got done what with the pressures as well?
Yes.
There was a big debate in the paddock on will they play around with pressures. Some have left them a little bit up, some pulled them back. So this might be what they're finding out right now. Have they left them up too high and paying the price?
And it's about incremental gains. That's been the biggest talking point in the paddock over the weekend. You know, doing those small changes. So you don't need to adjust the pressures by a huge amount, or the camber by a huge amount, or toe by a huge amount. Just make very, very small adjustments, because otherwise it's going to become harder for you to track what works and what doesn't.
That's right.
So well and truly up the road, race leader Luke Gretschkumbo, 6.3 seconds in his pocket. This is the battle for second and third. Danny again. Is that a lock-up, or is that something else going on? There's something when exiting the back of the number 11 machine there on the run out of the final corner. He's managed to get back. This is just allowed Luke to quite comfortably escape. I'm looking for Andrew Butcher. He's dumped a lot more time in this last lap. I'm wondering if this is a recurrence of the gremlins that I was talking to Jamie Augustine about. He was trying to help him solve. He said it looks like there might be a sensor or something in that BMW, because it shut off on him at some point during the second race this morning, or late this morning, I should say, this afternoon, because it was 12:15 when that race happened. But they were trying to work out what the issue was. They think they found it, but unfortunately not fixable in time. So it's really a suck it and see, and get to the end of this weekend and then go from there.
Just keep the points ticking over. I think that's the main thing. Make sure he still finishes, because you can see the time. Jamie Augustine's going to be right all over him very shortly, so that'll make it very interesting as well.
Yep.
There's only just under 2 minutes to go now, so getting every point you can is going to count.
Here's the veteran, Bruce Henley. He just rounded up Travis Mitchell and Lee Seelenmeyer in the 2XL. So that brings, where's that? He's actually lapping those guys. So he's a bit further up the order. So that puts him into, he's actually in 8th place there. Not too far off the back of Callum Jensen, which is pretty good. So for Bruce, they had some power steering dramas on Saturday morning with qualifying. And John Perkins had to quickly go down and grab a couple of extra parts and see if he could sort that out, which is good. Oh dear.
What's he done?
So this is Michael Hopp, front right-hand corner. I'm wondering if that's had a contact with a wall scenario, perhaps, because that's continually rubbing on the front of the number 55 Suzuki Swift, and I think he's just trying to stay out of harm's way here.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, and he had to stay as far to the left or to the right as he possibly could, as the BMW of Andrew Butcher comes roaring through, now back on its sort of ultimate pace. Jamie Augustine right behind him.
Well, Jamie will be really pumped up here. I mean, he's had his own challenges, as we know, fighting it, and he obviously knows what's going on with Butch. So to be knowing they've got 2 laps here, this is a good chance. He might be able to sneak up a little bit high.
So that's been rubbing all any time on the big issue, and Ian McLennan cutting the back of the course, and you could see more lawn mowing for the Pro Cut Tree Services Monaro. And at that point in time, Hopp had already had the issue. You could see in the back of shot there that was already rubbing on the guard.
Yeah, it was, and it's like maybe when he came out of turn 4, I'd like to see maybe a replay there to see if he had any issue coming onto the straight, whether maybe he had an issue there and he just carried it all the way around.
Yeah.
But obviously something on the track, because all 3 cars then had smoke or a bit of a lock-up going on.
That little bit of smoke again from the back of Augustine's car. We noticed that during the Nationals at Phillip Island last year. They were always having a little bit of that smoke under brakes, and we said to Jamie, what's happening? Is it the brake being pinched, or what's happening? He said, no, that's just what the car does.
I can confirm. I thought he's got a button in his car like James Bond that he presses to have a little smoke screen to throw you off, because a few times it happened in the previous Sandown race. But apparently that's not the case.
No, not the case for him. He's giving some real chase here to the naturally aspirated M3 E46 of Andrew Butcher.
He's definitely interested in Butcher, because he's certainly pushed hard onto the straight, so he's going to have a crack, which is fantastic. It's what we want.
Yeah, they're both in just in the high 1 minute 20s at the moment. Yellow flag still on display for the stricken number 4 Royce Line car down here at turn number 1. There it is. That's going to require some retrieving, but thankfully we are a little bit ahead of schedule, so not going to inconvenience the remaining of the races too much. Chris Bodale goes through the shot there. He's just ahead of these two protagonists.
I like the way Jamie went onto the main straight, very deliberate, get the back sliding a little bit. He's trying to get as much as he can, have a real good run on this back straight.
Good lift, Travis Mitchie here around the outside, turn number 6 down the hill. He comes. So he's had a pretty decent weekend, good solid couple of rounds since he entered the category late last year. I think it was actually this event in August last year that he came in and started racing. A number of the other competitors, the Flemings and Lee Seelenmeyer, had already joined before him. So a handful of them have come over. Some of the elder gentlemen from the Masters class in Hyundai XLs, of course, it's split into two classes. Your under 40s, which are the trophy, and your over 40s, which is the Masters.
Yep. Well, I tell you what, it might not be a coincidence, but these two who are having a great battle all weekend, look at them having another go all the way to the turn 1 here. They're on obviously the brand new tyre, but I think the Flemings couldn't get the brand new tyre, and they had to get permission to have the Dunlop, and they've noticed a speed difference.
Yes.
So that's quite interesting in itself as a bit of a discovery.
Yeah, that's right, because they have run in Hyundai XLs before. The Dunlop Durezas, that tyre that they use over there, it's the same tyre that's been used for a while in the Toyota Gazoo Racing 86 series here in the country. But yes, that's one of the little small challenges, but hopefully going to be resolved in the next couple of weeks with the supply issues.
Looks like Callan Jensen's up and about all over Rowett Saney as well, so lap traffic got them really close.
It certainly has, but lap traffic not the problem, and a celebratory slide off the final corner for Luke Gretschkumbo. So he's your round winner with 2 of the wins for the weekend. Danny Timewell, second for him. He holds off the advances of Ian McLennan, and Macca, the reigning champion, has to finish third. So by virtue of all of that nonsense, that will mean that Luke will just be the round winner by a handful of points over Danny and Macca. I think the points for the Trophy Tour are a little bit different to the club points, but in terms of the club standings, it is going to be a very close run affair at the top.
And all their best laps were really close to in the 118s, the top 4 cars. So they're so close, not much between them. Look at this to the line, fantastic.
And Bodale rounds up the couple of XLs there on the run to the checkered flag. So who actually got the honours there out of Mitchie and Seelenmeyer? Actually, it was Travis Mitchie, not by very much, 0.07 of a second. So not much between those two good friends on the run to the checkered flag. So good racing there, right up and down the field. There's your top 10 standings there. Big thank you, of course, to ProCut Tree Services, Kerrison Mechanical and Design Services, and Autosport for their support of improved production, as well as Bridgestone, who have come in with a bang here and a big commitment to improved production. You can see on the tops of the windscreens there that it just says IPRA Vic at the moment. So naming rights sponsor is available. If you are interested in sponsoring the category, please reach out to Improved Production Victoria, ipravic.com.au, and have a chat with the crew there. With just one more race to go, we're going to go down into the pits. I believe we've got Matt Dunlop down there having a look at what's going on.
Down here in the 944 garage, and I've got a gentleman next to me who ideally should be in the car getting ready to go out racing, but unfortunately, Cameron Bella, it's not to be. What's happened to the number 1 machine?
Yeah, we've got a bit of a mechanical problem with the engine. Maybe a bit driver induced there with a little bit of a buzz at turn 1, but it looks like a conrod may have snapped. So we're basically out, so yeah.
What a shame. It's been like the car had a lot of pace in it. There were a couple of issues with the brakes, I remember you mentioned earlier today as well. So has it just been a case of just a lot of unexpected things you weren't thinking were going to happen with the car when it rolled off the trailer, or?
Yeah, a bit of that. You just don't know what you're going to get really until you're at the track day. And car was actually fast, and we were sort of chasing ads in that second race. I know we had the pace back in it, so we were sort of not really, we were doing okay, but just the engine just obviously letting go just shattered us a little bit, but that's motorsport and we're back again, so yeah, see what happens.
Well, we will have the number 66 car under your stable with Mark Torbitz driving that one. That one's looking very solid this weekend.
Yeah, Torby's doing really well. It's obviously put it second on the grid in qualifying. Didn't get a great start yesterday, but hopefully he comes up through the pack in the next race. Lyndon also as well is actually doing really well this weekend. It's first time back in, so yeah, we'll see how we go.
It's a shame you won't be on track, but enjoy the race as a spectator, and we're looking forward to seeing you back in the car at Calder.
Yeah, thanks boys. Cheers.
Get it in your calendar, folks. Round 2 of Trophy Tour Victoria coming up
March 20 to 22, it is the Triple Eight Home Loans Calder Revived at Calder Park Raceway. You won't want to miss it. It's going to be a fantastic time. It's always great fun getting out to Calder Park Raceway now that we've been able to get it back up and motoring for this level of motorsport. And it's such a cool little facility to go and watch racing at. And later on in the series, we've also got round 3 at Winton from May 1 to May 2. We'll be back here at Sandown for round 4, August 7 to 9, and then the Island Grand Final at Phillip Island, October 2 to 4. We'll round out the 2026 Trophy Tour Vic. But we're not done here yet. We've got one more race coming up, and it is going to be Porsche 944s to round it out. Sans Cameron Bella, unfortunately. My name is Matt Dunlop. Through the magic of television, I am up in the commentary box with Joey Kellock, who was just lurking around in the back of my shot as well, and joins alongside me. Great to see you as always, Joey.
Thanks, buddy. Great to see you, and fantastic interviewing skills with you and Cameron Bella down there in the pits. Champagne television.
Much appreciated. It's a shame that the interview had to happen, though, because ideally we'd love to see Cam out on track in the car, but it's thrown a valve through the side of the thing, so that thing is going nowhere, unfortunately. It's been a weird, weekend for a lot of the 944 competitors with some unexpected issues popping up. Bella, as I touched on there, had brake issues earlier in the weekend, as did Jamie Westaway, a couple of other drivers as well. So
Carter Fox, had a chat with him just before, and his father, and the saga continues with that car. It's such a fantastic car. Just a bit of bad luck, but they had some weird electrical gremlins, but that they've sorted out. So
yeah, I had a look at that one after race 2 to see what was going on, and the distributor cap just physically cracked and it fell off the motor. So
after further investigation, it turns out that wasn't the issue.
Oh,
they then discovered that there was a spark plug lead had sort of failed, and the end had stayed on the plug, but the lead itself had failed, and they explored that. Then they realised that actually wasn't the issue. They investigated even further, and then they found that the coil had actually expired.
Ah, I see.
So they actually dragged the coil off Cameron Bella's Creature from the Black Lagoon, and they replaced their brand new looking coil that we had only done an hour of race time, and they replaced it with the stanky old prehistoric coil from Cameron Bella's Creature from the Black Lagoon, and they turned it over and it's running perfectly, so they're good to go.
By the time this weekend's out, that number 7's going to be a completely different car underneath, isn't it? They're changing just about every single part. They have done so last year. That thing has been beset with so much bad luck in terms of reliability, but when it is up and running, it is quick, especially behind with Carter Fox behind the wheel.
Absolutely. And a great looking car it is as well.
Sensational looking bit of kit. And it is now peeling out onto the track for one last time here at Sandown for the Wolfchester Sandown Challenge. We've got one more race coming up. It is race 3 of the 944 Challenge, brought to you by LK Diesel Service. 18 minutes plus 1 lap to bring us home, and we're going to have 10 cars on track, and they'll be lining up as so. Adam Brewer is looking to go for his first clean sweep.
The Festival of Brewer.
The Festival of Brewer. He'll be having a couple of brewskis if he can pull this one off, I think, afterwards. Chris Lewis-Williams, though, is very, very stiff competition from second place, one of the stalwarts of Porsche 944 racing. Jamie Westaway as well. Great improvement in race 2 from 5th up to 3rd position, and that was one of the fastest cars on the grid at all by the time that race had finished, so he's going to be right in the mix straight away.
He's worked it out. He worked it out midway or toward the end of last race, and he has sussed out that car, so expect him to be quick.
Mark Torberts will be lining up alongside him in that number 66 Bella Motorsport prepared car that we chatted about earlier, in front of another Bella car, Lyndon Watson, the number 5 out of 5th. He's been looking really neat and tidy and consistent all weekend, which has been great to see on his return.
He's had a couple of years off, and remember, when he was racing regularly, he was someone that was very difficult to beat. He was always sort of top 4, top 5, so expect him to sort of to get back in the groove, and expect him to be fast.
Behind Lyndon Watson, or I should say next to Lyndon Watson on the grid, will be Sam Rowe, who's been flying under the radar a little bit up to this point, but been very consistent so far in putting in those solid mid-pack finishes, and will be looking to improve where he can today. He'll have Michael and Tony Westaway behind him, both roaring for position, the brothers there. with Andrew Goldman and Carter Fox bring up the rear. Cameron Bella with the number 1 there is listed, but he is a non-starter, unfortunately. So not the start to the season that Cameron Bella would have hoped for, and it's going to make it a very, very interesting championship defence as the season wears on.
Absolutely. Just quickly, I spoke to Tony Westaway in the pits just prior to this race, and he is having a real tough time coming to grips with that Poolmaster car. But we do have quite a heavy headwind that has just picked up. Those flags in pit lane are flapping hard. So expect that to be advantageous for Tony Westaway trying to get around Goldman if he gets stuck behind him again. We could see some drafting and some slipstreaming on the pit straight this race.
For the last time at Sandown, the green flag waves and we're underway for the final race of the Wolfchester Sandown Challenge. It's a pretty even start at the front. Look at Carter Fox at the back already trying to make moves as he goes around the outside of Tony Westaway. But at the front, Adam Brewer's got the jump and then some. Pulls ahead of Chris Lewis-Williams, no qualms whatsoever. Files in, takes his usual racing line. Fantastic start from the number 81, picking up right where he left off. Now, there's a bit of oil down there, or a little bit of debris on track from the last race there that Mark Torbitz has just caught the back of there. So he's actually dropped to a little bit. Just had to jump both feet on the brake pedal there to stop himself from careening into the side of Lyndon Watson. But keeps the nose clean, no harm, no foul so far. And they all filter through turn 4 for the first time.
Fantastic start there by Carter Fox. He's made up 3 positions. He almost made 4 or 5, but he had to yield at turn 1. He's done a great job there, and he's right up on the back of Mark Torbitz as we see Adam Brewer leading the charge down the back straight with Chris Lewis-Williams right behind him and a looming Jamie Westaway only a few seconds behind that double at the front there.
And Sam Rofe in 4th position as well. An awesome start in the number 68 car for Sam Rofe there as the 2 leaders get very leery on the exit curbs of Dandenong Road. That's going to cost Adam Brewer a lot of momentum, and Chris Lewis-Williams is going to see if he can make something work around the outside. He's not going to be able to do it this time, has to tuck back in. It's a very, very tricky spot to get a move done there, but geez, he's going to be feeling very, very good behind the wheel of that number 37 tyre power machine. Now, let's see how potent the draft is with the headwind up the main straight as they cross the stripe for the first time in anger. It is Brewer, Lewis-Williams, Jamie Westaway, Sam Rofe, Lyndon Watson, Mark Torbitz, Carter Fox, Michael Westaway, Andrew Goldman, and Tony Westaway rounding out the 10 here. The leaders will stay line astern, so Adam Brewer does hold on to the lead so far. Chris Lewis-Williams wasn't able to draft and get up ahead, but we did just see Carter Fox trying to have a bit of a go there, but he's had to file back in behind Mark Torbitz there. So the number 66, the Pipecraft car, you can see still holding off the 7 of Carter Fox, but Carter Fox has a lot of points to get back to that today in this race after losing out on so many just through that sheer misfortune of the mechanical gremlins we chatted about.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just got to settle and chip away at Torbitz and think about when he wants to make the pass and get it done. We've got Brewer and Chris Lewis-Williams up there at the front. Chris Lewis-Williams is a wily veteran with really, really well-developed and honed racecraft. But Adam Brewer is not someone, he's a very, very aggressive and very, very stubborn driver. So he's hard to get around and he's hard to pass, and he loves making a passing opportunity as soon as he sniffs one. So that's going to be very tight up the front there as we see this mid-pack still very, very close together. Torbitz showing the nose on Lyndon Watson, and let's see if he can sort of take advantage of the headwind going down the pit straight here.
So the question is, at this point, do you try and make your moves and get past, or do you want to just tuck in and form a bit of a train and get that pace so you can all catch up? Because Sam Rofe is in a pretty good spot here. But meanwhile, at the front, how much pace has Jamie Westaway made up? He was sitting in the middle of nowhere in 3rd position, and then he's just banked the fastest lap by a long shot. A 126.27. The next fastest car was Adam Brewer with a 126.9.
Wow.
That is a 7/10th gain that he's made on the cars in front of him, and now he's all over the back of what is a 3-car battle for the lead. That is an insane amount of pace from Jamie Westaway.
And he's right on them now. Now, take into account, though, the 2 leaders did have a little bit of a kerfuffle in Dandy on that last lap as well. So it could be when he set that. But he is right on him right now, and he's hungry. That smiling assassin, Jamie Westaway, he is no one to be messed with. He is looking for some success in this race 3 here. He wants to take that to the front.
He certainly did have a bit of help from that, the little bit of a mishap there in front, but also he's walking away from Sam Rope in 4th position, so he's very, very fast, he's Jamie Westaway. But if we go back here, so this is that battle for 4th. Sam Rowe just leaving his shot on the left-hand side of the screen for 4th. So Lyndon Watson 5th, and these two cars are battling it out for 6th position right now. Mark Torbitz, El Presidente, the president of the 944 Racing Association, who's been around the traps a lot, driven a lot of different cars as well, having a pretty good run so far this weekend in the number 66 machine. Still trying to hold off Carter Fox in the number 7 behind him. Back at the front, look at how much of the track Jamie Westaway's using on the way in. All the way out, touching the grass, basically. It's pretty leery stuff on the run into turn 1, but Jamie Westaway is very, very eager to get to the front of this race.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to see Jamie Westaway filling your mirrors. I mean, it's a scary prospect. When he is on the back of you, you know, he does incite fear into the. Interestingly, he was right on them, but through turn 4, he's
lost a lot of momentum.
He has. But yeah, he's a very, very fast driver, and I would expect him to really, unless he's got. I mean, that gap looks like it's growing. Unless he has got mechanical issues, but I would expect him to really challenge those two front guys. But that gap looks like it's growing very quickly.
We'll keep an eye, but at the back of the front, Chris Lewis-Williams goes for the lead. Can't get it done. Just pulls it back in time. Gee, that's such close racing. It's hard and fair racing, but that was so close to almost tipping Adam Brewer around there. But they've kept it in line. But, it was almost there, almost. And that's put Jamie Westaway back into the fray. But let's see what's going on with that car.
Yeah.
Because he's caught right back up in the technical last section of Sandown here. Is he going to run into issues down on the straight line here?
Well, it was turn 4 that he had, that he was at the end of turn 4 and at the start of the straight, last lap, that we saw him fall behind. So we'll see what happens this time around.
Yeah, he looks pretty racy there. He's got the back end tipping in just a little bit on the way in. He's giving it everything here in the number 50 machine to try and get right back on here. It's basically a repeat of where we were this time last lap as we filter through turns 3 and 4. And this is where we talk about momentum. You've got to nail your positioning on the curbs. And Adam Brewer goes insanely wide. My goodness, I think he's going to have a big blue stripe on the side of that car after that. If not, he must have millimetres in it. That was so close to the wall.
Oh, that is a Cameron Bella line. That's, I mean, that is wild. That's full commitment. You know you're racing with the big boys when they, when Adam Brewer's running and taking that line out there onto the straight. That's just amazing. Really, really impressive. Takes a lot of guts to run close to that wall.
He is under so much pressure right now, is Adam Brewer, because he's got the wily veteran Chris Lewis-Williams and also Jamie Westaway. Both of those drivers know how to put the pressure on the people in front of them. Chris Lewis-Williams is just he's not going to be feeling it too much from Jamie, but he's going to be focused on just piling that pressure onto Adam Brewer, that redback spider on the bonnet of the number 81 machine. It's a very, very quick car. It's definitely been the quickest car all weekend, has that ABI technology machine. It's been an awesome weekend, but can he make it 3 from 3? If he does, it'll have to be an incredible defensive race. Now we go back there. I can see Lyndon Watson has made his way into 4th position there, having leapfrogged Sam Rove. And now Carter Fox and Mark Torbitz want a bit of the action there as well. Torbitz is looking very quick down the straight, tucked right up behind the rear bumper of Sam Rove there. Carter Fox has to slide back into position there. Torbitz is going to go for the move. And I don't know if he's got it done yet because they're going to be side by side.
Oh, 3 wide.
Almost 3 wide. Rofe may have a chance to take this one back, but Torbitz is going to sneak through into 5th position. So great move from Mark Torbitz there.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And really good on Rofe there to really keep fighting through that. Could have been very easy for him to just yield to the more experienced Mark Torbitz. But he really fought for that position there. It's impressive stuff from the... Well, I won't say rookie, second season, but second or third. Either way, fantastic stuff from Rofe.
It's given Lyndon Watson a little bit of a buffer behind him as well, up in 4th position. He'll be feeling very happy about that as he powers down the hill there.
Oh, jeez. I tell you what, Rofe a little loose into the entrance of that corner there.
Did well to gather it up. It's such a bumpy part of the track. You've really got to have your wits about you when you go over there to make sure the car's nice and stable. But he's strung it through Dandenong Road very, very nicely, has the number 68 car.
Yep, fantastic stuff. So we've got Carter Fox behind Rofe there. Fox is doing a great job. I would love to see him settle a little bit, though, and just zoom out and go a little bit of a bigger picture.
Oh, Sam
in a
Rofe.
oh, dear, he threw it away.
Very, very wide. Takes a little bit of airtime there off the edge of the grass through the final corner there, so that's going to lose a lot of pace. He's already lost the position to Carter Fox,
Yeah,
and that's cost him so much momentum.
He's gifted that position to Carter Fox, and Fox is very fortunate there because Rofe was making him work for it.
So now for Sam Rofe, the name of the game is just head down, putting that out of your mind and just keeping your concentration up for the remainder of this race, because it's very easy to get unsettled when something like that happens. But the race still has a bit of time to go. 5.5 minutes left on the clock, and once that ticks down, it'll be +1 lap as well. So this race is far from over, and we've seen how quickly gaps can grow and shrink in the 944 challenge. As we look back to the leader battle here, and as we can talk about that gap again, Jamie Westaway has dropped back once more in third position. So maybe he's I'm not sure what's going on there, whether he's taking, deliberately trying to throttle off a little bit, but he's straight lined the chicane there as these two in front are battling out. Maybe he's going for the Stephen Bradbury approach.
Who
because
knows?
These two, look at how much Chris Lewis-Williams is weaving around here. I think Jamie Westaway's where there might be some fireworks here, and he might be able to just sweep through and capitulate if something goes wrong at the front. But in the meantime, these three are looking rock solid. You see a gap form, you look up 3 seconds later, and they're all together once again.
It's weird. I tell you what. I mean, they're stretching out a gap on Westaway, but then they're letting him right back in, sort of pretty much every lap. Westaway's putting a move on here.
Didn't have the position to be able to get up there, just did not have the pace to pull on the inside of Lewis-Williams, so Chris felt very, very comfortable there, taking the racing line through turn 1, and as they stream through the flip-flop of 2, 3 and 4, they do have a little bit more space. Now let's see how they all approach this. They all take it out fairly wide there. Jamie Westaway not as much, but they all use quite a bit of curb on the exit of 4, and you can see it's almost like an on-throttle thing. It's sort of maybe it's just being amplified by the shot that we have here, just how much that is changing. But you can tell that Chris Lewis-Williams was feeling a little bit needed to get on the defensive there, because he went all the way to the inside, and you opened up a pretty big gap there to Adam Brewer. So not the exit to that corner that the 37 machine needed.
And he's opened up a gap to Westaway on that back straight again as well. I wonder if there's a bit of an overheating issue for Westaway. He is seeming to take the non-preferred line on the back straight, so he's hanging out on the right-hand side of that back straight on his way up there toward the chicane, whereas the preferred line is to hug the wall on the left, especially with this crossbury as well. It's actually a direct southerly at the moment as I look out the window. But yeah, the preferred line is to hug that left-hand side, and he is, again, as we see him on the pit straight, he's not trying to get the slipstream behind Chris Lewis-Williams. He's looking for fresh air, so I reckon he's got a bit of an overheating issue.
It's a very, very warm day, and these 944s are quite susceptible to heating up lots. I was chatting to Tony Westaway earlier, and that was one of his big things, just not being super comfortable with the temperature of the number 20 Poolmaster Bayside machine. He really didn't want to push the envelope too much, which is why he's down in that bit of a harsh impact on the curb there from Adam Brewer. Let's see if it impacts his line.
No.
And that's Sam Rofe, whose race is done. What a shame for the number 68. He was looking so good up in 5th position, but his car has given up the ghost, and he's parked on the exit of turn 5 there. So that is not the end to the weekend that Sam Rofe was looking for. He had so much pace under that thing, and it was so promising, but not the way to be.
Yeah, I mean, look, he can be really satisfied with his effort today and yesterday. He's done a fantastic job, but bummer, dude, that's a real drag. It's unfortunate to see.
It really is. It's almost become a bit of a weekend of attrition in certain ways. A lot of just, I've said a lot, just weird issues coming up, and I think the heat is playing a big part. And yeah, Tony Westaway particularly mentioned that he wasn't trying to push the car to its limit. He didn't want, because he's borrowing it from Andrew Jackman. He didn't want to be giving back a busted car that he's overheated.
That's true. But he did say that he pretty much didn't like everything about the car. He's having a tough time coming to grips with everything, from the throttle feeling to not being able to heel and toe to the length of the throw in the gearbox. He was doing a lot of bitching and moaning about that. But I must say he's very thankful to be using it. But it does look, it's really difficult getting into another car that is not the same as your own. And some of these cars can feel very different.
They can. It's such an odd thing because it is a spec series, the 944 Challenge. with, a lot of things regulated very, very tightly. But there's a lot of differences in how cars can be set up, how they can be built even, that can change I guess, how they handle. And one of the bigger things that you'll notice, you won't see with these two, because these two are both driving left-hand drive cars.
Yep.
European imports, whereas you will see a handful of drivers in right-hand drive versions that were originally built up from an Australian domestic market. And normally that doesn't have a massive impact. It gives you a little bit more of a weight balance shift depending on, certain tracks and corners. But another weird thing is those right-hand drive cars, they don't have direct links to brakes and clutches. They've just got linkages. So there's a bit more direct brake and clutch response in a left-hand drive car. And at a track like Sandown, you're on the inside of most of the corners. So it does give you a very slight advantage here. But it's things like that. It's not necessarily a pace thing. It changes just how the car feels to drive. And pedal position is a big one that Tony Westaway has chatted about. The pedal box is laid out totally different to how he has his. So just a lot of familiarization. And we look at this number 7 car as it's trying to stick onto the back of Lyndon Watson here. That's a great example because that started life as a right-hand drive car until its previous owner, John Kennedy, converted it to left-hand drive because he wanted every single little bit out of that car he possibly could. We've seen John floating around this weekend. It's been great to catch up with him. And
he's a championship-winning car, isn't it?
I believe so. It's certainly one of the quicker cars that I've seen around the 944 traps recently. But speaking of quick cars, the time has ticked down to 0, and we've got another
look at this
scrap for the win here. They're all back right in the clutches again. They're trying to keep the temperatures down a little bit, but they're spending a bit more time tucked in the slipstream than they normally would. Okay. Oh, Adam Brewer's had a tyre let go by the look of it, and he's had to go right out. We saw the debris flying off.
No way.
Chris Lewis-Williams has gone into the lead. Jamie Westaway in a second position. There's little bits of debris coming off the Adam Brewer car.
Gun it.
It's still looking even. It's on track, so I'm not sure what's happened there, but he has dropped out of the lead of this race. What a shame for Adam Brewer. He's still going in third, but Chris Lewis-Williams is your race leader. Having started from 7th at the start of this weekend, he's up into the lead. No idea what's going on. We're trying to get a look at this 81 machine to see what's happened to it, if anything. And the checkered flag is not out. So it is the last lap. No. The last lap board has been shown to these leaders, so they will get one more tour of this Sandown Raceway as they come down. So Chris Lewis-Williams has to put in a very, very strong defensive drive. Look at Adam Brewer. That thing is not looking quick.
No,
and
there's just rubber flying off that.
It is shedding debris, so not huge amounts of the stuff, but that is basically race done. It'll be a miracle if it can hold on to third at this stage with how much pace that car is shedding.
Oh, my Lord. I thought we were going to see checkered flag, and, he's going to have to nurse it and to retain that third position. That's wow! What a series of events, sequence of events there. That's completely unexpected, and just want to see the gap between third and fourth. If he can get that car back, I'm sure it's vibrating.
It's not looking very quick up the back straight though, so we'll keep an eye on Adam Brewer. Meanwhile, at the front, Chris Lewis-Williams is looking rock solid here. He was able to shake Jamie Westaway all the way up the hill there because the draft is just not an option in this heat. You cannot risk the car overheating, so Jamie Westaway is just trying to see if he can beat him on the brakes into these last couple of corners. But Chris Lewis-Williams has been so solid through this section and around the whole track and this race. Having started race 1 yesterday in 7th position, he's been slowly clawing his way up, and that has paid off handsomely with a race win in race 3 for Chris Lewis-Williams in the number 37 tyre power machine. Jamie Westaway brings it home in 2nd place after a fantastic battle all race long. We'll keep an eye on the timing to see where Adam Brewer ends up. This is the battle for 8th position, so it is brother versus brother. Michael Westaway in the 45 leads Tony. Adam Brewer does bring it home in 3rd, but Lyndon Watson and Carter Fox got very, very close in 4th and 5th, with Mark Torberts bringing it home in P6.
Wow, what a race. That was wild. I can't believe that happened to Adam Brewer. What terrible luck. But he has driven a fantastic race weekend this weekend with 2 firsts and a 3rd.
And then we see the 2 brothers of Michael Westaway and Anthony Westaway crossing the line in 7th and 8th. Andrew Goldman will be the last of our runners in 9th position, with Sam Rofe not finishing and Cameron Bella not starting, unfortunately. What a frenetic end to this race that we've had here at Sandown. Joey Kellick, it's been great having you in the box.
Thanks,
Looking
buddy.
forward to more 944 action at Calder Park. But what a weekend it's been. Let's go down and have a chat to Darren Smith and Emma Dean in the pit lane.
Thanks very much, Matty D. What a fantastic opening round of the Trophy Tour, Vic, for 2026. A big shout out, of course, to Wolfchester for the Sandown Challenge here this weekend. We've had some amazing racing, Emma. 3 from 3 from Brugno in the Formula Ford. Dean Cam clean swept the weekend. Lots of things to take away from the first round of the Trophy Series, Vic.
Absolutely. So much racing, Darren, like way too much to even go through in this short little recap. But my favourite was interviewing Robin Wood, 67 years as a marshal, volunteer marshal, and it's his last day today because he's aged out. But nothing's aged out in him otherwise. It was just a fantastic little interview. Loved speaking to that guy, and it's just such a element of grassroots that you don't get anywhere else. I love it.
As the calm of the race meeting slowly just disappears away, it's fitting that we do thank all of those volunteers from fence to fence, gate to gate, from the third floor down to the bottom floor to right out over the back of the circuit. A very big thank you to all of our race officials. And it goes on from tonight. They're planning our next round, which we go to Calder for the 888 Home Loans. Calder Revive, March 20 through to 22. Entries open tomorrow morning for that. So that's fantastic. Got that coming along. The 944s are making their way into pit lane and, of course, giving us a clear signal that we're probably in their way.
In the way, yeah. Absolutely. We couldn't have asked for a better day. The weather gods have smiled on us today. And, you know, if you've been watching at home, thank you so much for watching the broadcast.
Great to all those people that came to the track and enjoyed the $10 Red Hill thing. I reckon we'll
Absolutely.
do that again as well. Hey, everybody, thanks for joining us here at Wolfchester Sandown Challenge. We'll see you at the 888 Home Loans Quarter Revive, March 21-22.